Ladies and gentlemen, ברוכים הבאים למעמד הפתיחה החגיגי של כנס הרצליה 2023. נושא הכנס לשנה זו הוא חזון ואסטרטגיה בעידן אי-ודאות. בתוך דקות אחדות יצטרף אלינו כבוד נשיא המדינה, מר יצחק הרצוג. אבקשכם, כולכם תפסתם את מקומותיכם. איפה שיש מקום פה, לתפוס את מקומותיכם. ואני אבקש שאנחנו בעצם נעמוד לכבוד כניסת נשיא המדינה, מר יצחק הרצוג. אז בואו נעמוד עכשיו על מנת שנהיה מוכנים לכבוד הנשיא. בינתיים עד שהנשיא בינתיים עד שהנשיא ייכנס, אני רוצה לברך בקהל את פרופסור אוריאל רייכמן, פרופסור רפי מלניק, נשיא האוניברסיטה, פרופסור בועז גנור, הנשיא הבא של אוניברסיטת רייכמן, את דוקטור איילת בן עזר, סגן נשיא ומנכ"ל האוניברסיטה, אלוף במילואים עמוס גלעד שייכנס לכאן בעוד מספר דקות. אני רואה את ראש עיריית הרצליה פה, ידידנו הטוב, and His Excellency Abdurrahim Bioud, the head of the liaison office of the Kingdom of Morocco. Welcome. Great to see you here. We love all of our Moroccan students here. And we have exchange programs with 2 universities in Morocco. We're very proud of it. And we just sent a mission of Model United Nations to Morocco, and they were accepted with open arms. So there's a good future in the Middle East. דרך אגב, שמי יונתן דייביס. אני סגן נשיא לקשרי חוץ באוניברסיטת רייכמן, אני גם ראש הבית ספר הבינלאומי, על שם רפאל רקנאטי, 2,500 תלמידים מ-90 מדינות, מרכז הקליטה האקדמי הגדול ביותר בארץ, וחלום ציוני המתגשם לנגד עינינו. ואנחנו ממשיכים להמתין לכניסת הנשיא, ואני אגיד לכם, אולי משהו שלא ידעתם. אוניברסיטת רייכמן היא נמצאת במקום השביעי בעולם ביזמות, לפי פיץ' שהם עשו את הערכה הזאת. מתוך כל האוניברסיטאות, 15,000 אנשים ומתחת, אנחנו מספר 7 בעולם בעניין הזה. אולי גם לא ידעתם שאנחנו פותחים כאן בית ספר לרפואה. והבית ספר לרפואה הזה, תודה רבה. פרי עמלו של פרופסור רייכמן. אנחנו העסקנו עכשיו דקן חדש לבית ספר לרפואה. פרופסור ארנון אפק, מנכ"ל משרד הבריאות לשעבר, והדקן החדש של הבית ספר לרפואה. כעת נשיא המדינה נכנס. ברצוני להזמין את טל שלו לבמה. ברצוני להזמין את טל שלו לבמה לראיון עם כבוד נשיא המדינה, ידיד אמת של אוניברסיטת רייכמן במשך שנים רבות. הוא ואשתו מיכל ידידי אמת של אוניברסיטת רייכמן, ועכשיו טל, אני משאיר אותך לראיון.
The floor is yours for the interview. Wow, these glaring lights. It's too much. It's hard to see. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you feeling this morning? First of all, I'm delighted to be in the Herzliya conference, and I'd like to congratulate the Reichman University. I'd like to thank Vice President Jonathan Davis, my dear friend, and especially I'd like to thank Professor Uriel Reichman, who was my teacher. He taught me in the Tel Aviv University. If it's okay to mention this part of Professor Reichman's life, and I can tell you that I've been participating in this conference and coming to visit this university for many years, and I'm happy to see it developing, and I'd like to thank Major General in Reserves Amos Gilad, also a dear friend. Hello everyone and good morning. So let's start with the title of this conference, which is Vision and Strategy in an Era of Uncertainty, and Israel is indeed facing uncertainty on several fronts, on the domestic front, the external one, the security, financial front. What concerns you the most, you know, to start the morning with the question, what concerns you the most? Why don't you ask me what I'm most optimistic about? I think every person can and should be a realist and understand that any life circumstances at any times in any generations always include both threats and opportunities. And the more you learn about human history, about Israeli and Jewish history, you that you see that there are moments in which you seize opportunities, and other moments are moments of threat. And the thing that has been on the top of my agenda since I've assumed this office is to connect the different parts of Israeli society as much as possible, because we must understand that Israeli society is undergoing changes. It's changing. We are a 75 years old country, and societies change. They have changes, and some of these changes generate resistance and objections and threaten certain groups in Israeli society, and this culture of non-recognition, not understanding people who perhaps live 5 minutes from me, but they live very different lives, and they are interested in many other things, and perhaps some of them are very interesting. So I think the national task for all of us, and in this conference as well, and I suggest for the future, is to get to know better and thoroughly these communities and what happens inside them. I mean, every sector, every community in Israeli society is undergoing some internal changes and fervor. It's not true that they are all fixated. All communities, all groups face dilemmas between liberalism and conservatism. They all face issues of loss of the centralism of the state. They are all grappling with issues of social media networks that are changing human behavior in a way that we hadn't known in the past, and they're all dealing with issues of intergenerational gaps as well as differences in beliefs and views. So I see the Israeli society and I consider it to be a fascinating and interesting society with a rare mosaic that gives its capabilities, and of course within that you need to know how to define the structure of the field that everybody's playing in. Okay, so let's talk.
אז בואו נדבר באמת על החיבור שאתה מנסה לעשות בחודשים האחרונים בין תומכי הרפורמה למתנגדי המהפכה המשפטית.
זה לא חיבור, אני נותן חסות לדיאלוג, לדברות, לדו-שיח, ואני חושב שזה צעד מאוד מאוד חשוב.
השיחות האלה נמשכות באופן רשמי כמעט חודשיים, באופן לא רשמי אפילו יותר, 4-5 חודשים. עד מתי תיתן להם להימשך?
אז צריך להבין שהתחושת
important to understand that the sense of instant solutions in a modern society, definitely in Israel, where everybody wants results as of yesterday. First of all, they enter this great debate and argument, and then they want the result immediately. It's not some kind of a labor dispute. That could also last months, but we are talking about a process that addresses the root of our functioning as a democratic, multicultural country, which is also the nation state of the Jewish people on the one hand, but it's also multicultural, so it does take time. Nobody is dragging their feet, nobody's wasting their time, and in contrast to various spins, the discussions, the conversations are very serious, are very thorough. People come to the room with goodwill, and the relevant leaders who
מחויבים לצורך להגיע להבנות רחבות, ואנחנו עושים מאמץ גדול מאוד. לא תמיד הכל חייב להיות במליאה, ולא תמיד הכל צריך להיות בדיון פתוח. חלק מהדיונים, עצם טבעם וטבעם בכל משא ומתן, הם גם דיונים שאתה מקיים בחדרים סגורים, ואנחנו כמובן לא נסתיר כלום. אני רוצה גם לומר שאף אחד לא מוכר את ערכי היסוד של המדינה. מתנהלים דיוני עומק על גבולות הגזרה בין רשויות. ככה צריך להיות. דרך אגב, כי 75 שנה לא עסקנו במבנה חוקתי ובקביעת גבולות גזרה ובמעמדם של שחקנים שונים בתוך הזירה הזאת. זה בסדר, זה לגיטימי לעשות את זה. ובלבד שנשמור על אושיות הדמוקרטיה הישראלית.
ובכל זאת אין התקדמות, כמי שמסקרת את השיחות האלה, אין התקדמות בסוגיות המהותיות. ונשאלת השאלה, אולי הפשרה שאתה מחפש בסוף לא קיימת. יש צד אחד שמעוניין לבחור את שופטיו, וצד אחד שמתנגד לכל פוליטיזציה של בחירת השופטים.
אבל זה לא משחק סכום אפס, ואני לא יכול להגיד לך בקביעה נחרצת שאין סיכוי. אני חושב שיש סיכוי, אני אומר את זה הרבה זמן. אמרתי את זה עוד לפני שהמשבר הגיע לשיאו. הפרמטרים הם מאוד מאוד ברורים, אבל מחייבים דיוני עומק משמעותיים. מדובר גם בתוך כל מערכת, יש גלגלי שיניים שפועלים.
In every system there are cogwheels at work, and I've said this several times. I'm not naive, I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic because the alternative is much greater, much more serious, it's much more dangerous. And on the other hand, if we reach understandings, we can imagine how much it will strengthen this country and how much it can enable it to reach another 75 years in a stable manner that will enable proper social development. Look, people don't understand. I see significant advantage in the fact that there's a public discourse, the fact that there are demonstrations and protests on both sides. It's a source of pride for Israel that these demonstrations express a fierce democratic discourse, and I can tell you that I speak with a lot of historians with influence from all over the world, and many of them see an opportunity in this and not just a low point, and maybe it's good that it's happening now and not in 30 years. This is how we we should consider this, because this is not a zero-sum game in the following sense, that my value as a group is less than yours or vice versa. I'm in contrast of handing out grades to different groups. I'm in favor of sitting down and telling everyone, okay, you each bring your source of strength to the table, but the basic rules have to be maintained. It's a democracy, a healthy one, and it's an independent system. You've mentioned the leaders, but one should ask, do you believe the Prime Minister, Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu? Because these hundreds of thousands which you mentioned that are protesting in the streets, they don't believe Prime Minister Netanyahu, and they also don't believe the dialogue process that you are sponsoring. I have to tell you that many of the protesters are indeed interested, and I'm sure of that. They want this process to succeed, and of course it's their prerogative to express their protest and their fears, and there's some basic distrust between all groups, one towards each other, and in the political system. And this is a well-known phenomena. It's also quite understood, and yet I am not willing to give up on any account, and I think that it is the explicit role of the President of Israel, who's above the political system and above the public system, to be the place where under his wings they are sitting down and discussing thoroughly and seriously and with responsibility in order to build some long-standing foundations for the Israeli society without any time limit. Look, I don't work with a stopwatch. There are enough processes that are being measured in different points in time, and we're also exerting an intensive effort in order to ultimately bring solutions. And if you reach the conclusion that there is no solution, I'm not going to give you any details on the plan B right now. It's a terrible idea, because any alternative is disastrous for Israel. You need to understand the magnitude of the situation and the extent and the scope of responsibility, and that means knowing to take brave decisions as leaders, and to know that not everything is the most important thing in the world, or it make or break, and we need to know how to respect and listen. And ultimately, and this is the most important thing, and I've said this and I'm repeating this, of course, if I see some malicious acts that were done to sabotage the process, I will not hesitate to point at that. Have you seen such malicious acts right now at this point? No. It's true that there are many elements outside the room, many factors who do not like the fact that we have this dialogue inside the room, but inside the room there is a serious, significant, responsible dialogue for the benefit of this country and this nation, and I see all parties coming there with goodwill. And the internal rift from the judicious overhaul is going into the rift between the ultra-Orthodox Haredi Jews and the secular Jews, and we see a liberal community, secular community that woke up following this judiciary overhaul, and we see the leaders of the ultra-Orthodox gaining power. What do you do about that? You know, some people here remember from their childhood some very fierce and violent arguments on issues of religion and state, and I'd like to say that I have severe reservations from the exclusion of companies, of groups, humiliating other groups. I think that there are certain statements said against the Haredi Jews that are completely erroneous and out of place, and I want all groups to recognize each other. And if I could encourage the school system and the Minister of Education, I would come up with various programs to make sure that children from all groups get to know other children from all other groups. And I'd like to say in this context that, just as I've mentioned earlier, and there are some very lively discussions in all groups, so to make statements or comments that reject and generalize about others, it's a terrible thing. This is something we suffered from as a people, and we still suffer from. And still, this is a government that, as we're speaking, is starting to vote on the state budget, which includes coalitionary funds, and as top senior economists in Israel say that these perpetuate non-employment of the Haredi Jews. Of course, there's a public public debate on that, and I don't think it's the place of the president to intervene, because this is a political event. It's definitely a topic that's coming up, and I'm sure that it comes up in Israeli public life, and it will have an impact accordingly. Do you think that the ultra-Orthodox Haredi leaders are taking care of their communities? Look, I'm not here to judge any leader, but I've been working with the ultra-Orthodox Haredi community for over 25 years, and we need to look at this group in from an evolutionary perspective and not from a revolutionary one. It's a very deep process that an entire group is going through. They do have their set of values, and they contribute quite a lot to the Israeli society in many areas that are important to us, and I respect the ultra-Orthodox community, and I can tell you I was a member of the Tal committee 25 years ago, and back then no one from the ultra-Orthodox community entered the security establishment, and the Tal law, it was a significant social process that also included a fierce debate inside the ultra-Orthodox community, not just in the secular community, because naturally in such a process each side wants to go back to the base, and the easiest thing is to say no to everything, but it did generate a change. It was rejected by the Supreme Court too quickly, too early, and it was a mistake because it prevented a more accelerated social process, and that includes other processes as well. So therefore, I think that in order to contend with the social process, we need to support it, to let it develop. And as Michal and I visit various parts of the security establishment and defense industries and other defense institutions, we meet there a lot of ultra-Orthodox men and women, but it's an outcome of a different process. So I think that when we approach this issue, we need to study it thoroughly. And I'm saying this to the ultra-Orthodox community as well. It's high time that you open up and get to know the lifestyle and worldviews of the general population of Israel, because this is how the world works. In order to have a country and improve it, you need to get to know all of its components and respect them. And what are you saying to the ultra-Orthodox leaders? I speak with them just as I speak with all the other leaders, and I'll keep to myself my conversations with them. Let's talk about other leaders. For more than 5 months, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has not received an invitation to the White House. There are some senior ministers in the Israeli government who are boycotted by the U.S. We just heard another denouncement from the State Department on Israel's policy. How concerned are you with the crisis with the U.S.? And I'm certain that the 2023 Herzliya conference will discuss this subject and hear diverse opinions. You were invited to speak in the American Congress. Yes, this is an option. This was done by a joint invitation from Nancy Pelosi and then Kevin McCarthy. So that's still in process. And it's important to say that the relationship with the U.S. is a very essential and strategic relationship for Israel. And of course, it's important as much as possible to maintain and foster these relations. There's an entire battery of visitors from the U.S. who visited the Israeli top echelon in recent months. And hopefully this visit is, ultimately there will be a visit by the Prime Minister to the White House. What needs to happen for this crisis between the U.S. President and the Prime Minister to come to an end? Look, you're asking me to discuss political issues, and I do not wish to address these issues. The American administration, it's been reported, is interested in advancing peace with Saudi Arabia or normalization with Saudi Arabia over the next 6 months. I do think it could happen with this government as well. I think that negotiation and a political breakthrough, diplomatic breakthrough with Saudi Arabia is extremely important, and it has a tremendous impact on the regional balance. It's revolutionary historically, and I think that we need to promote a dialogue between Judaism and Islam. I think that the Abraham Accords is an excellent platform that generates a much deeper dialogue at this level as well, and I would truly be delighted on any progress with Saudi Arabia. Can there be progress with Saudi Arabia without any progress being made on the Palestinian issue? I think reality has shown us that it is possible to make progress in Israel's integration into the region without any absolute prerequisites about the Palestinian issue. And the facts prove that. The Abraham Accords are a fact, and yet it's important, it's always important to maintain a dialogue with our immediate neighbors, the Palestinians, and to find ways to make things calm down so that we can continue in our shared joint life. If we're talking about uncertainty or strategic vision, it's important to say that on the Palestinian issue, all Israeli governments in recent years are turning a blind eye to this issue. Look, we also need to look at the other side. It's very complicated. The Palestinian nation is splintered. It includes two entities. There is a process of political stagnation there, as well as a process at this point of waiting for the next generation. These things are quite complicated. Of course, it does not exempt Israel from taking whatever measures it needs to take, but it's important to bear in mind that when we have a society that sanctifies and glorifies terrorism, it's quite complicated. First of all, you expect your interlocutor to do whatever they can in order to reject terrorism in any form or fashion, and it's even a very serious thing, morally speaking. So that's the basic Israeli demand. We're just a few days after yet another campaign in Gaza, and also Israeli governments in recent years have not presented any sustainable solution for the situation in Gaza. Well, I wish to congratulate the IDF and the security establishment for exceptional activities that, of course, did whatever they can in order to prevent any kind of collateral damage, and also to hit some accurate targets and to strengthen the various components of the IDF's deterrence and the deterrence of the Israeli security establishment. Gaza, in and of itself, of course, we need to address this from a strategic, interdisciplinary perspective, and as long as Iran is behind the scenes as an empire that is pushing its various proxies in the region, then you have a very significant problem. It's a strategic problem. We have a strategic, historic clash or conflict with the Iranian empire of evil. We cannot ignore that. We cannot bury our head in the sand. We cannot carry on with business as usual as the Iranians are nearing a bomb, and they're doing everything they can in order to create some instability in the region. It's a tremendous challenge for all superpowers in the world and for the world. And of course, the focus is shifted to other areas around the globe. But of course, we cannot neglect this important development. One concluding question: the previous president spoke here 8 years ago, Uvi Rivlin, and talked about, and he gave the tribes speech. It seems that today we're even much more split than we were 8 years ago. Can you see anything that can bring us together? First of all, it's important for me to comment on yet another important group in Israeli society that I would like to place them at the top of this discussion, and that's, of course, the Arab sector, the Arab community, and especially I'd like to address the issue of violence, this bane of murders and violence that is especially the Arab community is experiencing. Not only them, the entire Israeli society is suffering from this, but mainly the Arab society. I think that this is a strategic threat that requires a thorough treatment, and it needs to place it as a top priority at all levels, whether it is a very centered and focused treatment, and also to have significant public empathy for a group of people who live amongst us, and they are undergoing this terrible suffering, and it means all systems must work together and collaborate to combat this without any excuses, and you cannot say it's impossible. We need to understand that these are terrorist organizations per se, terror organizations, and that means that we need to combat them as we combat terrorism. And I think that a month ago, or even before that, you told the government to have an emergency meeting. Yes, 80 people have been murdered, 80 Israeli innocent civilians, citizens who were killed, and every day we hear about about terrible incidents, and I suggest maybe we should invite an Arab family who will tell us what it's like to live in a village when they need to send their kid to kindergarten or to go through an entire night of shooting. And we need to understand that this is a strategy for the entire Israeli population. It's not just for the Arab sector, and it needs to be a top priority. If we're talking about the Herzliya conference that's examining national challenges, this should be the first challenge we tackle. And how come the government isn't doing that? Well, there was a serious group coordinated by Deputy Minister Yoav Segalovich, who was a former Lieutenant General in the police, and they would meet every week, several times a week, and they had some very effective results. And I really and truly hope in our conversations in the President's house with all these sectors and all the groups, I hope that there will be a project manager appointed by the government to address this issue. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, everyone, and have a good day.
Distinguished audience at this stage, I would like to thank His Excellency the President of the State of Israel for participating in our event. For previous commitments, the President is forced to leave us now, and we will honor him by standing as he leaves the hall.
Thank
you very much. You may be seated. We've just been joined by a few people. I can see them on my left and on my right.
The Ambassador of the Republic of Egypt to the State of Israel. Welcome, Ambassador.
I can also see Professor Asaf Mogadam, the Dean of Lauder School for Governance and Strategy. I saw Gili Dinstein earlier on, who's the head of the alumni organization and Friends of Israel. And Professor Varda Lieberman, the provost of the university, who's just entered the hall. And now I have the honor of introducing my mentor and teacher, Professor Reichman, the founding president and the chairperson of the board of directors of the Reichman University. I could say something about his biography, but you all know what his biography like. You can actually, in one sentence, say that Professor Reichman is the entrepreneur, the #1 academic entrepreneur in Israel in anything related to the academia. Whatever you can see here around you, from the minute you enter the gate, and then you can see the students walking around, studying for their BAs, MAs, and doctoral theses, and the research that is all-encompassing, and the startup in nation, and the medical school that Professor Reichman is working on. All that when the establishment does not cooperate. This is a true, genuine Zionist entrepreneur with humanistic Zionism who's not afraid to call this institute a Zionist institute, yet it is a humanistic institute as well. This is the life work of Professor Reichman. And you know what? I feel like standing up and giving him a round of applause. Why not? Why not? Thank you very much to you all. Definitely, it was not at all in the protocol, the standing up, and I do thank the Vice President Davis for his too long an introduction, and I would like to thank you, Jonathan, and ask your permission to relate to this national trauma that we are now experiencing. In 1928 BC, there was a tear in the Jewish people that comprises a traumatic memory to this very day. During the time of Solomon, the kingdom won regional power and major achievements. However, all that was bought in the price of recruiting for mandatory work and heavy taxation. Rehoboam, the heir of Solomon, was called to be considerate of his people when he answered that my father tortured you and I will do even more than that. The voice of the people was heard. Why do we have a part in David and not in the son of Ishai? No, not upon us, Israel. The destruction of the first temple happened 130 years later. In the vision of the dry bones, this dramatic vision of Ezekiel, he expresses the faith for the reunification of the Israel and Judea from the exile to Babylon, where he prophesied from. 300 years after that event, this traumatic event, still the pain is heard because of the splintering of the kingdom, and this message is still heard today. In the neighborhood where I live, there is a very small synagogue for the glory of the Yemenite Jews. And on its facade, there are verses of Ezekiel. Here I take the tree of Joseph, and I will put it on the tree of Judah, and I will turn them into one tree, and there shall no longer be two Gentiles or nations, and they will not be severed into two kingdoms anymore, and I will call them Brit Shalom, an alliance of peace, an eternal alliance. Hundreds of thousands of people from every rank of society demonstrated when holding the flag of Israel in their hand. And this is during the past 20 weeks all over Israel. They didn't ask for any exemptions of taxes or in military services or any public jobs. All they asked for is revoking the anti-democratic judicial revolution. Lessons from the far past exemplifies that it's impossible to turn the members of the Jewish people into subservient subjects. We were slaves indeed, and also the power of the king is limited. You can look at Deuteronomy. Modern history taught us that we must rise against a regime that has been elected democratically if it exploits this fact in order to create a non-democratic authoritarian regime. There are four main fields in which the Supreme Court and its independence are important in. The first one, protecting human liberties, the civilian liberties, and equality before the law. The second one is overseeing the rules of the democratic procedure and its integrity. In these two fields, there has to be an authority to revoke laws as well. Two more important fields are there to protect the rule of law. The first one is being very meticulous about not exceeding the legal powers of the executive and legislative authorities. And the second one is maintaining the independence of justices, their integrity, and their non-subordination to those in power. This goal is regulated by a very important involvement of the Supreme Court in the appointment of judges, overseeing their integrity and the very appealing procedure protects their judicial work. In vast circles in the public, the idea is sold that democracy is the rule of the majority, and this is the only thing it is. In the coalitionary state of Israel, the Knesset is ruled by the government, and the government is held captive by a minority in its midst. An absolute rule of the coalition in the Knesset is a potential for tyranny. Moreover, when this is in action given to the executive authority, there's no democratic regime without checks and balances. In the State of Israel, the institute that is supposed to be standing in front of the Knesset and the government and prevent those boundaries from being crossed, and that not unlimited power would be taken, is the Supreme Court. This protection, according to the Declaration of Independence of the State of Israel, was supposed to be based on a constitution, and as the Knesset decided, it is anchored in basic laws. The regime revolution, and here I have to say, things which are not simple to hear, very, very difficult. Actually, this revolution is here to neutralize the protection of the Supreme Court. This is being done in a very, very devious way. The Supreme Court, of course, has not been revoked, but its power vis-à-vis the Knesset is actually ruled out. 5 strangling strings are aimed in order to carry out this job. First and foremost, it is the override provision. In a coalitionary majority, you can revoke any ruling of the Supreme Court. Second, every law, according to the current state, every law whose title is basic law, the Supreme Court will not have its powers to examine its legality, even if it pertains to a personal matter or does not cover at all any constitutional aspect. According to the proposal that exists today. 3, in the nomination committee of judges, the coalition will have a majority, and its representatives will be able to name the justices of the Supreme Court and every other judge of the judiciary in Israel. So before therefore, the political appointments, and in view of the coalition, they would be able to enter this coalition and prevent the possibility of a judicial review. In a discussion on a revocation of laws that undermine the laws of equality, the court will have to discuss a hearing with all 15 judges and accept this decision to rule out in a majority of 12 judges. Number 5, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court would be named by this committee by a majority and not by the Minister of Justice, as has been the case before. First of all, I would like to remind everyone that the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court is the head of the judiciary in Israel, one of the 13th authorities of the regime. And as such, the President, the Chief Justice, has a constitutional status in the non-written constitution and many formal authorities managing the Supreme Court and also ordering the order of the judiciary to protect the judges. The demand, and here you can see the unfairness, the demand of the representatives of the coalition at the moment is that in the naming committee of judges, they will name the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and that's another expression of undermining the independence of the judiciary. It's quite interesting that today, those who initiate the constitutional revolution, and they propose a compromise. They say we only want to appoint 2 judges at the moment that only the coalitionary majority in the committee would vote for. These 2 judges. who I assume will not be exactly friends of the idea of judicial review. Plus, the Chief Justice that would also be appointed by the committee and would be very close in his opinion or her opinion to the committee would be enough. There would be only one more judge necessary for there to be no judicial review on anything done by the legislators of the Knesset. In other words, what we see here is a wish to appoint 3 judges, and definitely there would be a very, very conservative judge in addition to that, and by that, the demand that in order to revoke a law, you need 12 judges out of the 15 resolves the whole problem for them. To neutralizing the protection of the court has far-reaching ramifications. The Knesset can legislate any law that it sees fit that would apply to all citizens of the State of Israel. The Knesset would be able to exempt the ultra-Orthodox from military service and force our children and our grandchildren to put their life on the line to protect the localities of the ultra-Orthodox in Judea and Samaria. The Knesset will be able to determine that it's possible to do a restraining order, an administrative restraint on anyone and anyone it finds fit, and actually close broadcasting authorities and newspapers who annoy the regime. The right to get organized and demonstrate would be subject to the regime. Some of the examples I'm giving you now are even taking place now in dictatorships around the world. In short, we, citizens of the State of Israel, are going to lose, according to these proposals, the secured rights given to every citizen wherever they are in every democratic country, and in one blow, we will turn into subjects. We went to wars. We left family members and friends in those battlegrounds. We paid taxes and we brought up our children with infinite commitment to our state. And we took pride in the only reward to all of that, and that is our identity card being the citizens of the Jewish state. Does anyone think that we are going to concede this very little that reflects our life story and our loyalty without struggle to the very end? It has to be extremely clear that in the absence of overseeing powers given to the court, you can distort the entire democratic process, as happened in certain countries recently. Elections can be deferred from time to time according to the convenience of the coalition, and based on the decision of the Knesset, we'll be able to manage the system of elections and procedures of elections at the very last minute in order to guarantee the victory of the existing regime. This revolution is not only aimed at neutralizing the Supreme Court, even though this is a major objective of it. I suggest that we all open our eyes and relate to the coalitionary agreements in which commitments and obligations to legislation of numerous laws that would change the character of the state and turn it into a halacha state. It is also important to be very, very on the alert to the ramifications of the budget law and the law of arrangements that would inject millions of shekels to the ultra-Orthodox and the settlement. From all that, we can draw the conclusion what direction and what goal this revolution has in mind, and what is the future that lies ahead of this country in its aftermath. There's no doubt that this measure that starts in the new religious Zionism, together with Minister of Justice Levin, this revolution is here to establish in one constitutional blitz, like a commando operation that is done in the middle of the night, a regime change like the one taking place in Hungary. This would allow the religious Zionism, this zealots, to strive later on to establish a halachic regime in a way that would bring to mind the regime of Erdogan in Turkey. Talking about a judicial reform were just a camouflage. A reform has an aim of improving the judiciary measures and to correct the checks and balances between the different authorities. There's no doubt that what is required is indeed a reform in the judicial system. We would be the first ones. We, as some of you know, are an academic institute who does not enjoy the benefits given by any dime of the public coffers. It was established totally while objecting various attempts of severing any attempt to grow. We are the first ones who came and said, yes, we must have a reform. We must redefine this dialogue between the judiciary and the government. We should give more thought about powers vis-à-vis discretion of the executive authority. We have to consider the role of the Attorney General and the legal advisors and the makeups and their powers. There's so much to do, and mostly in streamlining the judicial system and providing justice services to the citizens. Definitely, the reform is in place, and not everything that the Supreme Court is doing is acceptable by all. However, what happened here is a measure that is far-reaching. It is a whole revolution of neutralizing the Supreme Court as the overseeing entity, as the gatekeeper of the values of democracy and the basic rights of citizens. And it is unprecedented and has no similarity to what is expected in any democratic regime. It is impossible not to look reality in the eye and see what we are going through here and see what has been planned and feel this enormous pain. There was an attempt made here to give powers, unlimited power, to the coalition. And this measure shook all those who understood what was happening before their eyes and immediately brought about a series of damages to the Israeli economy, the worsening of international relations, a growing hatred in our people, and the beginning of migration, which all comprise a threat to the state of Israel, the stability of the state. The question is, where are we heading from here? Actually, there are three entities which fed this revolution and fueled it. The leading entity is the religious Zionism, that truly believes in a very radical way that this country has to be ruled by the halacha. They believe that by following this way, unity will be formed. There will be a unification between different ideas of Torah of Israel, people of Israel, land of Israel. All these ideologies will unite. And they believe that it is their right to strive to achieve this and exploiting whatever comes their way, including, for example, what it says in their platform to take over, to actually lay off 50% of the senior clerks in the government and take their positions. They are the ones pushing this forward, and they are so wrong. They do not take into account. They relate to the Zionist movement as the dream of the Messiah, but they're wrong because no salvation will come our way that way. Quite the contrary. There's going to be a very major danger posed to the continued existence of this state. Another group is that of the ultra-Orthodox. And here, I hope they're not calling me now. Look, the president talked about a process, and indeed there is a process taking place. However, the ultra-Orthodox movement is the one against which Zionism rose and pushed for change, substantial change in the history of the Jewish people. We have come while in the diaspora, if in the 10th century in Babylon, we could say that we were scattered there. After the emancipation, what happened in the diaspora turned the Jewish nation, the splintered Jewish nation that was just scattered among the Gentiles and sworn, as Pinsker said, it turned into some sort of a shadow that is no longer alive, yet not entirely dead. And what was necessary was actually, and I will not go into the Zionist worldview, there had to be given a new meaning to all that and protection of the Jewish existence. And no doubt, without the Zionist movement, perhaps there is a doubt, what would happen unless the Zionist movement had been established and operated for the establishment of the State of Israel after the Holocaust? I don't know what would have been the fate of the Jewish people had all of that not happened. And the ultra-Orthodox movement and the Zionist movement opened its hearts and gates toward it, and it was actually one of the more fiercest objectives of the Zionist movement, continued to maintain the diaspora, the exile within redemption and salvation, and left us with no real cooperation while being very careful to maintain their full autonomy, which to a large extent is fueled by the coalitionary negotiations and the taxpayers' money. And obviously, there exists a third group of the 50% of the coalition that spurs the continued revolution, the constitutional or the regime revolution. Today, we are living in a very historic moment. Undoubtedly, this is a war of cultures. Undoubtedly, the rifts in our society are very, very difficult. And there's no doubt that the State of Israel will not be able to find any chance of existence unless we maintain the very basic foundation of the Declaration of Independence of the State of Israel as the unifying power that we committed to. When I talk today about this topic, about the very foundation of the self-determination of the State of Israel, I talk on behalf of this university, because this university, as a university, a private one, that defined itself, determined itself as a Zionist university and upholds the value of commitment to self-determination of the State of Israel, as it is, as it appears in the Declaration of Independence of the State of Israel, we stand behind this demand to go back to building this dialogue from its very early point, and to say today We will not go back. We will not help inducing this rift and division in the people of Israel. This divide will bring the end of this state as well. However, on the other hand, we have to understand that what happened is something extremely serious, and there has to be, around the Zionist ideology, the understanding that we are living in a historic time. The third chapter in the history of the Jewish people starts now. The first chapter was 1,300, 400 years of life in the land of Israel. The 1,800, the 800, 1,000 years later in the diaspora had other role to play of people without a homeland. And everyone involved has to understand that we are being tested at the opening of the third chapter in the history of the Jewish people. And all of us must understand that it is permissible and even necessary to think what are the requirements of everyone involved in the opening of this new era. It is the moment to actually show our greatness. It is the moment for new thinking, for an attempt to extend a loving hand and overcome hatreds. Unless we are in this together, we will not exist at all. This moment has to be, in this moment, we have to call all those forces involved. And never ever will we allow any attempt to take place, such a serious, severe attempt of introducing a revolution in which the main aim is to eliminate and destroy Israeli democracy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Reichman, the founding president, the chairperson of the board of directors.
I'm now honored to invite His Excellency Abderrahim Bioud, the head of the liaison office of the Kingdom of Morocco in Tel Aviv. He has been in Israel since 2021. He's been the head of the North America and Caribbean States Division in the Foreign Ministry. He's also a former consul general in London and a former consul general in Amsterdam. The floor is yours, Your Excellency.
תודה רבה. السلام عليكم, שלום, בוקר טוב. אני שמח להיות כאן היום.
Hi, good morning. I'm happy to be here this morning. Thank you for inviting me.
I'm obliged to switch to English. Excellency, the President of the State of Israel that we just met a few minutes ago, Excellencies, Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Boker Tov. It's a great privilege and honor for me to be present here and to participate in the opening ceremony of this prestigious conference. Allow me first to extend my warmest gratitude to my dear friend Major General Amos Galed for giving me this opportunity to address you today. To address you today in the opening ceremony of this prestigious conference, which is being one of the most renewed worldwide platforms for debate on issues of top priority in the international arena. A special gratitude here to my dear friend, Dr. Reichman, for his personal commitment and the university's contribution to enhancing Morocco-Israel relationship. By the way, I should mention the great welcome I am used to receive in this prominent university and the continued fruitful exchange we have been holding together since I assumed office in Israel. While being here, I must say that I'm also happy to see the number of Moroccan students constantly growing in Reichman University. And we are looking forward to the Reichman University visit to Morocco that will enhance further the exchange between students from the State of Israel and students of the Kingdom of Morocco. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year's conference entitled Vision and Strategy in an Era of Uncertainty. That's the right title, yes, Major? Definitely falls on a time in which our world is facing many challenges and threats at all levels, from security, food, to energy, and so on. But it also gives us opportunities. There is no doubt that the wars and crises in some parts of the world nowadays have raised awareness on the need of promoting alternative supply chains, mainly to ensure food security and energy sufficiency and to navigate the current world environment, and this through efficient partnerships regionally and globally. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my presence here today is particularly to showcase Morocco's assets as a strategic and reliable partner and commend the level of relations we have succeeded to build together, even in the era of uncertainty we are talking about. Under the wise leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, the kingdom is being first a beacon of stability that spreads the values of peace and tolerance and actively contributes to the international agenda in fighting extremism and security threats. As His Majesty said in his message to the participants in the 9th Global Forum of the UN Alliance of Civilization, which took place in the city of Fez last November, Morocco is built around a model of openness, harmony, and synergy that has been the convergence of Arab, Islamic, Amazigh, and Saharan Hassanian confluence, and that has at the same time been enriched by African, Andalusian, Hebrew, and Mediterranean tributaries. During its tenure as co-chair of the Global Counterterrorism Forum, Morocco has keenly played a central role in this multilateral counter-terrorism platform. Just early this month, Morocco has, jointly with the European Union, launched the Initiative on Education for the Prevention and Countering of Violent Extremism leading to terrorism in one hand. In the other hand, Morocco is also being one of the most attractive destinations to investment in green and clean energy and a regional hub as a gate to Africa continent due to its political and strategic location and political stability, robust investment, regulation, and highly qualified human capital. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all those assets Morocco enjoy offer numbers of opportunities for cooperation on which our two countries are building their partnership. I must say that we are proud of the rapid progress made in our bilateral cooperation since the resumption of the Kingdom of Morocco and the State of Israel relations. The number of agreements, the flights, direct flights between Israel and Morocco, tourists, business trips, conferences between our two countries, partnership between universities, all these reflect how deep our relations and how visionary our shared agenda. Innovation, health, technology, agriculture, climate, water, tourism, R&D are, among others, the centerpiece of our cooperation. The people-to-people relations are also deepening between our two countries. A special thanks to the Moroccan community for their attachment and great love to His Majesty and their country of origin, Morocco. The strong bonds of love that are still flourishing between the Kingdom of Morocco and the Jewish community, not only in Israel, but worldwide, are because of the Kingdom's active role in preserving the Jewish heritage as part of the Moroccan identity, as Muslims and Jews have been living in Morocco for centuries in communion and spirit of brotherhood. This continues to make Morocco unique and the land of tolerance, living together, coexistence, and peace. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Morocco's commitment to peace bears upon the Kingdom's shoulders the willingness to see also a prosperous and peaceful Middle East, especially as His Majesty is the chair of the Organization of the Islamic Cooperation Al-Quds Committee. This brings me to emphasize Morocco's support to a just and lasting, equitable peace based on a two-state solution. Sorry, Mr. Hisham, I'm going to skip what you wrote for me, but I just want to make some comments. I totally agree with His Excellency, the President of the State of Israel, when he said that we should stay optimistic. Yes, we should stay optimistic, but optimism should be nourished or accompanied by hard work, by goodwill, by courage, and by compromise. And that's the way to the road to peace. I finally would like to conclude that the Kingdom of Morocco, under the leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, even if the title of the conference speaks of uncertainty, in Morocco, the heritage, the coexistence, the tolerance, and the living together that goes back 2,000 years in history, the Kingdom of Morocco, under the leadership of His Majesty, is certain of one thing, that these values, that our heritage, is the road to peace and stability. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Toda Rabba.
Shukran, Your Excellency, and wa alaikum assalam. Okay, so now, עכשיו אני עובר לעברית, אוקיי. יש לי כעת את העונג להזמין את מר משה פדלון, ראש עיריית הרצליה, חבר משפחת...
town hall member of the delegation of the Reichman University who lives across the street, hears all the noise and all the commotion here, but I'm sure is so happy to see the vast Zionist activity here. The floor is yours. Good morning, the President and Founder, Chairperson of the Board of Directors, Professor Uriel Reichman, the President, Professor Rafi Melning, the Head of Strategic Policy Institute, Major General in Reserve Amos Gilad, distinguished audience one and all. I am delighted to participate in the annual conference that comprises the main platform for the discussion of the most important political and national issues. the top echelons of the security, economy, and social spheres in Israel come, and here we discuss the chances, the forecasts, and opportunities that lie ahead of us. This year, we are discussing vision and strategy in an era of uncertainty. There's no more important topic than this, because indeed we live in severe uncertainty concerning substantial matters pertaining to the path and the character of the State of Israel. Distinguished guests, the divisions grow bigger, the ideological gaps grow wider, the security situation worsens, and the national resilience is very feeble. Crime rate in Israel grows exponentially, and that comprises an existential threat. Dozens of thousands of children at risk with no academic frameworks, and they regretfully are en route to crime. It is therefore very important that the Reichman University is devoting this year's conference to a thorough examination of all possibilities that lie ahead of us concerning the risks and the opportunities that exist, if only for the water in which we have to navigate be a lot less stormy. As the mayor of the hosting city, I'm full of appreciation to the Reichman University, my friend, the founder, Professor Reichman, the incumbent president, my friend, Professor Rami Melnik, and all the academic faculty of the greatest of qualities, who for many, many years have held the most significant conference with very, very senior participants from Israel and around the world, who guarantee that this be a very thorough and profound conference that would bring a novelty to the various issues on the agenda. The Reichman University has long ago turned into a symbol of excellence, and it definitely guides the way to students and faculty. We thank the university for being willing to operate alongside with us in many shared ventures that contribute to the city and the students, and see the values of caring and social involvement, and see how these turn into a power that impacts the life of the residents. I thank all of you for this very good cooperation, and to you, the participants, I wish very fruitful discussions. May you enjoy a very happy Shavuot holiday. Thank you very much to His Excellency the Mayor, and every conference that is organized by a Major General in reserve should keep the time very meticulously, and I have good news. We are sticking to the timetable, so I'm not going to be grounded by the Major General for the whole weekend. So as you all know, he's the head of the Institute for Policy and Strategy, IPS, chairperson of the Herzliya conferences in the Reichman University. I simply have to say a few words. This is your water, by the way. It is yours. You have half a canteen waiting for you here. And the story goes like this. I have a tip for every one of you. When Amos speaks, take out your notes and a pen and jot down everything he says, because whatever he says is worth note-taking. He's one of the people who know how to explain the Middle East in half an hour, make everyone understand what he says, and he brings in a few new words to the Israeli lexicon. Hamastan and Hezbollastan are new words in the Hebrew language, coined by this Major General, and now everyone is using those words, but no credit is being given to him. So I simply want to thank Professor Reichman for his wisdom of bringing this Major General to us, because the added value of Amos Gilad at the Reichman University is totally so hard to evaluate and quantify. We talked about this yesterday. So what we have here is hundreds of students who study with him and study from him what is happening. Now, you must notice that he is a personal friend of so many leaders in the Middle East, and I think that they get along with him mostly because of his honesty, his courage, but also his incredible sense of humor. One day I'll tell you about WhatsApps we exchange at 1 o'clock in the morning in jokes, because it is great fun joking with you, and he even taught me a few words in Arabic. Amos, the floor is yours.
Good morning. First of all, the first line item in my will, it says, Yonatan will eulogize me. What you just saw now is a preparation for that eulogy. I don't know what the date will be. So I'm truly thrilled to be standing here, because I think there's such a significant representation here, respectable representation, Professor Reichman and the entire senior faculty, and of course ambassadors from Arab countries. That always warms my heart, and I'll soon talk about that. And of course, from Europe, the ambassador of the EU and the US ambassador, people from the entire system come here in order to discuss and address issues of national security. We decided on the name for this conference a year ago, policy and strategy in times of in an era of uncertainty. We had a hunch that this would happen. Today, the unofficial title of this conference is 911. You know, when you call 911, all emergency and relief services come. And this is what I'd like to elaborate on following the fascinating overview given by Professor Reichman. I'll talk from the angle of national security. You'll hear about some of the most powerful leaders of this country, the head of the Intel Directorate, Chief of General Staff, Minister of Defense. They'll each present different angles. I don't know which ones. But let's get straight to business. We are at a junction which is unprecedented in history. We are at the peak of our power as we face ever-broadening threats, and the central threat is the Iranian threat. Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, which used to be one of our biggest friends, has become one of our worst enemies. It's not just our enemy, it's the enemy of Sunni Islam, of the Arab world. And as for Israel, in contrast to the Arab world, they are determined to destroy and annihilate the state of Israel. Jews can live in a friendly way, just as they do in Iran, according to the Sharia interpretation, but not in the state of Israel. And a lot of people find it difficult to understand. What do they want from us? This is what they want from us. No time to get into the details. Just take it as a given. I've had the honor to present to the Prime Minister back in 1996, in the previous century, and I call it BC, before COVID, because I don't want to see for how many years I've been involved in this field, but I need to expose it. And I spoke about the Iranian threat to the then Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and he adopted the Iranian threat as Israel's main challenge, definitely under his leadership. So where are we at today? Today, the Iranian threat is progressing. Despite all the efforts, what do the Iranians want to do, and where are they heading? The first item is nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons in the hands of Iran in combination with a radical extreme ideology. This is the only threat which I determine as an existential one. We can define all threats as existential threats, but this is the only one because the implication of that is terrible, and I don't want to get into the details. It's terrible. Now, Iran is in a stage that it could enrich up to 96% enriched uranium based on its decision, and that is the component still needed for nuclear weapons. And we heard in the American Congress that once they decide, it's a matter of several months. According to our estimate, it's 2 years, but there isn't that much difference between 6 months and 2 years in the history. Definitely in the history of the Middle East, it's a blink of an eye. So the fact that they've reached such a situation that they decide when to cross the Rubicon, and they haven't done so for various reasons and considerations, that's quite astounding. Number two, diverse ballistic capabilities, armed drones, cruise missiles, rockets, missiles, a huge pool, and they're trying it all out now with the Ukrainians. And we need to think what will happen when they finish there. They're just preparing the ground for their war against us. And, you know, with their chutzpah and audacity and violence, they are murdering Ukrainians without any reason. I mean, there is no disagreement or dispute between Iran and the Ukraine. That attests to their murderous nature. And there's also a popular uprising there. The recent uprising was very impressive, led by some very courageous women, but it was run over with terrible torture and brutality and cruelty. And unfortunately, this regime is stable. Another thing is terrorism, cyber terrorism. They're increasing their terrorist activities here. And another important thing, they're creating an axis of evil that includes countries that are falling apart, into which they enter like a pest that attacks the palms from inside. And just like the Lebanese cedar tree, they are eating it from within. It is a bankrupt country, Lebanon, and Hezbollah, which is growing from within, is strong. It currently has 150,000 rockets. I won't be surprised if they even have more, but that's the number we know of. Syria, if Hafez al-Assad would have seen what his son did to Syria, he would have turned, around in his grave. With Bashar al-Assad, he gave Syria to the Iranians and to the Russians so that they will save him from destruction. He murdered, he killed 500,000 people. Half the population was exiled from their homes, and now he's accepted to the Arab League in Riyadh. These things are quite amazing. Now, Iran itself was under sanctions. They are now coming out of this isolation the way they see it. They are making a strategic alliance with Russia, and they're forming strategic relations with China. Now, where is Israel? Israel has tremendous power, tremendous military power. We have a very sophisticated air force. We have air defense capabilities and protection from missiles, which we constantly see. We have amazing intel capabilities. Look how far we've come. They took 500 kilos of documents from the archives of the nuclear weapons, one of the most secretive places in the heart of Tehran, and they managed to bring it here to Israel. But there's one terrible thing that's happening to us. I call it the regime coup. I don't call it a revolution. I don't call it a reform. It's a coup. And the purpose of this is to turn us from a successful, flourishing democratic country to a failing, weak country. That's a strategic warning. If I were in the Intel Directorate, I would have said, this is a strategic warning. Let's see what's happening. Our might is based on very impressive military power that I've just detailed. And alongside that, we have political, diplomatic, strategic power. First and foremost, these are our strategic ties with the U.S. With all due respect to various politicians and ministers, and I don't even wish to mention them by name, who say to the American ambassador, mind your own business, or who do you think you are? That's what they say to the U.S. It's such stupidity. It harms Israel. Can we, for example, attack in Iran without strategic coordination with the U.S.? And I'm not getting into any military secrets here, no, but if the President of the U.S. does not meet with the Prime Minister of Israel, it's a very significant dent and harm to our capabilities, to our strength. And there's wonderful collaboration between the Israeli security establishment and the U.S. and the Air Force, but there isn't any alternatives to a strategic relationship between an Israeli Prime Minister and a U.S. President. Strategic coordinations are only made on that level. And the President of the U.S. says the special relationship, I'm translating him, it's not that this is what he said explicitly, but this is what is implied. The special relationship between the huge U.S. and Israel is a basis which is called shared values. That's a code name for democracy. If we do not have a democracy here in Israel, then our ties with the U.S. will be harmed. In all these illusions about regime change, administration change in the U.S., these are dangerous illusions. Nobody knows what's actually going to happen there in January. And I can tell you for sure that in January 2025, there will either be a Republican president or a Democratic president. That's it. All our wonderful intel cannot let us know anything more than that. And if there's a third option, I can tell you that he won't be elected. But without this special relationship with the U.S., which is global spanning, it's not just the direct relationship, it's the strategic backing. If we continue with this regime overall, we will reach an abyss. Number two, we are a startup nation. It's quite amazing what's happening here. And if we don't have a democracy that defends the system with basic rights, this money will come out of here. Without these immense investments, we lose that edge, and that's a great witness, our extra currency that what we've aggregated will run out if we are fostering, these studies that lag behind. If they think that 2 + 2 is too much of secular studies, and what do they study in Iran? They study physics and chemistry, and we're going to raise at our expense here. It reminds me that famous comment of Marx that capitalism will kill itself by financing the rope from which it will be hung, and that will be a terrible disaster if our educational system goes bankrupt. And in this university, which is a pioneering university, but throughout the university, throughout the Israeli academia, without democracy, we won't have an academia. What will we turn into? Hungary, Poland? Thank you very much. I want to stay democracy, and we're going in this path with respect to education, economy, technology. The head of the Authority for Innovation gave a strategic warning. 200 economists gave a strategic early warning. So what are we waiting for? The writing is on the wall. Our power relies on that. And I'd like to add something else to that. Israel has managed to develop with the Arab countries amazing strategic relations, and I've had the honor to be involved in that, including the Sisi, the president, and with the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. And when I see that there's a minister without the map of Jordan behind him, as if Jordan doesn't exist, it drives me crazy. The strategic ties, I don't know if you understand the depth of this. The Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, it's not that we're doing it a favor, but rather there's a mutual interest. We have strategic depth. Without the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, the way it's built today, our national security in the most deepest sense will be severely harmed, and I can elaborate on how it will happen, but I don't want to go beyond my time. Without ties, strategic ties with Egypt, just like the Moroccan ambassador described, without the Abraham Accords, these things are a force multiplier, not just for us, for the entire region, and we are exchanging capabilities. I always have full and tremendous respect for Arab countries, for Arab leaders, and I'm truly proud personally that I've had the opportunity to contribute through the security establishment along with an entire system that knows this, the military and the other intel services, just how important this relationship with Arab countries are. But if there are these cracks and rifts between us and the Americans, and if our status, you'd be surprised, as a democracy, perhaps the only democracy in the Middle East, if that will be undermined, then changes will occur there as well. And I'd like to say something about the Palestinians from a perspective of a strategic analysis. We can expect a strategic threat. I don't want to call it existential because I don't want to diminish from the term. The Hamas, Harakah Mukawama Islamiyah, is the Islamic resistance movement, and their vision, just like Iran, is to crush us. Hamas today, along with Palestinian Islamic Jihad, they belong to the axis of evil established with Iran. They are Shiites, the Iranians, they're Sunni, but they have a common goal. We need to do everything we can to weaken Hamas and to strengthen the Palestinian Authority that, in contrast to the predecessor of Mahmoud Abbas, Abu Mazen, he's against terrorism, but people say about him that he's a terrorist. What does that mean? They'll break apart the Palestinian Authority and the civil administration, and just like the Minister Smotrich wants, that will pave the way for direct conquest. And this is a tremendous burden on the military, and along with the judicial overhaul, whether or not it be delayed or cancelled, that will completely change the nature of Israel as a Jewish and democratic state. If we're not a democratic state with the Zionist vision and the Declaration of Independence and everything else we've accumulated over the years, then we are on a very bad trajectory. And I think that I must share this harsh message with you. This is actually our agenda in the conference, to give this strategic early warning. And that's my opinion. People, this is the academia. We have freedom of opinions here. There could be other opinions, but the purpose of this conference, and I'm so delighted that such senior ranking officials decided to come here and share their thoughts with us. But I'd like to say to you, as my concluding message, Israel, if it won't be a democratic country, if we will have a judicial or a regime overall, it has nothing to do with reform. Reform has to do with a more efficient police, shortening verdicts. There's a lot of things that need to be reformed. But this is not a reform. This is a false name. It's a fake name. It's this malicious software invented in Israel. Khamenei is saying, wow, these Jews have gone crazy. What have they done? They invented this malicious software. It's just, of course, things I'm saying to myself. It's my imagination. It wasn't really said. But now they've come up with this malicious software that will harm themselves. Let's just sit out and wait. We need to stop this judicial overhaul. Israel, if it won't be a country that's based on its basic values, our national security will be impacted and harmed in all these aspects I've just shared with you. The good news, there are some good news. It's not all bad news. The good news is that there is a popular resistance movement that nobody could have imagined. I didn't imagine. I was in charge of military assessment for many years. If somebody would have asked me if there would be such an impressive protest, I would have said impossible. The only protest I ever saw in Israel is in the airport before Israelis board the airplanes. But all of a sudden, Israelis are getting up to change, go against the strategic change we're trying to enforce on ourselves. So I think that the judiciary overall will stop, and there are other threats. I thank you all for coming, and I'm sorry if you're a bit uncomfortable because so many people want to attend. So I'm very proud of your attendance and proud of this conference in general. Thank you very much. And now I'm delighted to invite, or to give the command to Jonathan. And like I said, he's a master, a true master. And now I'm going to give the command to Roni Shvatana Malkai. She's an amazing woman. She'll be head of this track. She has so many things to her credit. She is a writer, an attorney. She's everything I dream to see in this country. And as her worldview, she brings together, she joins together tradition with the present and the future, and this is what creates our might. Roni, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Professor Reichman, off the record, if I may say to you, I am not a graduate of this university. I'm a graduate of the Tel Aviv University and the Hebrew University, but I'd like to say that what you did here for the benefit of minority groups, these are groups that not only have one glass ceiling above them, but rather 5 glass ceilings, and this university helps them break through these glass ceilings. So good kudos to you for that. Well done, and thank you. So, good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Most of the conference will be held in Hebrew. You have headphones for English outside this at the entry, okay? If you need some headphones. עכשיו נעבור לסוגיה האיראנית.
I will move on to the Iranian issue, which is the main security issue that we're facing. We are delighted to invite to the stage some of the best experts to discuss this core issue and to also address the question, are we running out of time?
To invite Richard Goldberg to the stage. Richard Goldberg is former director of countering Iranian weapons of mass destruction at the White House. I'm
honored to invite Major General Amikam Nolkin, former commander of the Israeli Air Force. I'm also honored to invite Dr. Eyal Hulata, former head of the National Security and former National Security Advisor at the Prime Minister's office. The session will be moderated by Dr. Ronen Bergman, and I see that his arm is in a cast, so we wish him the best of health. He's a journalist and commentator on national security affairs on the Yediot Ahronot newspaper as well as the New York Times. But just before we begin, a 30-second segue, and then we can begin. Hello, everyone. Good morning. As we were coming up, and we were introduced, and they said about the Iranian nuclear threat, or the nuclear threat that is the most important threat, or the greatest challenge that the state of Israel and the Middle East are perhaps dealing with. I remembered one night, I think it was back in 2003 or 2004, when the editor at the desk at Yediot Achronot called me up, and she said, "That's it, you're left without any work, you've run out of topic to cover." What happened, I asked. They've decided, the Iranians have agreed to dismantle their nuclear project. And I said, I trust them that they'll make sure that we still have enough work. 20 years have passed and nothing has changed. Every once in a while they'll tell us that they tell us that the challenge is over, that they're getting rid of their nuclear project. But of course it doesn't happen. Or maybe they declare that their nuclear endeavor is intended for peace purposes. But I think that the challenge is merely ever increasing. And I think that if anyone were to ask today, who started and what started and who's winning? Who's winning in this shadow war between Israel and Iran that is now being waged in every corridor, in every street in the Middle East? It would be difficult to say, you know, often people would ask me before February of last year, when will the war between Iran and Israel begin? And I said, well, I think it started a long time ago, but I said wars in the 21st century are not, you know, waged between columns of tanks, you know, raging or driving through Europe. Little did I know that they did, but wars in the Middle East are run differently. And I'd like to thank Amos for inviting me, who has honored me and invited me to moderate the panel. And I think I'll stop talking now and give the floor to our guests. I'd like to start with an easy question from Major General Avnikam Nolkin to get things started. Is the Air Force ready to attack and destroy the Iranian nuclear project? Good morning, everyone. When we prepared for this panel, Ronen said to me that he's going to ask this question, and this is why he came with his arm in a sling. And that's why he came with his arm in a sling, but he decided to ask it anyhow. So let me tell you, 2 weeks ago, there was this campaign in Gaza. And this campaign, this operation ended more or less after 3 minutes. With what happened there is that 3 commanders found their death in a matter of 3 seconds in 3 different locations in the city, following an air operation. I don't think that there are many air forces in the world that, thanks to top quality intel and excellent synchronization of the entire military, would manage to accomplish that. This is not something that you prepare or build for in 1 day of preparations, not even 1 week. Even if it's in Gaza, it takes months of preparations. And now I'm moving on to your question, and it's important for me to say that when this question is asked, are we prepared, are we ready, it's not a snapshot, it's a video. And on that video, there are a lot of elements, a lot of components that it takes years to prepare them. Some of them come from the field of intel, others in force design or force buildup. Some come from the field of operational preparedness. And, you know, as time passes, or the more time that passes, then one can say that Israeli preparedness is constantly improving. But some people might say, and I think that these are voices that were also expressed in the previous government, that after the signing of the JCPOA, the Air Force, of course it's the main element, the entire IDF, but mainly the Air Force lowered their preparedness for an effective attack of the Iranian nuclear project in favor for a better preparedness for Gaza. We've just seen that performance you've just mentioned, and everything that happened with Hezbollah, the exposure of the tunnels and the ability to wage the next war with them. 5 years have passed, and you didn't prepare, and that was also on your shift. I think that signing the JCPOA is a strategic event that occurred, and its interpretation, the way it was expressed in the IDF, was a change in priorities and a switch to a long-term planning in favor of short-term plans, and therefore, at the time in the IDF, under the instruction of the Chief of General Staff, priorities did change, and indeed this, of course, was approved by the government, and the preparedness had switched from a month-by-month level of preparedness to one that spans a decade. I think that, leaving the JCPOA, that's yet another change, and following that, the Chief of General Staff had once again decided to change the priorities and to once again place the Iranian issue at the top of the agenda, and this was immediately manifest in the work plans of the military. And yet, if we'll try to quantify it in time, in the perspective of time, for example, receiving the new refueling aircrafts from the U.S., I think it will happen next year, and other indicators. When will the Air Force be prepared for an effective attack of the Iranian nuclear capabilities, an attack that will result in enough damage? I think that regardless of your position and place in time, it would be irresponsible to state a date. But what I can say is that preparedness is constantly improving. And I'm not just saying this in order to avoid answering your question, but I'm just trying to demonstrate what's truly happening in our security processes. The intel is constantly being gathered. Obviously, the offensive capabilities are constantly improving, the assault attack capabilities, and of course the fact that we're procuring refueling aircrafts, combat jets, and helicopters, all that has added also to the preparedness. And as time goes by, our preparedness improves, and once the decision is reached, then the military will be able of coming up with a plan. Switching to English.
The calculation at the White House, when President Trump withdrew from the JCPOA, May 8, 2018, was that Iran is going to be either surrendering to some of the so-called Pompeo points, or threatening war and then facing the almighty firepower of the United States of America. But Iran, surprised, did neither, and effectively withdrew from the JCPOA. So in hindsight, and we are journalists, we are very brave to look at hindsight, but in hindsight, don't you think it was a miscalculation to make that decision, to withdraw the US from the JCPOA?
In short, no. I think when you go back in time and you think about the decisions in front of the administration at the time of 2018, the fundamental fatal flaws of the JCPOA, the timeline that the Iranians would have in front of them if you gave the agreement 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, reaching all the different sunsets while the Iranian economy grew, while foreign direct investment grew, while their presence in the region became deeper and more advanced, while their ballistic missile and cruise missile programs advanced, and their nuclear R&D continued, you would have what we face today on steroids. And so while we think of this as a moment of crisis that could have been averted, we should be thinking about the crisis that could have been had we continued.
What do you mean on steroids? They would be still, at least until that time, or until the end of the waiver of on the oil sanctions in 2019, the Iranians were more or less following the JCPOA. They were not enriching more to a higher percent or to a larger quantity.
They were following the JCPOA largely because the JCPOA gave them the sort of treasure map to a nuclear weapon over 10 to 15 years. So long as they just kept following the map, they get everything they wanted and then some. The calculation was when, I think in a moment of clarity, Secretary Pompeo, confronted with this question at one point, said, we can have this confrontation with a weaker Iran without long-range ballistic missiles capable of hitting the United States, or we can have this confrontation later, when Iran is that much stronger economically, regionally, and militarily. And we chose the confrontation early on. The idea of the maximum pressure campaign, the idea that we would have all tools of government being used to exert pressure on the regime, was correct and still is correct in many ways. Political warfare, economic warfare, military deterrence, covert action, whole range of gray zone warfare opportunities, working in partnership with Israel, with our Gulf allies, encircling the regime. Somewhere between a containment strategy and a victory strategy like Ronald Reagan in the Cold War. That all makes sense if you actually have the military deterrence. And that was the piece that I think the former president was missing until, let's say, 2020, when a young man named Qasem decided to depart the earth. At that point, there was a little bit coming back, and you started hearing rumors that the president was considering military options on the nuclear program as well, and you did see a change in behavior by the regime. The escalation moves that the Iranians were starting with in 2019 when we finally took away the waivers for the oil sanctions and started to try to drive their revenue towards zero. And we saw the instability growing. Remember the protests in 2019, sort of a first run of what we've seen in the last 7-8 months. That moment was when they started their low-level enrichment. They started breaking through the JCPOA caps, first at the LEU levels. Then they started reopening Fordo in November 2019. They never went to that 20% HEU, high-enriched uranium threshold. They never went forward to a more threatening posture until it was clear that the Trump administration was out and the Biden administration was coming in. Had we continued, this is all sort of these counter narratives, had you continued maximum pressure, had you had military deterrence in place, had you enforced all sanctions from 2020 into 2021 into 2022, can you predict where we would be at? No, you cannot. It's all a counter narrative. But, yeah, go ahead.
As much as you cannot predict what would happen if Trump would not withdraw from the JCPOA, אייל חולתה, אתה נכנס לתפקיד בממשלה הקודמת, בעצם אחרי שהוזכר כאן ההתנגשות בקאסם סולימני, פחרי זאדה, ראש פרויקט הגרעין הצבאי, גם מוצא את מותו, סגנו של סולימני, האיראנים חושבים שישראל ידעה בהתקף הלב שהוא חטף, חיג'אזי, הממונה על הפעולות שלהם בלבנון ובסוריה, הרבה מאוד פעולות של חבלה, זאת אומרת, מבחינתך כיועץ לביטחון לאומי מול איראן, גן עדן.
For national security, this is heaven, right? This is for you to say, no, of course not. Heaven, okay. Iran, let's begin with Iran. Is certainly a country that should get that title. It's a beautiful country with a lot of cultural, cultural heritage, culinary heritage, enormously impressive in that sense. So if I sort of, look at your question from a different angle, the thing that we need to be dealing with, and we were in the previous government, we certainly were, was to sort of untie the knots that, were described by the speakers before me. Reality in the summer of 21, when the government started, I just started my position several months following. The Americans already were deep in their attempts to go back to the JCPOA, which was Israel, something that Israel, of course, objected to at the time. I think we were beginning, and we accelerated as well, that it was described as acceleration to readiness, to the point where we would have no choice. Yet, with an IDF that's not ready. Because if tomorrow you want to give an instruction to attack, you can't. I think that Norkin was very precise, that readiness, preparedness is not a threshold, that then from that on, and you say, we are, ready for anything, or optimally ready. And in the same time, I would say that the IDF knew that its level of preparedness in the summer of 21 was not sufficient for the demands of the day, and so there was a great acceleration of efforts. 2 years later now, I think the system is much better prepared. I think that we should continue, of course, and hope that this continues so that we be better prepared even more in the future. Now, at the point where God forbid, it shouldn't be an aspiration. It should be something we hope to avoid. But let's say, God forbid, we reach a point where the other elements have failed to be realized, that Iran is now fully realizing its nuclear potential. 90%, I mean, Rich said that earlier, enriched. That's certainly the right direction for them, but it's not a full bomb. Somewhere within that margin, Israel may find itself in a situation where it doesn't have any other way, any other recourse besides military to deal with nuclear Iran. That's where we're preparing for, and it's not a policy really that has changed according to, you know, this kind of politics or that kind of politics, right or left. There were governments who did this better and implemented it better or worse, but I think that we do work hand in hand with the IDF in order to do everything that needs to be done for preparedness. But the policy is pretty much the same. But I think your previous boss, Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, said, no, it does change the policy. What he talked about, the octopus doctrine, you know, that you shouldn't only address nuclear targets within Iran, you know, the centrifuge, so forth, but if Iran uses drones from anywhere, then attack their drone sites. So I think here there's a real argument between the Mossad that you worked in and between the IDF. These two differing views that say we have to leave things low profile because we have to be allowed to continue to work in Syria and not come to an overall encounter with Iran. And there are those in the IDF that would say, oh, everything that we warned about is happening in Iran, and now Iran is working against us within Israel. Look what happened in the last period of time. That's under your watch. I don't think your description, I mean, with all due respect, I don't think it's precise about the tensions between the two institutions or factors. I think, yes, in order to implement the policy that I described, it is important to leave our front versus Iran under a certain level, so that if we have to act, we can act, and that the Air Force, should it be needed, is ready, and strategically we are set. Until that point, and for 20 years now, Israel has been managing a campaign, a broad and very varied campaign, by the way, some of which is IDF in Syria, some of it is other measures in Iran, where its level of complexity relies on the field in which we are, on the context in which we're functioning and operating. In order to give the time necessary not to allow Iran to move forward in their nuclear and their long-range missiles and their attack capabilities against us. You're right that in the time of the Bennett government, Bennett did lead, I'd say, an approach that was maybe more determined, more resolute against Iran, and I think that actually it proved its benefits, and it stopped Iran or postponed Iran. And other stories, maybe other administrations maybe have slightly different, but Iran has tried in several times, in fact, to send drones and unmanned vehicles and more sophisticated things against Israel, and at some point it stopped. And what happened 1 second later? And it says in the New York Times wrote about it, yeah. So, look, I think this expresses the way that this thing operates. Nolkan and I both served for many years in the, dealing with Iran. I don't think that there were great controversies, certainly not problems of principle on this matter. IDF used its tools, the Mossad used its tools, and I think together we created pretty coherent policy against Iran for a long time. And when you have to do all your calculations before attack, I mean, then there's the attack, the damage, and then the day next, meaning the war with the Hezbollah. Now, I was told by Ehud Barak, that was, defense minister in 2002, he said, why did the IDF go against the plans for attack? Why? Because the IDF saw what happened to the senior officers in 2006 in the Second Lebanon War, and they don't want that to happen the next day following the war with the Hezbollah. So when the commander of the Air Force or anybody has to make these calculations, how can they encapsulate the day next after the beginning of the attack? I think definitively especially the Chief of General Staff, the head of Operations Directorate, the head of the Commander of the Air Force, that assuming that we do begin such a mission, that we have to be prepared for a regional war. If you don't require of yourself to be prepared, then you're not doing your job right. So when we plan such an activity, and by the way, just a month ago, there was another article that was about the attack on the power plant in Syria, in which the speakers described that along with the planning of the central mission, we were also very involved, and I can say it in my head, I was head of operations in the Air Force. I was very much preparing the Air Force for a war that may occur following that attack. Hopefully it would not occur, but if it should occur, we need to be ready. So back to your question. I think it's the responsibility of senior commanders to say that, to prepare their organizations within the military for exactly that kind of scenario.
Mr. Goldberg, what were the demands, or what should be the demands of the U.S. from Israel on covert operation? This is maybe the most sensitive part of those intimate, extensive relationship. Should Israel ask permission? Should Israel say in advance, this is what we are going to do? Or maybe to leave plausible denial for America and say nothing and just wink and nod, as Israelis usually do afterwards. Say, we only heard it on television.
Obviously, it's a choice and the prerogative of the Israeli government. There are times historically when the Israeli government has brought key issues to American interlocutors at a very high level before taking action, either to deconflict, either to...
So not to be specific, but
maybe
for
you've
example,
written about these issues before in a book I've read.
But did Israel ask President Trump in meetings that you were present to assassinate Professor Fakhrizadeh?
Another young man who left the earth. Interesting question. I recently interviewed Prime Minister Netanyahu right before he came into government for a podcast, the Jewish Insider podcast, and I asked him a very tough question, and he paused, and he said, "It's a good question. I'm going to answer the question that you should have asked." Okay. So I do think that maybe we saw a little bit, Fakhrizadeh, other operations, those to me seem like just very ambitious versions of what we had seen in the past of Israeli doctrine. And obviously we have a very close intelligence relationship. It ebbs and flows perhaps a little bit during administrations, but I would say that post-Obama administration, from Trump administration forward, there really has been an incredible partnership at various levels. I would say closer than ever before in history, including on the intelligence files on Iran. And that's good for both countries. What I do see happening during the Octopus Doctrine transition is a reframing of all of this conversation, right? I think in an American audience, perhaps in an Israeli audience, we are all still talking to the Air Force commander about preparations for something like 1981 or 2007, only on a grander scale. And we are not living in 2023, in the age of gray zone warfare, of hybrid warfare, of a range of spectrum of military options, covert in nature, some not covert, the new relationships emerging in the region that can have an impact, countries bordering Iran, countries on the periphery of Iran. And so when we say, is the IDF ready? Right? I don't actually know what that means anymore, because there's going to have to be a range of options in place, both for the timing of action that will be necessary. If the decision to act is tomorrow, or by the end of the year, or early next year, or if it's in 2 years, it can't be dependent on when a new KC is being delivered. If Israeli action against Iran is dependent on that, you guys have already telegraphed way too much to the Iranians. And so I really credit the Octopus Doctrine and the continuation of that, because it does change the game for the Iranians in a very material way. And we see, we talk about all the problems and the crisis. There are opportunities. The fact that the Iranians are in the streets, The fact that you saw what you saw late last year, even after a year and a half, 2 years of the Biden administration not enforcing sanctions, yes, they're still on the books, they didn't enforce them, offering to go back to the nuclear deal, still, those sanctions in place, not even being enforced, are still biting the Iranian economy. They're running out of funds. The instability inside the regime is obvious to us. And so there are options on the table for the United States to act right now that have not been pulled. There are light switches that need to go on in Washington as they evaluate their Plan B. But the Israelis now have Plan B, Plan C, Plan D, and Washington, as far as I can tell, are not actively supporting those options, but are not standing in the way of those options.
אלוף נוקין, אם אתה מסתכל על המלחמה באוקראינה, אתה רוצה לעשות איזושהי אקסטרפולציה, הפקת לקחים ממה שאנחנו רואים שם, על, כמו שתיאר מר גולדברג, המערכה ההיברידית הזאת, הרחבה יותר, לא המלחמה, לא ההתקפה של 81 וגם לא של 2007. מה הדבר המרכזי שאתה רואה באוקראינה שאנחנו צריכים ללמוד לקראת מערכה אפשרית עם איראן?
ראשית, יש יותר מדבר אחד, וגם יש צוות שמנתח את זה ומציב את ההמלצות לצבא. אבל אני חושב שמה שאנחנו רואים באוקראינה, שדיברנו עליו בישראל לא מעט שנים, והיה קשה לנו לשכנע את השותפים שלנו, ועכשיו אני חושב שבעולם הזה אפשר להשתמש בביטוי האסימון נפל, זה עולם המל"טים המתאבדים.
Why the suicide drones, the unmanned aerial vehicles of all kinds, the infiltration, the threats that we've been talking about for years, along, of course, with the missiles and of course, ground operations. I think that in our region, in the Middle East, particularly Hezbollah in Iran, particularly a little bit in Gaza, we see this on a smaller scale, that the drones that are relatively advanced on the one hand, these drones, they're not particularly expensive, they're quite accurate. They are adding another layer to the threat. Israel is a country with no strategic geographic depth. The only strategic depth that we have is provided by intel, and with our ties with our partners around the world, of course, first among those the US, and the relationships that we have in the Middle East with the countries surrounding us, some of them. And this process that was discussed quite a bit, also by the American government and the Israeli government, of building a regional defense alliance, it's very complicated. It's been going on for years. But I think what we see in Ukraine very much accelerated. So your Aluf Barim, the man who replaced you in your position, if you had to go to Oman and go to the UAE now and say, look, this is the threat, let's connect our radars, let's work together, our alert systems, because that's the only way we'll get a force multiplier to work together. Now it's easier, right? Yes, it's easier today. Also, the Saudis are dealing with such a threat, have been for several years, and the other Gulf states, our friends in the Emirates have already dealt with such a threat, so we do have a common language to speak. And with, of course, the American command, and I think that the relationship is now the best it's ever been with the Americans, by the way, operationally, in terms of Air Force intel. I think that this is undoubtedly an opportunity to build capabilities and a network that will allow us to create strategic depth for the State of Israel and deal with a whole range of threats. And we can see this specific threat now as in the war in Ukraine. Now, the previous prime minister is now the current prime minister, but when Bennett was the prime minister, he laughed at him and joked at him, and he said, what's the most important role of a prime minister? To pick up the phone and speak to the American president, and he'll answer you. And he said, and he was talking to somebody else in the room, picking up the phone and having the US president answer you is the biggest power you can have. And he said, Bennett doesn't have that power. I don't know what we would say about Netanyahu today about that, in that respect, if that was the the benchmark. But let's say you're responsible for the strategic ties with the U.S. The Americans are very unsatisfied with any clandestine maritime events. They have negotiations that are, they're handling negotiations that some people in Israel support, but the Israeli government opposes. And at some point, the President of the United States, when he met Bennett, Prime Minister Bennett, he said, tell us about all of your clandestine operations. That doesn't sound like a great relationship. First of all, Prime Minister Bennett really had the ability to pick up the phone and speak to the President of the U.S. And beyond that, the visit to the White House at the end of August, which then turned into the early of September because there was the Kabul blast. You remember that explosion, and that delayed them for 24 hours. But in any case, it was a great visit. I think I was in most of the meeting. I don't remember any demand from the President of the United States, any demand, tell me about every mission and operation, but there was an entire discussion. But you were in most of the meeting when they talked about nuclear weapons in Israel, that you weren't in that meeting? No? There are certain things that, in facing the cameras, I'm not going to describe, but I can certainly say Prime Minister Bennett at the time said to the President of the United States in that meeting that Israeli policy towards Iran will rely, of course, on Israeli national security needs. And I think what Bennett said later in the press conference on the matter was he talked about broad strokes, meaning Israel has great interest in, of course, coordinating in principle with the Americans, but that doesn't mean that Israel has to get approval from the United States for every operation. Now, by the way, this was clear on the Israeli side, but it was also clear on the American side. And then Lapid was prime minister, and the treaty and the agreement on Jerusalem, Biden and Lapid, it says, Israel has a right to defend itself by itself. Everybody in the room understands what that means, certainly in regards to that particular visit. And it was written, and the Americans, of course, collaborated on that and signed off on it. Not only that, the process then later, and we talked about this in the White House in the summer, but when Juniper Oak occurs, right? That was in your... Juniper Oak, that was, you were still in your position, or, okay, it was just when you were, okay, it's part of that as well. That's part of the same thinking, that Israel, that we don't commit to, informing the Americans on everything, and the Americans give us this, not that we need the charter, but Americans are saying we have the right to defend ourselves, and we understand that. And not only was it not harmful to the relations, I think it accelerated the option of doing things operatively, like Juniper Oak, which was unprecedented. But Professor Chulata, at the time, the Secretary of Defense turned to us in order to, they said, they talked about bunkers, Fordo, the exercise that was built in the desert, and with, of course, the bunker, they called them Fordo bunker, they were anti-bunker measures. Did the U.S. tell you, though, at the time, that even to date, it was the last year, that we, the United States, did they say that we have the ability? The Iranians at the time didn't get into that point for them. The Americans have had their position the entire time. I also saw that, that clip of what you're talking about, and that's the same plane, the same facilities, the same missile, and the same American capabilities. But they're building, basically, a new platform, basically, that will be able to withstand such an attack. Maybe the Iranians believe they can withstand an American attack. We'll see. I hope not, of course, but, it doesn't matter. The point is that the American policy has always been and consistently been, And Rich is right that paradoxically, actually in Trump years, there were years in which the Iranians not only thought, but also heard the Americans say, this is not our game. And that's actually quite a paradox. But in any case, I think the Biden administration, among other things, because of maybe, among other things that happened in the beginning of his administration, that while he's attempting to come to a nuclear agreement, he also has to do other things, and that's what the Americans did. Maybe not at the pace that Israeli wanted, at the scope Israelis wanted, but they did. So we didn't rely on it. In our preparedness, we didn't rely on the American stance regardless. What we did do, in collaboration with the Americans very successfully, was to make sure that the president is, stays true to his promises to two prime ministers, Bennett and Lapid, apropos the negotiations with the Iranians and going back to the JCPO. And as long we, in our internal dialogue and with them, the Americans, that they recognize where there's potential, that things that occur could maybe exceed these American promises, they went back to their basic stance. And at the end of the day, August 2022, Biden and Lapid have a discussion, and he says to him, even though he wanted very much to do so, he said, we're not going back to the JCPOA. It's midterm, so no JCPOA, practically speaking, and the fact that it happened with a very sort of constructive view from us, support from us, and that we're taking, the blame, I think we also have a significant role to play in shaping how the course of events is planned out. So generally, American and Israeli relations under Lapid, under Bennett, under all of them, and of course, Defense Minister Gantz as well, all of this cockpit among the Israelis is actually a great partnership for the Americans, and I hope that it continues.
An American perspective on that, because I think there is a different side of the coin as well, and that is two things going on. Number one, the Biden administration knew from day one that the president had vowed to go back to the JCPOA or something like it. And they did not want to have a repeat of the Obama administration's breakup with Israel. So how are they going to do that? Rather than have a political feud with the Israelis and have a freezing out of intelligence cooperation and dialogue and strategic planning, there was going to be a bear hug. And so I look at Juniper Oak not as a seriousness of American military might.
Bear hug, meaning bear is a bad animal.
You can use the metaphor however you want it, but a bear hug means we're going to bring you close as possible, arms wrapped around, so we know everything you're thinking, everything you're doing, so that we can be inside your decision planning loop as best we can to prevent something disruptive from happening to our planning. And so Juniper Oak is great messaging, it's great deterrence, but the administration still views all of this as helpful tactics in still maybe getting some sort of diplomatic deal with the Iranians in the end. They're not actually serious, in my view, of using military action themselves. There is a commitment to allow Israel to do what it's going to do, which is perhaps the most important thing. But military deterrence to the United States, joint operations with Israel, these are all tactical moves towards getting back to a deal. JCPOA is off the table, they say. We're not going back to JCPOA because they can't go back to JCPOA. They wasted too much time. The Iranians ran right through JCPOA. So now they have to do a different deal, a worse deal, which would be even more disastrous than JCPOA. So JCPOA might not be on the table, even though, by the way, the sunsets are still on the table. The Security Council resolution is still in effect. We have not snapped back. JCPOA is still alive. But the restrictions, the technical knowledge, the enrichment side, that's in the past.
So you answered, ענית על אחת משתי שאלות שאני רוצה, יש לי עוד...
One of two questions that I wanted. I have 2 minutes and 4 seconds before I go beyond my time restriction, because I do have all intentions to do that, but I'd like to ask two questions very briefly. I'll address them to all three of you, even though, Mr. Goldberg, you just answered one of them. The first question, do you think that the U.S. will go for a different version or the same version of the JCPOA? There is an argument argument or debate about that in Israel, despite the promises. Some people say that the U.S. will do that. Number two, what is the red line behind which Israel must decide and attack Iranian nuclear facilities? Major General Norkin, please. Well, first of all, I think that it's not a good idea to draw red lines. And number two, I'll take that last question and use it in order to say that we are examining this threat from the military security strategic angle. To a certain extent, I think that Israel needs to define Iran as an object of a strategic competition on a broad variety of topics. Before we came up to the stage, Amos Gilad talked about the academic part, the economic element aspect, and we need to come up with a plan so that in 5 or 10 years we will still remain ahead in many areas. Of course, that includes the security field, and I think it's the right thing to do to address that. On the security sphere, we're going to keep improving our preparedness. Dr. Hulata, well, first of all, regarding your first question, the President Biden's commitment since the beginning, since early on, was to bring a better agreement than the previous agreement, and his own words, longer, stronger, broader. We said that, in context of what Rich just said about the main illnesses of the previous agreement, that the longer is definitely the most important element because the sanctions are about to expire and the clock is ticking. In October, this coming October, the sunset of the proliferation of long-range missiles will expire, and in 2 years, a bit more than that, other sunsets of the nuclear is also expiring, and the ability to do snapback in the Security Council. I think he's serious about this, President Biden. I don't know to what extent they'll actually manage to realize that. It's important to say that the previous government's policy was to object to the return to the JCPOA because that guarantees that there won't be any other way to bring a newer agreement in the future, because once Iran receives everything it's over. As for red lines, red lines, there's a very smart person sitting in this room, and he's told me that the problem with red lines is that then they turn into orange, yellow, pinkish. So it's always best not to speak out loud about these things, but to act when necessary. And I think Norkin's answer about this was very clear. So I see there's not much hope to get a better answer.
You can advise the Israeli government, what's the red line after which Israel should strike?
I also think that red lines are dangerous. I think that there has been a perception for many years that both for the United States and Israel, the enrichment at 90% weapons-grade uranium is a military red line.
They are at 90%.
What I worry about is that we have given that up in some ways, because what happened was the consequence signaled for going to 90% now is the snapback of a UN Security Council resolution.
And General Milley is now talking about
deployment, no military
deployment, not a warhead. The US government now is talking about deployment.
Well, there's a few things we should remember. I'll leave with these comments. Number one, the idea of sunsets should never have happened. We were obsessed with sunsets in 2015. We talked about the sunsets, longer, stronger sunsets. We just need more sunsets. There's one sunset that matters when Iran has an industrial-sized enrichment program. It's called a sunset of their choosing. It's a time of their choosing. If they are left with the capability, they will find a time of their choosing. That is one lesson we need to take with us in whatever decisions are coming forward. Number two, I think we also have to understand that the idea of breakout timelines and weaponization are flawed metrics by which to determine action. Breakout is in the past. Breakout was always a flawed dimension because it allowed them to build up capability and just focus on stockpile and deployment of centrifuges. They have IR-6s, they have advanced centrifuges, they have a stockpile. They will be allowed to keep those in storage under any deal that's been talked about. That is no longer part of our metrics. Weaponization, God help you if you have an intelligence failure on weaponization, if that's going to be your metric. That's a big bet for the existence of the State of Israel to be on weaponization. So what do we look at? We have to look at the program's impunity. There is a point at which, and it's hard to define, where you will no longer be able to use your tools to stop the inevitable. And that is your red line.
On this optimistic note, I think we can be rest assured that next year as well, we're going to sit here and discuss this, and this will be the most important and reason for concern. Thank you so much to all of you for coming. Thank you very much for this fascinating panel.
Lockheed Martin
is the largest defense corporation in the world with 116,000 employees who work in dozens of countries. Lockheed Martin manufactures fighter jets, carrier aircrafts, helicopters, laser technologies, space and missiles. Lockheed Martin has been around for decades, and it provides to Israel diverse capabilities and technologies, and that includes the F-16, F-35 aircraft, as well as the CH-53K helicopters that will replace in upcoming years the Yasurim. I'd like to invite Amos Gilad to introduce the next speaker. Amos, please.
What matters most is the mission that matters most. At Lockheed Martin, we know today's battlefront is behind, above, and below. So no matter where the threat comes from, we make sure you stay ahead of it. Out here, we understand that every piece of the all-domain puzzle must fit together perfectly so that you can defend our shared values and own the contested battle space. That's why we've spent decades building and connecting the platforms you need to dominate every domain across air, land, sea, space, and cyber. We've created technologies that unite disparate and complex systems so you can sense, make sense, and act, protecting in the same moment you detect. And to safeguard that advantage, we're integrating digital engineering, AI, and 5G technology into the field and within our own walls. Everything we do is in service of what you do and why you do it. Your mission is a safer, more secure world. Our promise is to help make it happen by connecting the software to the hardware to everywhere, ensuring those we serve always stay ahead of ready.
Okay, our next speaker is from a top executive at Lockheed. I called them Lockheed Stan, because a corporation like Lockheed is actually a strategic entity in Israel, is fortunate enough that thanks to the special strategic relations it has with the U.S., we can benefit from the best products in the world, the F-35, as part of our strategic power. Stephanie Hill, switching to English.
Senior leader of Lockheed Stan, the entity that I am recognizing now officially as state. So, and Stephanie Hill, it's herself, she is a real leader. And we are privileged to have her here while she is dealing in Israel with the most sensitive and strategic issues that relate directly to our national security, namely our future. Ms. Stephanie Hill, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, General Gilad, and good morning to everyone. It's such an honor to be here representing my 116,000 teammates from Lockheed Martin all around the world. I want to thank President Herzog for officiating the Herzliya conference and the leadership of Reichman University for hosting us. In this era of uncertainty, it is vital that leaders from every sector of society, government, business, and academia come together to discuss a vision and strategy for the future of Israel and the global community. And it's so fitting for this discussion to take place at one of Israel's premier institutions of higher learning, dedicated to advancing Professor Reichman's motto of liberty and responsibility. This year's conference is particularly special as it coincides with the 75th anniversary of the establishment of the State of Israel. The Israel of today is a thriving nation of more than 9 million people. But the leaders in this room know that over the past 75 years, this nation has been under constant existential threat. One of the gravest threats came in 1973, when Israel was attacked on the holiest day of the year in the Jewish faith, Yom Kippur. The Israeli Defense Forces' stock of munitions was quickly depleted by the surprise invasion. Prime Minister Golda Meir asked the international community for help. Richard Nixon was the US president at that time. Fortunately, he and key members of his administration, including Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, a Jewish immigrant who had fled from Nazi Germany with his family in 1938, recognized a fundamental truth about the relationship between our two nations: that the State of Israel is one of America's most crucial global allies in our shared efforts to deter aggression and preserve peace in a highly volatile world. Nixon quickly authorized Operation Nickelgrass, a major airlift of military equipment into Israel. At the time, the only transport aircraft in the world that had the capacity to carry the massive equipment that Israeli forces needed was the Lockheed C-5 Galaxy. A week after the war began, American C-5s began to deliver critical supplies to the IDF. Over the course of 1 month, the C-5s flew 145 missions and delivered 10,673 tons of equipment, including helicopters, tanks, and ammunition. In addition, Lockheed C-141 Starlifters, which were the C-5's smaller cousins, flew 421 missions over that same period, delivering 11,632 tons of equipment and supplies. The U.S. government also supplied the Israeli Air Force with 12 Lockheed C-130E Hercules transport aircraft. The rapid infusion of munitions helped turn the tide for the Yom Kippur War. As your nation had done in the many attacks it endured since declaring independence in 1948, Israel once again prevailed. For generations to come, Prime Minister Meir said, all will be told of the miracle of the immense planes from the United States bringing in the material that meant life to our people. Now, I share this story not just to convey my pride in our company's legacy of support for the State of Israel over the course of its 75-year history, but in my mind, this story illustrates several important lessons that are highly relevant to the challenges we face in this new era of uncertainty. It's an example of just how quickly and unexpectedly the threat environment can change. It shows the need for strong military and economic alliances among nations committed to preserving global stability. And it demonstrates the need for those allied nations to have a robust, modernized defense industrial base, which includes a highly skilled and innovative workforce that has the capacity to meet the security challenges of today and tomorrow. A defense industrial base that in times of urgent need has what it takes to make miracles happen, like one Prime Minister Meir spoke of 50 years ago. And that's precisely what I want to discuss with you today. The dynamic and rapidly escalating threats our customers are facing around the world, our company's vision for building a global aerospace and defense enterprise that is capable of deterring and defeating these 21st century threats. Some of the unique challenges our industry faces in our efforts to realize our vision, and the excellent example that the State of Israel has set for the rest of the world in how to build a modern and agile defense industrial base. So let me start with the threat environment. Over the course of my 36 years in this industry, I've seen the threat landscape change drastically. When I first joined our Lockheed Martin team as a software engineer back in 1987, the United States and the Soviet Union were locked in a global chess match of nuclear brinkmanship. Each country was engaged in an all-out effort to gain a technological advantage over the other. Our customers were depending on us in industry to help them keep an upper hand by churning out new defense capabilities that would make the Soviets think twice about testing America's resolve and escalating our standoff into combat. Today, we're once again in an era of great power competition, where near-peer adversaries are working diligently to erode our technological advantage. Except this time, because of the democratization of advanced technology around the world and the unprecedented pace of technological change that we're seeing today, our adversaries are able to close the gap much faster. In my role, I have the privilege of representing Lockheed Martin in meetings with customers all around the world. In fact, that's the purpose of my trip to Israel this week, to listen to the leaders, the policymakers, and warfighters in this room and across this nation and discuss how we can serve you better. Now, each nation I visit has its own unique set of challenges. And there is one message, though, that I've heard consistently nearly everywhere I've traveled in recent years, and that is that the threats we're facing globally today are the most volatile and complex we've seen since the end of the Cold War. They tell me that we need you, our industry partners, to provide us with more capable and agile solutions, and we need you to produce them faster than ever before. We've heard our customers' message loud and clear. Siloed platforms and systems procured through a 20th century defense acquisition simply won't be enough to keep them ahead of emerging threats. That's why we at Lockheed Martin have set our sights on 21st century security. It's our vision for modernizing the global aerospace and defense enterprise. Our vision is based on the premise that the aerospace and defense industry provides our customers with much more than just planes, ships, munitions, radars, and satellites. We provide our men and women in uniform with the tools they need to deter aggression and preserve peace around the world. Now, our 21st century security vision has a few elements. First and foremost, we believe that technological superiority on the 21st century battlefield will be determined by the ability of forces and allies to operate jointly across all domains, land, sea, air, space, and cyber. We're focused on building networks that tie together all of our customers' platforms and systems, regardless of whether they're manufactured by Lockheed Martin or other technology providers. A network like this would enable the F-35 Adir, for instance, to act as a quarterback in the sky, relaying a comprehensive picture of the battlefield to IDF assets all across every domain. By providing our warfighters with the technologies they need to achieve joint all-domain operations, they'll be able to detect threats earlier, make decisions faster, and bring all of their assets to bear in a coordinated fashion to overwhelm their adversaries. Another element of our vision is to integrate rapidly advancing technologies like artificial intelligence, advanced computing, and 5G communications into our platforms and systems to make them more capable. Partnerships among technology companies, including international partnerships, will be essential to make this part of our vision a reality. For example, One of the rapidly advancing technologies that we're seeking to accelerate into our defense platforms and systems at Lockheed Martin is directed energy, which is perhaps more commonly known as laser weapon systems. Thanks to the leadership of the Israeli Ministry of Defense and the innovation of your nation's aerospace and defense industry, Israel has emerged as a global leader in directed energy technology. Late last year, we signed a teaming agreement with Rafael Advanced Defense Systems, one of Israel's leading defense technology companies, to jointly develop, test, and manufacture high-energy laser weapon systems as a part of the Iron Beam project. Iron Beam is expected to be the first ever operational laser weapon system for ground-based air defense against threats such as rockets, mortars, and UAVs. By working together with Rafael, we'll be able to jointly deliver this life-saving technology to Israel, the US, and other allied nations all around the world. The final element of 21st century security that I want to discuss, which is truly the key enabler for our entire vision, is digital transformation. In addition to transforming the products and services we offer, aerospace and defense companies also need to transform how we operate internally. This is critical to meeting one of the demands from our customers that I discussed earlier, which is to deliver solutions much faster at the speed of relevance to the rapidly evolving threats they're facing. Across the entire life cycle of our products, from design and testing to production and sustainment, we're implementing new digital tools that will enable us to deliver solutions with greater speed and agility. We're also leveraging the incredible amount of data that's generated by these new digital tools to provide insights to our teams and our customers that they can use to make our products more affordable and more capable. One of the many Lockheed Martin programs that's benefiting from our investment in digital transformation is the CH-53K heavy lift helicopter. And we're looking forward to delivering a fleet of CH-53Ks to Israel in the coming years that will help to further modernize your nation's defense capabilities. And I'm very pleased to report that our Sikorsky line of business currently has 12 CH-53Ks in various stages of production for the Israeli Air Force. Those helicopters will soon come out of a factory that was built from the ground up with the latest digital technologies in engineering and manufacturing. At our factory, our engineers do their design work in a virtual reality environment, allowing them to build our products virtually before bending any metal in real life. And that saves an immense amount of time and helps drive down costs. Our team members on the manufacturing floor use tablets with augmented reality assembly instructions, automated tools like torque wrenches that are programmed to tighten bolts just the right amount, and 3D printers that allow them to create parts and tools right when and where they need them. I truly believe that our 21st century security vision holds great promise for the future of the global aerospace and defense industry and the ability of allied nations to confront emerging challenges together. But there are some critical barriers to achieving our vision that I want to discuss with you next. These barriers include the erosion of the industrial base and a shrinking pipeline of talent in the fields of engineering and manufacturing. Behind every one of the products we build in our industry is a long, interconnected chain of raw materials, parts, and services provided by thousands of businesses all around the world. And over the past several decades, the number of suppliers in the defense industrial base has declined. It's happened for a number of reasons, including a decrease in demand for defense technologies after the Cold War, and economic globalization that has resulted in a shift of manufacturing capacity and manufacturing jobs from the developed world to the developing world. Recently, at Lockheed Martin, we've seen the supply chain challenges firsthand. In our efforts to ramp up production of missiles and rocket systems and other key technologies in response to the war in Ukraine, we face challenges in acquiring enough motors and other essential components from our suppliers. This is more than just a business or economic issue. It's a threat to global security and stability. After the Cold War ended, Allied nations evolved toward a defense acquisition system that is designed to produce technologies just in time, because it was the model that aligned with our threat environment around the world at that time. Now that we're back in an era of great power competition, we need to evolve once again into a model that can produce technologies just in case, so that we have what we need to deter threats from increasingly aggressive near-peer adversaries. I believe there are 3 key actions that Allied nations should take to bolster our defense industrial base and deliver 21st century security for their people and interests around the world. And it's going to take a collective effort among nations and across every sector of our respective societies. The first action is to commit to consistent investment in military readiness and modernization. The second action is to build partnerships across industry and international boundaries. And the third action is to strengthen the pipeline of talent in science, technology, engineering, and math. On all 3 fronts, I think it's vital for the leaders in this room to be engaged in solving this global challenge, because I believe Israel offers many lessons for the rest of the world. Thanks to the foresight of your nation's leaders over the past 75 years and the realities of the threat environment you face every day, Israel has consistently prioritized investment in its military readiness and modernization. The amount of funding that your nation invests in the military as a percentage of your GDP is among the highest in the developed world. Consistent funding gives industry the stability and predictability it needs to raise capital, invest, and plan for the future, and to take calculated risks to develop new capabilities through independent research and development. It also helps preserve small and medium-sized manufacturers, which are the backbone of the defense industrial base and a vital source of good-paying jobs for people here in Israel and allied nations around the world. Israel has also demonstrated the power of building partnerships among government, the aerospace and defense industry, the commercial technology companies, including partnerships that transcend national boundaries. The Israeli tech sector has been a global leader in developing dual-use technologies for both military and commercial markets. And the development of dual-use technologies is crucial to staying ahead of adversaries like China, which is using its authoritarian regime to focus every sector of its society on eroding our technological advantage. Israel is showing how to harness the ingenuity and patriotism of free people and the healthy competition created in free markets to build a 21st century arsenal of democracy. I'll conclude by talking about the single most important asset in the defense industrial base, which is our skilled and talented people. In our race to secure our military advantage over surging adversaries, we're going to need the best and brightest talent to design, test, build, and sustain the defense technologies of the future. This means that we must bolster the pipeline of talent in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM. Our company has been honored to partner with the Ministry of Education, local municipalities, and the Rashi Foundation on a number of STEM programs here in Israel. Last year, I had the pleasure of traveling to the northern Israeli city of Bet Shean to open the latest Mata Kids kindergarten complex. Mata Kids is a program designed to immerse children in the wonders of STEM at a very early age, with the goal of inspiring them to grow up to become the innovators of tomorrow. 10 Mata Kids kindergartens have opened across Israel since 2015. I was so thrilled to see the faces of the children light up when they were engaged in science experiments and they were 3 to 5-year-olds. It reminded me of how the world of STEM was revealed to me when I took a computer coding class in college. While my STEM inspiration came much later in my educational career, seeing the children at Kids made me think about how many lives will be changed for the better by exposing young people to the wonders of science and technology at such an early age. I believe it's a best practice that Israel can share with allies around the world. I want to thank the conference organizers and university leaders once again for the incredible honor of joining you here today. And as I said earlier, I believe this is truly an ideal group of leaders to be discussing this vital issue at such a crucial juncture for Israel, the United States, and allied nations across the globe. While this is a challenging moment, this gathering gives me great hope for our ability to work together to secure a safe and prosperous future for generations to come. Thank you so much for your attention this morning.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill, for the inspiring talk. אני מתכבדת להזמין את בועז לוי, מנכ"ל התעשייה האווירית לישראל.
Of Israel Aerospace Industries to a one-on-one interview about innovation and technology as sources of national strength. The interview will be conducted, he's already here, even before I called him, and it will be conducted by Nir Dvori, a security and army correspondent from Channel 12 News. If you would, gentlemen. Good afternoon to everyone. Glad to be here. Glad to be with Boaz Levy, CEO of Israel Aerospace Industries. There's a lot of things to talk about. We'll try and talk about as much as we can in the short amount of time we have. I'm sure you all understand that we are in a time of dramatic change, geopolitical changes. All of this influences and affects our military and militaries across the world, and of course defense budgets across the world, and it has impact on military industries. And we have the honor of speaking of one of the leaders of the military industries here in Israel, and we have also internal, debates. We are just a minute after an attack in Gaza, and don't tell anybody, but we are now marking 70 years to the establishment of the aerospace industry, and Boaz has only been there for 35 years, so he may have had 35 years of experience to tell us about, okay? So welcome, hello. Let's talk about the Gaza events, the latest events, because one of the things you talk about in the Ministry of Defense is technological supremacy. Have we seen this? Is it evident in the last campaign? I think the last operation is a series of what we see across the world in various places, in almost every continent. So slowly, we see how technological supremacy wins the day. We see the need for synchronization. If you recall anything from the last campaign, it's certainly the fact of there was synchronization and cooperation between our forces to create something so precise, and that's where we are. That's what we're doing, and doing with pre-thought by the aerospace industries and with the tools and implements at hand that could make this a reality. So, okay, so apart from just, like a general title like you gave us now, this means also intercepting things within enemy territory. Yes, as we said, technology is the one that technology dictates the future battlefield. And technology that exists today in aerospace has been proven and will allow us to shift the battlefield to enemy territory and also to whatever targets we want. So what we see in Gaza is things that you'll be able to do in other places, farther, more distant places in the future. What we see in Gaza is a preface for what could happen in the future, where a war will be on enemy ground. And how is that done? Because at the end of the day, 1,600 kilometers away, what do you do in order to create that battlefield? If I want to function 1,600 kilometers away, I need power. And we have that with our satellites in space. And I remind you all that this year, aerospace industry has now 2 observatory, 1 optic and 1 radar, 2 satellites in space. And the combination of the 2 provides us with an overall picture that gives us a very good image and allows our decision makers to understand what's happening in our region and what we should do in order to face our threats. We also need a bird's eye view about everything. So that's how we do with the radars, electro-optical devices, and at the end of the day, there's an interceptor that knows how to do its job, and it's based, of course, on distance. And when we talk about the distances that you've mentioned, then obviously we're talking about like the Arrow system that can also address low altitude and high altitude, and Arrow 7, when will we see it operational? I mean, if we're talking about Arrow 7 is in advanced development stages. I can't tell you exactly when it will be commissioned, but it is, of course, part of our overall structure of defense. But what you're describing here is a kind of armaments race between us and our enemies, and it's also sort of a battle of the minds. So how does it look, for example, for Israeli aerospace industries and as a leader of this industry? The aerospace industry, of course, employs a lot of people, very capable people. They are, in fact, our greatest asset, these people who have technological view, but also operational understanding, meaning in the big sense, people who did their military service and also continue in military positions of various kinds sometimes, but they see the changing battlefield. And these are the people who look ahead to the future, and the people who are trying to play the game, as you call it, and try to be 2 steps or 3 steps ahead of the game, ahead of the enemy. And we always have to keep our current capabilities to develop the next capabilities that should be operational very soon, and to look into the far, far future, to the next campaign, and see what we can do in the long range in order to address our defense needs. So, for example, in critical things such as combat, what do we need to address? I think in every aspect, if we look at it very, very broadly for aerospace industries, there's the element that you describe. Now, if it from space, we can see this in view. We can see this in Ukraine, for example. You want to get a broad image. You want to get an understanding of exactly what's happening with the greatest level of resolution and detail. That's what satellites are for, to give us a better coverage and also higher resolution. On the other side, we have the attack side of things, and we have enough attack capabilities that can reach a specific target at the right level of precision, and of course then there's defense. But the name of the game, or the secret to all of this, is not looking at every system individually, but rather looking at the overall picture. We are living in an age of the system of systems. It's not enough to look at just one system, just at defense, or just as attack, or just this or just that. We have to give optimal solutions for the future battlefield. And that is something we know how to do by synchronizing all of the information, all of our capabilities, and through very sophisticated algorithms, of course, including AI, data, big data analytics, and so forth. So give us a couple of examples of things of the future that are being worked on, and we'll see them a couple of years down the line. For example, the broad use of AI. That's something with, of course, big data analytics. For example, the last example, using data from various sensors, some of them in Israel, some in space, in order to connect all the dots, whether it's information that comes from the air, from the sea, from whatever plane. And it's not only for military interests, by the way, because what we see now in wars is that wars are conducted in cities. And when they're conducted in cities, we have civilian lives, we also have rescue operations, we have other forces that are involved in this kind of a battleground. So we are trying to take this big data and bring optimal precision solutions. So let's talk about Ukraine for a moment. because one of the things that Israeli industries have developed, and we see this in Azerbaijan and we see this in other places, is now being used by many. Suicide, drones, sort of wandering weaponry systems, and roving. And we can see how everybody around the world are increasing their budgets, and with everything that you've described, to increase their drones and so forth. Israeli aerospace really always knew to provide the best solutions for the first air-to-air missiles, the first drone in the world, unmanned vehicles, intercepting capabilities. A lot of that is Israel, and also the roving elements that you just mentioned here in Ukraine. That's been part of our industry, and it's a hybrid between a missile and a drone. Now, when I look ahead, and I see the new technological developments that look at the future battlefield and try to provide solutions, and it's more autonomy and autonomous capabilities, working remotely, the ability for data analysis and finalizing the right reaction to any kind of threat with a minimum of personnel and a minimum loss to life. That's really the calculations. These are the parameters which will determine the future. We see what's happening in Europe, the hysteria. And what's happening with Arrow 3 and the Germans, because, well, it's not a secret that I know all about Arrow, but okay. I think that we have developed here in Israel a defense system which in fact is the best, in my opinion, for interception of missiles, and that's my opinion. I'm very glad for the collaboration that occurred between the government of Israel and the government of Germany, with the understanding that the Americans are of course also partners because they funded some of the development, and we're moving forward to a contract for the Arrow 4 that will be able to provide address for German needs. This is now in negotiation, and of course with the supervision of the three governments that I mentioned. And if I maybe give you a small prediction, I think this contract will be finalized within several months. And if the Germans are defending and arming themselves, other countries will as well. First of all, the Germans are establishing their forces because they want to defend Germany and German allies, and the footprint of Arrow 3 is very great. Arrow 3 basically allows optimal installment and dispersion. But if we're looking at it within this context, you can expect that Arrow 3 will also be in other countries as well. And let's talk about transactions that are now being finalized, new markets, also following this war, but also following very interesting changes that are occurring in the Far East and in other areas around the world. Look, had we had this conversation 2 years ago, then I would be talking almost exclusively about the global changes because of COVID. And I think that what we're seeing now today is much bigger than that even. It's around the globe. It's a change on every parameter and every front. We see it in Europe, we see it in the Middle East, in the Far East, Japan, Korea, other countries. We can see the enormous change among the Americans and the American stance. And also where we live, here in Israel, you can't forget the Abraham Accords. This is a new world order that's being produced. There's more collaboration in it and more sophisticated weaponry systems. And I think that Israel, with the developments that it has made in recent years, now offers the world a range of solutions in order to address existing threats and how we look to future threats. So yes, we have new markets opened up to us, also in the Far East, in Europe. I mean, we're all aware of this. And it's not only Europe, Ukraine, it's also Europe generally. I mean, you just mentioned Germany. We talk about the Baltic states, about the countries around Ukraine. Each one of these countries is trying to figure out its defense needs. But here in Israel, there's also been a change with the Abraham Accords and so forth. So I think the regional collaboration is in its infancy right now, and it's gaining ground, and it will create a cooperation that's industrial and between different countries. You talked about the Gulf states, and you spend quite a bit of time in the Gulf states, from what I understand. Is there a struggle or a difficulty that you see recently there? I think that we are in the beginning of a relationship with the Gulf states, with various countries. And generally, we're presenting Israeli technology, we're building trust. Obviously, building trust is something that takes time, and we're doing so slowly, step by step, first of all on the level of the governments, and then, of course, in other measures. And of course, there are a lot of collaborations that are now started. Just in the latest Abu Dhabi Expo that was conducted, we showed an unmanned maritime vessel, a ship that is the co-development of Israeli aerospace industries in an Abu Dhabi company. How much is your affiliation with the defense ministry a problem, an obstacle to your export, and do you need sort of lighter guidelines so that you'll be able to export more? As CEO of the aerospace industry, of course I want it to be easier to do business. But on the other hand, there's a national responsibility, and I think the Defense Ministry and I think that the Development Division do an amazing job to strike a balance between our abilities, the abilities that we also allow to other countries to purchase and acquire, and what we have to provide. So the last challenge, the biggest challenge, how do you keep people, the good and talented people within the company? I mean, that's the most difficult thing, to keep the good and talented people. I heard Stephanie from Lockheed Martin, and she talked about this as well, and we have, of course, the Minister of Education, and he's going to talk about that as well, I'm sure. But at the end of the day, the state of Israel, I think, understands that what wins the battle is technological supremacy. In order for you to have technological supremacy, we need to invest in education and in development. And in those two things, Israel is doing a great deal, but there's a lot yet to be done. We, in aerospace industry, invest a lot, $250 million per year from our profits in developing the next future generations, and we invest a lot in our HR in order to develop the future solutions of the future. We are time after target. That's how it's called in the military, and I look at the clock, we are the time after target, so okay. And now we have to conclude, and I'm sure that the minister who speaks after us will appreciate it. So first of all, thank you, Boaz Levy, CEO, Israel Aerospace. Good luck to you in the future. I have the honor to invite Professor Uriel Reichman, founder, president, and chair of the board of Reichman University, to present the next speaker. If you would, Professor. It's a particular honor for me to present the Minister of Education, Yoav Kish, because as many of the founders of this place, he came from a military combat past as a fighter pilot, and now he's investing all of his combat experience to improve the education system in the state of Israel. I have to say that the issue of education is one of the most important and the most fascinating in Israel. If you know my personal story, the one thing that I was willing to do when I finished university studies, Arik Sharon asked me to be Minister of Education, and then he sort of went to bed, and then Olmert the next day made a different decision, and then I was asked to be Minister of Justice, and I said no. I said the only thing I'm interested in after my leaving, the only thing I'm willing to do if I leave my university position is be Minister of Education and nothing else. So I said no. So I'm very glad that Yoav Kish took upon himself this particular position, this goal. I have no doubt that what we've learned about him, his commitment, his enormous commitment to bring real improvement to the system, a system that's very problematic with various levels of education. And I'm sure that we will hear now a lot about the creative thinking involved in order to make things better. Now, as an institution that sees it as a calling to shape the future leaders of the State of Israel and educators of the State of Israel, we would be very grateful to the minister to work together in order to do our job here in the best way possible. And as always, we are an academic avant-garde of higher education here in the State of Israel, and we would be happy to help in everything that we can, the most important missions of the Ministry of Education and that the minister lead. In the past, we were the pioneering factor that opened the doors of higher education generally, particularly law, social sciences, and so forth, something that really came to solve problem of academic closed gates to an entire generation of people who couldn't study. And now, in today's world, with the minister, we are here to deal with the great problem on scarcity of doctors in the State of Israel. Medical studies in Israel need more and more students. We really need more medical professionals, and that's something that we've enlisted to without doing it with government budget, in order to do it through private funding, in order to be of assistance in this mission. And we will do everything within our power in order to help in that regard. I am grateful to the minister, to Mr. Yoav Kish, who has agreed to speak here today. Thank you that you honor us with your presence, and we assure you down the line everything we can do to help with this very difficult task that you have tackled. We say the best of luck, and we'll do everything we can to help. If you would, Minister of Education, Mr. Kish, if you would.
Thank you very much. I just received an explanation on how to switch to the next slide, so hopefully it'll work. A routine morning of the Minister of Education, battles with the Teachers Association and Mr. Ran Erez. I don't know if you've heard, he's announced that he wants to prevent the delegations to Poland and the graduation parties. That's routine, par for the course. But I'd like to talk about the Ministry of Education, but before the educational system or the school system in Israel. But before I do that, I'd like to talk about the higher education system. I'd like to seize the opportunity that I'm here in the Reichman University and tell you what I see as important in my position as chair of the Higher Education Commission and my general perception regarding higher education. Higher education is actually founded on two very important pillars. One pillar, that's the ability to really raise a generation of educated people who will have an impact on all areas of life. And of course, not just undergraduate degrees, graduate degrees and doctorate theses and postdoctorate. So that's one pillar. The other pillar is the research pillar, and university academic research is just as important, and it requires a lot of budgets. By the way, it seems a bit maybe contradictory, because if on the education pillar you want to integrate people who are first generation in higher education and bring people from more peripheral areas, and you want to march the entire nation forward, but in research you understand that you're making some very heavy investments that is for a relatively small group of outstanding scholars. But without these two pillars that live together and function and succeed, I think that the academia doesn't carry out its mission. And I'm saying this here very clearly, that I'm going to devote efforts and budgets to the fact that research in Israel will continue to flourish and will be dominant and significant. And indeed, we have some of the best universities in the world, or at least at a global level, and to indeed also allow first generation in higher education. And you did do an excellent job on this front here in the university, and you definitely deserve a yishar koach, a kudos for that. And we're going to continue to work together. Now I'd like to talk for a minute about... I need to stay close to the mic, otherwise you can't hear me. Okay, so I'll stay here next to the podium. I would like to talk for a second about the school system, the educational system. The educational system is in a very difficult crisis, and I'm not accusing or blaming anyone, not my predecessors or anyone else. It's a very difficult situation. Thank you for that. There are various basic challenges in this system, and now we need to deal with that, and I'm going to elaborate on that and to indicate what are the most important things that I saw when I came to this office. First of all, the status of principals and teachers. We are in a world where everybody has cell phones, the parents know, the networks, the groups. On the one hand, it's a strength. If it's managed well, then parental involvement in the educational system could be a great strength. But on the other hand, regretfully, there are also some bad places, and we see how that can impact the teachers, so much so that it sometimes even can lead to violence against teachers. And a shortage, a scarcity of teachers is definitely something we're dealing with as we're preparing for the opening of the next school year. I'll address that later. And we're talking about a change in reality. If we compare how teachers were considered 30 years ago and the situation today, it's clear to everyone that we're at a completely different place, and that goes along with another social phenomena, which is violence in Israel, in Israeli society. We see this. There's a radicalization, no matter how you look at it, and it is also infiltrating into the school system, and that's even more painful. There are some very difficult cases of ostracizing and boycotting, and today, if maybe they don't let you into the class, the homeroom classes WhatsApp thread, or they're setting pictures, on social media of you, and, it provides new venues for this to evolve. Post-COVID education, I don't know if you've heard about this. First conducted a study a year ago, and they checked the results of fourth graders in reading. We're talking about mother language. It was in the Arab sector in Arabic and in the Jewish sector in Hebrew, and the results are not good. There is a drop, and that drop is also relative. It's not just that the average there's an average drop throughout the OECD. In Israel, the drop is even sharper, and of course that's attributed to COVID. Those students, those pupils were in kindergarten or first grade when COVID started, so their foundations were impacted. So just that, like it happened to them in the fourth grade, and the older kids who were back then in junior high, they're each carrying a scar from COVID, from the COVID period. And the involvement of the Israeli society. We have, this reality in Israel, different sectors, the ultra-Orthodox sector, the Arab sector, and in the generalist sector, there are different trends, and we need to address that in education as well. Another topic which is very important to me personally, that's to try and provide a new reality in special education. In 2018, Amendment number 11 passed. I was a Knesset member at the time when the Knesset that passed this, and the law, if you don't know, created certain expectations, a frank and genuine desire to give families and children with special needs a situation that would be a quantum leap in comparison to the past. Now, why has that led us to a crisis today? Because despite the good intentions, it did not correspond with the actual resources and capabilities. On the one hand, we wanted to, we promised to the families and the children. It's a very important endeavor, a completely different basket of services, and that's in comparison to the shortage in the various paramedical professions. I don't know if you have children with special needs, but with the number of people here, statistically, there must be some, and there are so many difficulties there, and we must do some revisiting, some long-term revisiting on this issue. And the last point, of course, I have to mention the gaps, and that's also not news. You know, it's not that I'm the first Minister of Education who talks about the gaps between the periphery of Israel and the center of Israel. If we look at the graphs of the OECD, and you can see when in doing comparisons that the difference, the gap between our better students, the stronger layer, the stronger stratum, to the lower one, to the weakest one, the gap, the difference is the highest in the OECD. There were some attempts to overcome this, to resolve this, but unfortunately, we still suffer from some significant differences between the periphery and the center. What about the issue or the status of teachers and principals? One thing you need to know about education, doesn't matter what you do, or whatever you do, without good teachers, you won't be able to provide good education. The main anchor that allows you to take the children to growth is the teacher in the classroom. And this event, this is a situation that many countries in the world are experiencing, a shortage of teachers. This is something that almost every Western country faces today, and strengthening teacher status, that's critical, and it has to do, of course, with a salary, and we've improved their salaries. The salaries are being increased, and we're going to continue to up their wages. But it's not just that. It's not just the wages. It's also professional development. On the subject of professional development, we are leading programs that a teacher, the challenge of a teacher won't only be to teach the classroom, but beyond that, to lead some systemic thinking with various programs that we can mark the teachers who are truly leading change, and to replicate this model in other schools, and to provide the teachers with professional development as well as principals. The principals are suffering from a lot of bureaucracy. The Hagefen program, I don't know if you've heard about it, it's a basket of services with which they can manage all the additional training that they want to, that it won't be dictated to them. But because it's relatively new, it's been introduced in recent years, it still suffers from a lot of lack of flexibility. We're improving that, and we are enabling some significant changes that will give them that flexibility that we want to give them. Prevention of violence, we've defined this as one of our main goals in the Ministry of Education, and we're focusing a lot of effort on that, whether it's increasing consulting and counselors in schools. We didn't have enough counselors, we didn't have enough counseling hours, and we're doing that through roundtables with parents and with pupils, trying to find additional responses and trying to mobilize as many partners to this goal as possible. If not this week, then next week there's going to be a Director General's circular that will also add a lot of tools for teachers and principals to deal with violence. And there's a special point I wish to emphasize. It's a change from the past in the policy of the Ministry of Education, and this is a challenge that every school principal faces. When a principal encounters violence, a violent situation, does the principal need to contain them, or is it beyond containment? And in order to protect all the others, they need to distance the pupil from school. And the policy has almost always been containment. I gave a clear instruction to change that, and maybe we're going to pay a price in certain cases. There will be such cases because we're talking about a large system, but the message has to be that at the end of the day, if the principal thinks that he cannot continue with that situation, the principal will receive backing, and that child will be expelled from the school, and the principal will receive backing and support for that. Before that, it was very difficult to do so. The complexity of the Israeli society, that's probably not news to the people in this room. There are some issues that are definitely a major challenge for the school system, for the educational system. Let's start with the periphery. We've defined this as a goal. We are investing over 100 million in the upcoming budget that will be dedicated to that. And what we're going to do, it's this upside pyramid. When we have a classroom with 30 to 35 children, 80 to 85%, according to studies, can advance with the pace of the classroom, and that leaves you with a segment of about 10 pupils, or maybe less, maybe 7 or 8, that are facing difficulties, and we want to strengthen them. We're going to give them focused support in these classrooms. We are going to give them a boost in school hours and in other additional support in order and tutorship. And Reichman talked about something else, to focus on the most difficult places. Well, we are doing that to a certain extent. We're going to those schools, to those difficult classrooms, trying to push this ahead. Another issue, we need to pay attention to the age in which you start addressing this, because once you reach high school, if there's a gap, and there is a gap, it's very difficult to close that gap. The earlier you identify the development of such a gap and you help, then the gap in high school will be much smaller. At the first stage, when you identify these gaps in the school system as well, it's usually the third grade, because in the third grade you can see the differences in the level of mother language, which child can truly express themselves and who can't do it so well. And you need to provide help already at that age, so that you can reduce the gap once the child reaches the end of elementary school, and also to continue and work on it in middle school and junior high, not to wait for high school, but approximately around 8th grade, to see where the pupil is at, where there are significant gaps in the important subject matters such as math, English, etc., so that they reach high school with as many achievements as possible. The challenges of the different sectors, of course, the Haredi Jews, the ultra-Orthodox Jews, that's at the heart of Israeli public discourse. And I can tell you that the education system, the budget it gives the ultra-Orthodox Jews is based on 3 different criteria. It's based on the level of involvement. There's the 100%, and that happens in the school chains of the ultra-Orthodox schools where they teach core studies and are supervised. They receive 100% budgeting, just like any other Israeli student in the national school system. And there are 2 other places, and it's a political question. Will you force them to study these core subject matters or not? Let's not address that. Where we do have supervision, but they don't significantly teach core subject matters, it's 85%. And there are the exempt schools that they receive 55% budget for each student, and we have no supervision, no oversight over them. What happened now? Because there was long-standing erosion in these percentages, we have the OFIC program for teachers, and it compensates teachers based on the hours they teach and their knowledge and their wages level, and they didn't receive that in the ultra-Orthodox sector. Now that we are giving them the OFIC program, it's for the first time. Now, for the first time, we're receiving information about the teachers, their hours, their education, and this enables us to make some oversight, to supervise them. So we are equating the terms, and it's still based on that breakdown I just explained. That hasn't changed, but we receive a lot of information about the activities in the schools, and we didn't have that before. And the only way to get them moving forward is in this method, to truly understand where we can strengthen the connections. And ultimately, the question remains open, how much you try and how you try to integrate core studies, subject matters. But now that we are equating the conditions, it's already significant leap, because now in the Ministry of Education, I'll know more data about things I didn't know before. Now, the issue of diminishing gaps between the center and periphery, we mustn't, give up on the top layer of excellence, because it pulls the entire system forward, and it's the basis for the most dramatic measures that have happened to us in higher education. and will continue to happen, and I'll talk about that later. And today, when we talk about the school system, the education system, it's from age 0 to the academia as one whole continuum. And I talked about the higher education, and there's the issue of first generation in higher education. We're going to invest quite a lot in that in order to encourage the academic institutions to integrate this first generation into academia. I see that I only have a few minutes left, so I'll begin to accelerate. I apologize if I speak too quickly. As for special education, we are providing a response, first of all, to the more urgent matters. That's on the first stage, but there's the Shapira Committee. I don't know if you know Amos Shapira. He's a very serious man. He was the director, the CEO of El Al. I was a pilot in El Al, but he was CEO before that. I didn't know him when I worked in El Al. He is a professional CEO who understands about resources and how to respond to needs. But on the one hand, he was the chairman of Alut, so he's very much familiar with this subject of families with children with special needs. The committee will start on June 1st. They've already met several times, and they need to see how they examine long-term special education, both in the mid-range and long-term as well. The next generation, in one word, like I said, we are facing a crisis situation. We're going to come out of that crisis. We're going to march forward, and I'm here to be Minister of Education not for 1 year, not for 2 years, hopefully for one term of office, perhaps even 2. I see it as a true vocation. So where are we heading? This is very, very important nowadays, digital, and to incorporate tools that doesn't exist as of now. We've already started this. The subject of AI, artificial intelligence, will have such a dramatic impact on the entire school system. I was Deputy Minister of Health, and in health, it's even easier to understand where AI is going. We have mass data. It's personalized, patient-centric. You can index a person, utilize AI, and then get some very good results. And in education, the challenge is much greater, because when you're in education, you can use one type of AI. For us as teachers and principals to receive aggregate information and to try and figure out what's happening in the classroom. But the question is, how do you use it for teaching? How do you generate tools that will help teaching and giving knowledge? We still don't know much about this, but definitely here in Israel, we have a very strong basis of knowledge on AI, and we're going to benefit from that in the educational system as well. Another new project that we are leading is to have digital courses for 11th and 12th graders. The students will view it. The teacher will be like a moderator, and then they'll take either a computerized test or in the academia. And if they pass the test, it gives them credit points for their degree later. That's very important, and this will help, bring a first generation to higher education. I'm not talking about a very small percentage, 1 or 2% of high school students who are starting their university degrees while in high school. And okay, so I've already talked about technology, and I'd like to finish. I'm taking 1 minute extra, and that at the end of the day, when we look at a graduate of the Israeli school system, it's not just knowledge and technology and academia and innovation. It's much more. It's values, it's leadership, it's the informal activity after school hours. It's to give graduates who have an understanding of their identity. And when I talk about identity, I'm not ashamed to say Jewish identity, Arab identity. They can each establish their identity, and we're pluralistic. We can take a broader approach, but part of your strength as a graduate to understand who you are, what your connection to the place you live is, to invest in society and in your surroundings, and to do everything you can in order to create a better future for the state of Israel. Thank you very much. And now, I'm honored to invite Major General in Reserves Eyal Zamir, Director General of the Ministry of Defense, to present his vision regarding the most important government ministry in Israel. Major General in Reserves Zamir, please.
שלא יעלה והמשרד הממשלתי החשוב ביותר במדינה כדי שהוא יצא החוצה.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I'm delighted to be here, and Amos, thank you for inviting me to speak here today in this conference, which is a very important conference for Israel's national security. Over the next few minutes, and I promise that I'll be on time, and also because I know that you're going to break for lunch immediately after me, I'd like to describe several processes as a key for the maintenance and strengthening Israel's strength, strengthening the power of the security establishment, and increasing the IDF's quality edge versus our enemies. Throughout the existence of the State of Israel, basic components in our national security had to do with a combination of diplomatic intelligence and global leadership, as well as our military strength. And all these components are interrelated and are based on our human quality competitive edges. We look at the global environment around us, we can notice accelerated changes in comparison to the past. Alliances are changing, threats are changing, rapid entrance of new technologies and demographic, social, and economic processes. All these changes are occurring at ultimate speed, and here in the Middle East as well. So the threats evolving around us could expand and be unprecedented. And of course, beyond anything else, we have the Iranian threat on all of its components. As somebody who was a combatant and a commander over the past 4 decades, and also a member of the General Staff on the subject of force design in this past decade, I remember a declaration that was stated about the end of the all-out conventional wars, and the ongoing war in Eastern Europe reminds us several important points that I wish to emphasize. First of all, more than anything else, the need for humility and responsibility with respect to our projections. This is true especially in this year, as we a year that marks the 50th anniversary of the 73 war. And with the return of the conventional war and the situation estimate in different places in the world, there are different organizations and countries that are preparing, even under pressure, they are rushing to develop capabilities that have been neglected or not prioritized because of an underestimation of certain threats. Another issue has to do with the jointness of a military power at the required scope on a long-standing campaign with both offensive and defensive leeway. All that is heightened by advanced and sometimes surprising technology. This jointness is intended to enable multidisciplinary, multidimensional supremacy versus any enemy in every theater until we triumph over the enemy. And the third element has to do with the special conditions of the State of Israel. Under these conditions, the role of the Ministry of Defense is to provide as broad security as margins as possible and flexibility in decision-making for both the top military echelon and the political top echelon. And the fourth need we are talking about is the need for superpower backing, the strengthening of alliances, and an ongoing activity to weaken the alliances of our enemies. A special emphasis must be placed on the special relationship in the strategic alliance with the U.S. as one of the tenets and the pillars of our national security, to maintain both maintaining our military competitive edge and the American willingness to support Israel as it faces threats, and to strengthen Israel's international and regional status. In this context, it's important to pay attention to the words of Jack Sullivan, the American security advisor, in another conference of the Washington Institute for Middle East Institute, and he gave he made it public knowledge that according to the U.S., Israel has full leeway, full freedom of action versus the Iranian nuclear threat, and this is completely in line with Israel's security concept, because what underlies it is our right and ability to protect ourselves facing any kind of threat. These things were said in public after a meeting I held last month at the gone with Colin Kahl, an Undersecretary of Defense, regarding the ability of the U.S. to guarantee Israel's unique competitive edge in this region. Thanks to the political and diplomatic wisdom that Israel has had over recent decades, the ties have strengthened, and all that was achieved through the peace accords with Egypt, Jordan, and the Abraham Accords, and in addition, the U.S. resolution, a very important decision to include Israel as part of American CENTCOM. These achievements were first and foremost achieved thanks to the fact that Israel is so powerful and is such a great asset. This is what strengthens it, and this is why we need to preserve and even expand these. The Israeli security establishment has a very impressive military capability. Our military strength is tremendous, and we must strengthen it. Our great challenge as the security establishment is to look ahead, to be able to respond in time out of as varied as possible toolbox. This is a major challenge that requires a synergy and collaboration between all of our systems, because our military strength impacts directly our deterrence, Israel's military status, and decisive victory when that is necessary. The key for decisive victory in the future and present battlefield has to do with the connection between our military strength and the usage of advanced and innovative technological tools, and the ability to increase the gap between us and our enemies in this field. Just like I said at the beginning, at the head of the threats of the State of Israel, we can find Iran through the Revolutionary Guards. It threatens the existence of the State of Israel, strives to undermine regimes, and tries to establish its hegemonic aspirations in the region with as many proxies in the region as possible. Exactly a year ago, in May of 2022, in a paper that I published as a research fellow in the Washington Policy Institute, I listed what Iran needs for victory in the global arena, and I emphasized that this is an ongoing, multi-dimensional and multi-arena effort, and I attribute to the great importance to multi-dimensional, multi-arena activities to weaken their capability.
Mostly they were talking about indirect or clandestine operations behind the scenes that have to do with, that are here to weaken Iran, and the ministry has a central role in the force strengthening of the IDF on every front. This is a complex task, particularly in light of the fact that the players in the Middle East adapt themselves constantly to a changing reality. They themselves change. They change their strategy quickly, and with that, the defense of Israel has to change and adapt quickly as well to make sure that we have stable, strong, and flexible military capabilities. Now, in this regard, I'd like to focus on a few issues among the many processes led by the Ministry of Defense, not all of them, just a few. The first is the multi-year plan. This is 2023. This is a year in which we have plans in the works, two major multi-annual plans, one for the IDF and another for the Ministry of Defense. Now, the two multi-year plans are part of the Ministry of Defense overall plan and that of the ministry, and that will be our in-depth strategy. Depth is a specific word here. Depth in terms of its focus, meaning every project is thorough, is methodical, with all of the envelope of services that are required in order to make it successful, including a budget. And the second sense of depth is the depth, meaning the scope of that project. We'll be able to be better attack and defense capabilities in every level, and with that to increase and to expand our capabilities for what we can consider third perimeter or third circle. So the military capabilities of Israel are based on technology, on innovative technology, some of it leading in the world, and many of it is created here, land, sea, and air, in cybernetics, in space. We have advanced attack capabilities, sensors to closing, and also armaments and artillery. military. In terms of Iron Dome, David and Arrow are some of the best systems in the world, and we will have in the future, I hope in the very near future, power laser, high-intensity power laser capabilities that we will spread across the country. And the point of that is to neutralize our enemies and their attack capabilities that have been strengthened over the decades, to reduce the number of people, civilians who are hurt, and also provide overall defense of the State of Israel. The pace of development of Magen Or, our land-based laser, is now in another phase of testing, and after this phase of testing, we will gradually create the first installments across the country. It won't happen overnight, but there are wonderful people in Mafat, in the IDF, in military and defense industries are working night and day in order to make this happen as soon as possible. Another central area, which is breakthrough pioneering area, and I've noticed, by the way, according to the program Amos, that this is something that we talk about a lot in this conference, and also the Minister of Education talked about it, and I'll mention it as well because it is central, it is pioneering, and certainly in terms of future combat, AI and robotics. And our goal is to make the State of Israel into an AI superpower, to be at the top of a short list of countries that are part of the superpower club. And what we've done in cyber, we need to now do in AI. Israel is a cyber superstar. And if we can use those capabilities, they are some of the best in the world, and they are constantly being advanced and specialized. And that means identifying in time, in real time, any kind of cyber threat, economic, national, international, on whatever level. Israel and the defense and our defense has prepared ahead of time. And as my role as consultant to the Prime Minister, we built a national cyber directorate despite opposition at the time. And the IDF and the ministry decided to do so. Startups were opened, and industry was opened. Government profiles such as the Innovation Authority, along with the Ministry of Science, the Ministry of Education, and of course other bodies have enlisted to the course, and we have high school graduate courses, and we have university courses for cyber, and cyber is an enormous benefit to the Israeli economy and to Israeli defense, and Israel has become a real model, a real example in this regard, and this example has to be what we do in the future for AI. And as I said, right identification, right level of preparedness, that is what's needed. We need right now to accelerate AI, which is Israeli, true and blue, to create with us that kind of a competitive edge, and also develop our economy and Israeli industry along the way. And just like other revolutions in the world of combat, there are those who define AI as the next revolution that will change the battlefield. And another fact that's important here lies in that the civilian world is now leading fast development of AI. It's coming from the civilian side, like JPT and HDI as well in the future, considered the next big thing in high-tech and technology and in AI as well. They are the kind of directions that will bring new pathways, such as platforms for clusters and swarms and various systems that work to not only function and coordinate in real time, but process data in real time and array forces as needed in real time. And all of this will be incorporated into the future battlefield, and will lead the day for those who can use them operationally. And within this grand race to be superior in that regard, and everybody wrestling to be in the lead, we have to understand the global events that impact this. And because of the enormous importance that I place on being a leader for our security, we are working to establish a designated division to deal with AI and robotics threats, and they are interconnected together. They will be the key to success against the enemies of the future. They will be under the purview of Mafat, of course, and with the enormous knowledge and the operational experience that has been accumulated within the defense and IDF and other security forces, the best graduates over the years that have finished these courses and training, Israel can be a leader in this regard as well. And if in the past security technologies were ones that were very pioneering in the sense that they were ahead of the civilian game, the tables have been turned. Now we're in the military using civilian applications, and that's why we're doing dual R&D. Dual meaning military and civilian, working with startup companies, bringing them into the defense system, as was done very successfully in Inofense, also by Mafat. Arafat in Offense is a unique program to promote civilian startups, which can also be used for military applications according to a green sort of expressway development course so that they can avoid a lot of the red tape and bureaucracy that halt or slow down a lot of development. And in order to really stay at the forefront of technology, you have to invest a lot. And so we decided that the major R&D Ministry Defense budget will be bigger than ever, specifically for R&D, not only for general developments. We want to enhance our capabilities. We want to invent new capabilities. Another area that is becoming more and more significant is assuring our supply chains, because we're in a world where there are a lot more threats, a lot more disruptions to supplies, and this is something that impacts, of course, defense. This is something that threatens the industry, the economy, and our national independence. Our potential enemies, some of them superpowers, are increasing their efforts and working in a very sophisticated fashion in order to control and harm critical supply chains across the world, and we can see that this is something that has damaged the global markets. So we have to better our collaborations and reduce the number of disruptions to the supply chains. The reality across the world and, of course, across the region have really clarified the need that we have in order to strengthen our capabilities for local production. The instability across the world makes it clear that we have to have our own assured supply chains as much as we can, that rely as least as possible on external suppliers. The Ministry of Defense continues to invest, and has, of course, for many years, in keeping these crucial supply chains intact and working with partners. And because of this race for supplies across the world, we are doing everything within our power to reduce our reliance on external suppliers in every regard. Now, along, of course, with local production for the IDF and, of course, for defense and security, and after talked about the complexity of this current reality, it's important to keep in mind that there are also opportunities for Israeli defense and economy. The ability to base ourselves on local production and to do quick production is just as important as keeping our technological acumen sharp, and something that we're asked in every negotiation around the world, and I already met two along the way here that I've tried to make appointments maybe about this subject, is the first question. And we're asked this basically in every negotiation, and that is, when can you provide it? When can you supply what we need supplied? Now, it's important to assure the supply chains, but also to do so in a good timeline. And not incidentally, the State of Israel wrote in 2021, noted the peak of 11,400,000,000, quadrupling of the number from a decade earlier of export. And I can tell you that the peak of 2021 will be broken this year, probably. This capability also strengthens the economy of Israel, allows us to maintain business continuity in these times of great instability, and also brings into the state funds. This military export, which is increasing from year to year, and defense industries here in Israel play a vital role in our national security. These industries are now paying the bills for 100,000 households and subcontracted workers even more, and that's particularly important in the periphery of Israel, and this leading role will continue to be the engine of growth for Israel. This leadership in technologies of the future will have national impact, not only in terms of defense and security. It will help Israel make closer ties with our partners and make better alliances in the future. Now, just less than 2 years ago, maybe, when I concluded my position as Deputy to the Chief of General Staff, in my summary sort of remarks, I said that we may actually have to face a long-term multi-battlefield campaign with lots of domestic issues and in-depth strategic issues as well. And for that, we have to have decisive ability in times of war. And I said then, the State of Israel needs the best technology it can. But along with that, the critical mass we have to reach, the critical point is that we have to continue to equip, to maintain, and to preserve our operational capabilities in sea, in land, and in air, and in cyber, so that we give our soldiers the best advantage, and that will give them the powers that they need, particularly in today and what we see with Ukraine and other tensions across the world, threats on the border, threats in terms of cyber, threats from every front and angle. Our security from day one has been based on our human capability, our human capital, and we have to ensure that the motivation for military enlistment, military service, officers courses are at the highest level, and we allow a diversity of people to be incorporated in military service in a high number and varied number of positions. This will improve our human capacity. It will be the founding stone, the cornerstone of our national security. Now, in summary, I would say that the multi-year plan of the ministry is basically aimed at several fronts: establishing the State of Israel as a regional military power, to increase our alliances and partnerships, to make better our relationship with the U.S. and the common interests to the two countries. 2, to provide a broader envelope of security services for decision makers, and also 3, to support the IDF long-term plan and provide us multi-dimensional defense capabilities and attack capabilities that are coordinated. 4, to allow an intact and defensible supply chain, local production that's included in there. 5, to expand our military export in a way that's responsible, with discretion, understanding that it all comes down to our military R&D and that it has to also benefit our economy. 6, in terms of R&D, to continue to develop our capabilities, our technologies, defense and attack alike, in every dimension, in every military branch, and to invest in the technologies of the future in order to basically see the success that we saw in cyber and translate that to AI and robotics. With what we have now is an unprecedented R&D budget, as I mentioned. Thank you very much for your attention. And now we are going to break for lunch. The plenary session will commence again at 1:30 with Tom Nides, Ambassador of the United States to Israel. For now, we are on a lunch break. Bon appetit.
נשמח שתשבו בבקשה.
Please be seated so that we can begin.
אני מתכבדת
I'm
להזמין
honored to invite
את עמוס גלעד,
Amos Gilad,
ראש המכון למדיניות
the head
ואסטרטגיה,
of the Institute for Policy and Strategy and the chair of the Herzliya Conference Series at the Reichman University.
At this point, I would like to call on His Excellency Tom Knights, the U.S. Ambassador to Israel, for a one-on-one interview on all the important issues. Please, Ambassador.
That's it. That's the strategic alliance. Mr. Ambassador, it's a great honor and pleasure to interview you. There are better journalists that can do it, but I'm honored to do it. I need to open with two personal remarks. First of all, I'm so sorry you are leaving. You are essential in Israel more than you can imagine. How do I know it? Because you are leaving. And that's, I need to praise you, it's blow. I mean, it's strategic, it has strategic impact on us. It's not flattering, I'm not flattering you, I mean it based on my acquaintance with you. Secondly, I am involved in US, Israel in the deepest layers, 50 years. I say BC, before COVID, I don't want to say BC like I'm old. So I've invented something, everything that relates to me, it's BC, before COVID, because that's why I look younger. But I would like to share with you, based on what's happening now in Israel, what is your attitude to our strategic alliance that there are some Israelis that I need to say idiots, sorry to say, it's not diplomatic language, I don't have it, that say, mind your own business, we don't need United States. I cannot imagine our existence in Israel without the strategic alliance and the friendship that based mainly on shared values. So I would like to ask you, how do you see it from your perspective?
Well, first of all, in general, it's an honor to be with you. You're a hero, as you know, and someone of enormous leadership skills. And when you call and ask to see me, the answer is always yes. And the good news for me, I actually learned something from you, which is not the case with everyone who comes to see me. So I want to thank you for you and being a friend of America and the importance of the alliance. Joe Biden, when he gave me the job, he said only one thing. There's an unbreakable bond between the United States and Israel, and don't break it on your watch. So the good news, I only have 45 days left. I haven't yet to break it, and I have no intention of doing so. The reality of this alliance is very healthy. The reality of this is that one of the big surprises, and I see my friend Dennis Ross, and he knows this better than most. The relationship with Israel and America it's in our kishkas. It's beyond just the military and the intelligence and the politicians. It's who we are as a country, who we are as America, the values that we share with Israel. This is the democracy in the Middle East. It is the shared values that keep us together. It's the sharing of what it's like to be a democracy. This is what this place is, and this is what America is, and this is what our relationship is. So I'm very positive on. Sometimes do friends argue? Sure, why not? It's like I argue with my wife sometimes. The reality of this is this relationship is unbreakable. It's worthy of both the United States and Israel, and we continue to expand it and grow it every day.
Thank you. Now I'm getting to tougher questions. We do have Iran. I'm dealing with Iran again before COVID. I presented the assessment about Iran to Mr. Netanyahu, 1996. And he adopted it as a main threat. Today, Iranians very close to be able to carry out their vision. I mean, not now, but nuclear, missiles, ballistic capabilities, terror, cyber, and so on. Even if we want, for example, to attack tomorrow Iran, military option, I'm not talking about secrets about our capabilities, what can we do it without United States? And if we cannot do it, what is your opinion? What is the relationship between the shared values, namely democracy, the lack of meetings between Prime Minister and President of the United States, without meetings, with all due respect, and I do have, to intelligence relationship, Air Force, IDF, General Kurila that visiting us frequently, belonging to CENTCOM, but you need the heads in order to make it something substantial. So what is your real opinion about it? I know it's not so easy to answer it, but I trust you that you will do it.
Well, first of all, I think it's be clear to everyone, the coordination between the United States and Israel vis-a-vis our mutual enemies, the threats in the region, is lock solid. Everyone assumes it's just about America helping Israel. No, Israel helps America all the time, especially in this region. One of the things that the President Biden assured both Prime Minister Bennett and then Lapid and now Netanyahu, the conversations and coordination around Iran are completely without any lack of transparency. You know, some would suggest that the former administrations that Israel was surprised in some of the activities. First of all, we don't need to go into history, but the reality of this is the president made a commitment, and he intends to fulfill the commitment. He also made it very clear we're not going to stand by and let Iran obtain a nuclear weapon. There are people who talk about deterrence, degradation. We also talk about diplomacy. I think it's an important part of who we are as America. It's important about how you use your hard power and your soft power. If you believe what you read in the New York Times, and of course I believe everything I read in the New York Times, there's been several exercises, joint exercises that have taken place here. There's obviously the focus of CENTCOM, as you point out. That's a big deal. Having CENTCOM here in Israel and the coordination of General Kirillo, there is no lack of focus on Iran in the United States government. Everyone and every day between not only the defense and the intelligence and the Congress and the White House and the State Department, we're all focused on this together. And I assure you one thing, we talk about the conversations, there isn't a day that goes by, and arguably not an hour that goes by, that we're not talking to Israel about what they believe. Listen, one thing you have to give the Prime Minister credit for, he's been consistent for almost 20 years on this issue of Iran. This is not something he hasn't focused on. And I think it is imperative for all of us that we understand the threat. And it's not just Iran, it's its proxies. And as we've seen between Hezbollah and Hamas, the ability for all of these to cause harm to Israel, we stand here to support Israel, to work with Israel to make sure Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon.
You know, it's not a secret that we are relying on our military strengths or might, and thanks to you in the United States as ambassadors that we hosted here the Lockheed Martin with the F-35. I mean, that's great. However, in order to be powerful, you need to have strategic power. We do have unbelievable relationship with the Arab countries. However, one of the pillars of our national security, the way it was phrased by Prime Minister Netanyahu, is to normalize our relationship. And U.S., that's my impression, I don't know too much about it, you are pushing something very ambitious in Saudi Arabia. How do you see the future of our relationship with Saudi Arabia and the normalization, or proceeding with the normalization in the future, but mainly with Saudi Arabia?
Well, first of all, I think it's, and I've said this probably 5 billion times, I give the previous administration an enormous credit, including the Prime Minister and the Trump administration and the leadership and my predecessor, David Friedman, on obtaining the Abraham Accords. It was a game changer. There's no question. The work that was done with the Emirates and the Bahrainians and the Moroccans were something I think all of us should step back and understand how successful that was. And then you add that between Egypt and Jordan, the combination of the Abraham Accords has changed the dynamics in the region in a fundamental way. I spent an enormous amount of time with these countries, growing the relationships, managing it, working as the joiner. We obviously can't tell these countries what to do, but we work with them collectively to make sure, both on economic and military cooperation, that's going on. And so I think that is fundamentally an important part of what has transformed here over the last 4 and 5 years. obviously, it has been talked about of the potential, and I use the potential of a normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel. The President of the United States came here 7 months ago for his 10th visit to Israel, and he said very clearly, after he said you don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist, he made it very clear that he was going from Israel to Saudi Arabia, and one of the reasons he was going was because of Israel. One of the reasons he fundamentally wanted to go was to basically to improve the relationships in the hopes over time that a normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel would happen. Would be phenomenal over time to get this done if we can. It's complicated. Everything's complicated, but it is in a view of many individuals who watch the region. It would be fundamentally a game changer because it's not just Saudi Arabia. It's much of the Muslim world, ultimately. So we're to work with the Israelis and with the Saudis and with not only with America but the policy holders, those legislators, and see if something can come about. Again, the president has said that he is willing to lean in. Jake Sullivan had a long speech a couple weeks ago. We care about this. This would fundamentally change the security of Israel and could be fundamentally important to what we think about as the threat to Iran. So is it worth putting time into it? Without question, are we committed to it, to pushing forward and trying to see if there's a way to do this? Of course. Obviously I can't predict the future, but it's certainly something that we would like to lean into over time.
How do you see the rapprochement between Iran and Saudi Arabia? It seems to me that I'm not sure it's so significant. That's why it's very interesting to share with you the view about it. We will see the ambassador of the Islamic Republic of Iran in Riyadh before we see the Israeli one. But maybe I'm wrong. Or it's not important.
Yeah, I don't. There's been lots to be said about this. You all need to. Listen, there's a very intelligent group of people here. You understand what that was about. That was about fundamentally the Yemen war. It was about the Houthis and the attacks on Riyadh between their oil refiners, and they wanted to end that. The Yemen war has, in fact, gone into a ceasefire, which is important. We certainly support anything that creates calm. And by the way, so does Israel. Calm is good. Calm is good, and I don't believe today that has any fundamental issues vis-a-vis the possibility of Saudi normalizing with Israel, given the fact that having a diplomatic relationships with Iran. So I think the Israelis feel fine about it. We certainly fine about it. Ultimately, the relationship between Saudi and Israel and Saudi and Saudi's relationship with the United States is something we have to work on to fundamentally make that change in hopes that we will be able to achieve something that could really be fundamentally differentiating for the region and something well worth working on.
We do have, as usual, a unique and specific relationship with the Palestinians. What is your view about it? What we need to do? Because you are releasing announcements that I don't remember since a long time about some events. I'm sorry I'm embarrassing you, but I need to do it.
I don't understand. No, okay. Listen, here, I'm the American ambassador to Israel. I'm not the American ambassador to the West Bank and Gaza. However, as a guy who has, again, I say this has gone to almost every Shiva call of an Israeli who has been killed by a Palestinian terrorist here. I have, and I'm not good at it. I mean, obviously, I've gone and I've cared, but if you've never never walked into a home of someone who's been killed by a terrorist, I think you've never really experienced something, and I have done that. But given that, and so I will never do anything that compromises the security of the state of Israel. But I fundamentally believe the United States and Israel, for their own security, need to help the Palestinian people. If you put the PA aside for a minute, I'm talking about the Palestinian people. The average Palestinian wants, just by and large, exactly what most of your kids or grandkids want. They want a job, they want opportunities, they want hope. And we try to do that. And listen, this is not glorious. I mean, Dennis will get the Nobel Peace Prize before I do. So I'm not interested. This is an idea of a two-state solution that will leave to other brilliant thinkers. As Joe Biden has said, we're practical. We want to do this practical thing. So the reason I spend so much time on things like opening the Allenby Bridge, getting 4G, working on hospitals, trying to do education, trying to do healthcare, I think it's fundamentally important to give the Palestinians who live in the West Bank and in Gaza a future, a belief of a future, because I think at the end of the day, it makes Israel safer. Okay, again, I will do nothing that compromises the security of the state of Israel, but you can do both. You can actually be helpful, try to break the cycle at the same time. So that's what I try to do. It's something I care about. I think it is certainly not without some anxiety here in Israel vis-a-vis what could happen if the collapse of the Palestinian Authority, which I don't think anyone wants to have happen. So given all the concerns and anxiety, I work every day to try to make sure we do things to make Israel stronger and more secure, at the same time trying to help the future.
I would like to ask you about any possible way out of the conflict in Ukraine. It seems bloody and endless. So is there any way out?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, listen, again, it's not a promotion for Joe Biden, our presidency, but I would suggest that, there's always a rap certainly in the Middle East, is that, where are you? Why isn't the United States asserting their authority? Why aren't you involved? Why are you on the sidelines? I mean, I constantly hear the rap. I mean, I think the reality, the leadership role that the president played and American legislators played, both Democrats and Republicans, it's not a partisan issue, about rallying NATO together to stop the Russian aggression in Ukraine has been really one of the most remarkable developments I think we've seen in the last 20 years. I mean, we with our leadership and with the leadership of Europe, they not only have changed how they think about their defense, about the money that they spend, how they organize, and from unbelievable amounts of sacrifices. So I think our view of this has been very simply, we've got to back Zelensky. We've got to back the Ukrainian people. We've got to stop the Russian aggression. The insanity that Putin has placed upon the Ukrainian people is in all of our minds terrifying. And by the way, again, I think it shows to the rest of the world, those aggressors out there in the rest of the world who are thinking about putting harm on the United States or its allies, they'll think twice. Because ultimately, when the United States and our allies come together, it's an unbelievably powerful force. I don't know how it's going to end, obviously, but I think that it sends a strong message to the rest of the world, be careful what you wish for, because the United States, together with the Western alliances, can be enormously powerful in stopping aggression at its doorsteps.
Regretfully, you have decided to leave us.
I'm not dying. I'm not dying. Leaving us is, just going home. I'm just going home.
No, but I need to tell you that I think I know all the American ambassadors, with due respect to all of them. You are playing here dramatically important job. I'm sure, I don't want to ask personally whoever is here, but why are you leaving us? No. We need you. Can I change your mind?
Well, you, like everyone else, the Prime Minister called and said the same thing. He said he'd be willing to call my wife. I said, that's not a good idea. Listen, I think this is a phenomenal job. I mean, being the American ambassador to Israel, probably one of our most important, if not the most important ally. Now, the housing's terrible now, but that's a whole other issue, since I sold my house, but in Herzliya. I'm not bitter, by the way, but my beautiful house was about 6 blocks from here, and they sold it, but I'll get even with David Friedman later. But I think this is a spectacular, emotional, interesting, and a really important job. And obviously, I've been here about 2 years. I've had 3 prime ministers. My wife did not come. She has her own profession, and I'm grateful for her letting me come, because quite frankly, it's been a burden on her. I've got 2 kids, and I want to be there. And so the role here, you also want to leave with people still like you. And in this place, that's not easy. I mean, I could screw it up today. I mean, I may have already screwed it up, but this is a tough place to be ambassador. This is not for the faint of heart, because I think one of the things I learned when I took this job is people really care about this place. I mean, the lovers, the haters, the politicians, anyone's given $4 to UJA. I mean, everyone. It's a really important place. And I think that's an important segment for whoever's here. And because I think it's that important, it's an enormous honor to have this job.
Before you leave, and I failed to convince you to stay, I apologize, to the nation of Israel. So do you have any recommendations to Israel from here and after you get back to US?
Well, one thing I've said, and I think it's really important. There's been lots of conversation about judicial reform and all that, and someone said, "Well, democracy is on the verge here of collapse." I said, "What are you talking about? Forget what side of the issue you're on the judicial reform. Think about this for a minute. Every weekend for 20 weeks, between 150,000 and 250,000 Israelis have gone to the streets, okay? Some for, most, against, some for, but the 250. And guess what's happened? Virtually no one's been arrested. There's been no damage of property. God knows no one's been killed. That's a democracy. And some would say it's actually working, right? Really working in how people talk about and think about and spend time on it. We, by the way, that would be the equivalent of 6 or 7 million Americans every Saturday showing up. We've never had that happen. Look what happened in Paris. They just want to raise the retirement age by a couple years, okay? I think it is a remarkable testament to this place. And when people give the anxiety and hand-wringing, listen, Israel is going through a complicated period, no question about it. But make no mistake, this is a thriving democracy with people who care deeply about the future of the country, and that's something all of us should be very, very proud of.
Mr. Ambassador, I hope that I would keep you until you change your mind. But unfortunately, we do have limits of time. So, Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much. It's a great honor to know you, not as politeness, really. And I wish you all the best, and I hope to see you very soon. And you will be invited to any conference that we will have in the future.
Thank you, General.
Thank you both for this fascinating session. אני מתכבדת להזמין את דוקטור אמנון קברי, ראש המכון לחירות ואחריות והמעבדה לחקר דעת קהל אמריקאית באוניברסיטת רייכמן, להציג את ממצאי הסקר המשולב על כיצד אמריקאים וישראלים רואים את יחסי ארצות הברית וישראל. הסקר בוצע גם בארצות הברית וגם בישראל. בבקשה.
טוב, שלום לכולם. במהלך ההרצאה היום אני אציג מגמות בדעת הקהל האמריקאית כלפי ישראל
an American public opinion on Israel, and then data from 2 polls we conducted this month in Israel and in the US that pertain specifically to the impact of the judiciary overhaul on American public opinion on Israelis, and how Israelis, on the other hand, view the relations between the two countries. Spoiler, and the results are definitely a source of concern. You probably could have guessed that on your own. American public opinion is more splintered, and it is characterized by the old guard, which is replaced by the new guard, which has a very critical attitude towards Israel. The American public attributes great importance to democratic values as a basis for the collaboration between the two countries, and they are expressing their doubt regarding the future of the special relations between the two countries if these values are harmed in the future. Now let's look at trends in American public opinion. In studies I've been conducting for 15 years now, I examine changes in American public opinion towards Israel, and the basis for that research is what you see on this slide, that American public opinion is important in order to understand the special relations between the two countries. As just a few minutes ago, the ambassador said there are various factors that impact the warm relations between the two countries. Some of them are strategic, some have to do with the special characteristics that each of these populations has. But obviously, strong support, as we have today, between Israel and the U.S., or from the U.S. towards Israel, that cannot exist if American public opinion will not be supportive. And if there's one thing, and there are a lot of things we need to understand about American politics, if there's one thing that we know for sure about American politics, is that the public elected officials are attentive to their constituency. It's part of the system, the fact that they have elections every 2 years, so it will be very difficult for publicly elected officials to act in contrast to their constituency or in contrast to their agenda. If the American public will see Israel as a political or economic burden, then it will be very difficult for the American people to continue to support Israel. It's enough if the constituency of one party, and I'm referring to the Democratic Party, will express doubts about this relationship. That's enough to undermine the relationship, and that will turn this as part of the political debate in the U.S. Research indicates an increase in the support for Israel on the one hand. That's a good thing. But on the other hand, we can see some significant processes of the breakdown of the agreement regarding Israel, and we'll also try to see the impact of recent events. Well, first of all, we look at general attitudes. We look at two areas that we have consistent data over the past 2 or 3 decades, and these are based on annual polls conducted by Gallup. The first series is comprised of 2 separate questions, and in each one they ask the general population a separate question: to what extent do they support, or to what extent do they view favorably the two political entities in our region, in our area, Israel and the Palestinian Authority? There's an increase in sympathy for both entities, a clear tendency, but a clear preference of Israel over the Palestinian Authority. The second series, and it's too simple. Sometimes they say, I like both the same way. I mean, I don't pay any price if I say that I prefer Israel or the PA. So we like to use another series of questions, which also has quite a few issues. And in this question, we ask, in the context of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, we ask the American population to choose between these two children, so to speak, between the Israelis and the Palestinians. Here as well, one can see a very clear preference for Israelis, but the trends are much more radical. We see how the groups are growing closer, a drop in the sympathy for Israelis at the expense of an increase in sympathy for Palestinians, and still twice as much sympathy for Israelis in comparison to Palestinians. Okay, so we could have finished with that, and we could have said, okay, things are pretty good. But the story is a bit different, of course. Let's break it apart and look at the political distribution or breakdown. First of all, the tendency of the two major political groups, and for our purposes, I'm going to set aside those who are non-affiliated politically. So I am looking only at public opinion. I'm not talking about public elected officials. I'm only talking about public opinion. Regarding sympathy for Israel or favorability to Israel, we see a difference between the Democrats, that's the blue, and the Republicans in red. The Republicans have greater sympathy for Israel than the Democrats, and with respect to the Palestinians, there's even a greater difference. We see that the Republicans maintain a relatively low level of support for Palestinians, and whilst with the Democrats we see a significant increase, and this brings them close almost to the levels of support for Israelis, and this is a question that is asked separately regarding Israel and regarding the Palestinian Authority. But what about the question that forces them to choose in this question, the question of the sympathies in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? Whom do you support more? And then you have to choose. Regarding this question, we can all of a sudden see the difference. These trends receive increased support, and the difference between Republicans and Democrats here is obvious. We see that the Republicans very clearly, you can see the red on the left and the red on the right. On the left side, you can see that this is Israel. On the right-hand side, it's the Palestinians, and you can see how very clearly support for Israel and very low level of support for the Palestinians. Among the Democrats, you can see the significant drop in support for Israelis and a significant increase in Palestinian support. And one can see that in another way. Let's see the comparison. We can look at it in another way. On the left side, it's the Democrats' support for Israelis in comparison to Palestinians. You can see that they are more in favor of Palestinians than Democrats, and the Republicans very, very clearly prefer Israelis over Palestinians. Now, I mean, the situation is even more complicated than that. Beyond the political division, we have a very big gap when we look at, when we divide it up by generations. Let's go back to the sympathies slide. We can see the gradual increase in support for Palestinians and a slight drop for sympathy for Israelis. But let's think about it more as a gap. We can see that the gap it minimizes. The more we go down, it's the red line, and beneath that is increased support for or sympathy for Palestinians. At the upper part, it's support for Israeli. That's a comparison. But we can see that there's a convergence towards the Palestinians. That's the overall population, the general populations. Now let's divide it according to generations. When I divide it according to generational groups, and here you can see 4 different generations. One generation is, we call it the oldest generation, those who were born at the beginning of the 20th century until the World War II. That's the silent generation. And then the baby boomers born in the 40s and the 1940s and 1950s. Then those who were born in the 60s and 70s, that's the X generation. And then finally the millennials. And we can see that the younger the generation, the support for Israel is lower. Not only that, let's see what happens to the youngest generation, a significant drop in support for Israel. And why is that important? Well, for 2 reasons. First of all, a generation in a public opinion survey is critical. Why is it critical? Because the more we understand today the shaping of opinions in public opinion, we understand that the things that impact us in our political adult or maturation or puberty years, that's the 20s. So you see why there's this fixed difference, and this means that the younger generations that are less supportive of Israel today will continue to be less supportive of Israel further down the line. That's the first reason. And the second reason is clear to us all, and that is the demographic change that we see here, because ultimately the older generations are being replaced by the younger generations, and the younger generations are going to be the majority of the American society, and this majority is less supportive of Israel. If we look ahead, things don't look so good. But that means that we have to try and understand how today's events affect public opinion. So we did hold this survey, and we did check. We checked what do Americans think need to be the main considerations in their decision whether to establish and maintain good relations or alliances with other countries, considerations for maintaining a special relationship with other countries. So we asked them about strategic considerations, business interests. We also asked them about shared democratic values and shared religious values. So as you can see quite clearly, the first 2 strategic considerations and business interests receive a high percentage, but look, democratic values almost to the same extent. 80% of the American population thinks that this is a significant consideration in establishing and maintaining special relationships. The Americans think that the importance of U.S.-Israeli relations on the scale of not at all important to extremely important, most Americans are somewhere towards the middle and moderately important. The Democrats a bit less than that, the Republicans a bit more than that, but they think that there is great importance to the relations between the two countries. But this set of considerations regarding the importance of the relationship between the countries, does it also apply to Israel? Yes. When we ask them, why is it important? They say, because it's an ally, because Israel is our ally. They also say because Israel is a strategic asset, and they also say because Israel is a democracy, and the shared democratic values are in common for both countries. So it's not just because they think that Israel is the Holy Land. It is important for quite a few Americans, 50% of the Americans, but a lot of people think that this consideration, the fact that Israel is a democracy, is significant. Well, if that's the case, what do they think about what's happening now? This is a sentence we referred to earlier in our conversation with the ambassador. Is it legitimate for the U.S. to criticize what's happening in Israel? We asked the Americans about that. 60% of the Americans say that it is legitimate, 70% of Democrats, and almost half of the Republicans. So that means the American population thinks that it is legitimate to critique when the situation in Israel conflicts with American values. They stand behind their values and they say, if you deviate from these values, we should say something. So yes, we do need to critique, to refer to. And what about the current situation? We asked about three things that are on the agenda to this or to that extent. One is the judicial overhaul. The second is the threat over freedom of press. And the third is the change of religious status in Israel. On each of these issues, over half of the American population thinks that these are things that they should critique Israel for. And even when we divide it up between Republicans and Democrats, we can see that definitely the Democrats think that Israel should be critiqued, but also half of the Republicans. It's not such an exception among Republicans as well. They think that they should criticize, and freedom of the press, in contrast to that comment on shutting down channels 11, 12, and 13, freedom of the press. Even among Republicans, over 50% think that if there's a change regarding freedom of the press, then Israel should be critiqued for that. Let's understand the meaning of all this. Should we reevaluate the relations? Should we reevaluate, reassess the strength of the relations if these things are passed? Yes, especially among Democrats, but also among quite a few Republicans. So if I'll sum up the American part of this situation, then yes, Americans do think that the relationship is important, but that our democratic values are also important, and we must address them when we think about this relationship. And now let's look at public opinion in Israel, and this part is actually going to be a bit shorter. So first of all, we asked the Israelis, a poll that was held at the exact same time this month, we asked Israelis, to what extent do you think that we should affiliate ourselves with democratic countries, or we should affiliate with countries based on our interests? Because one would think that our interest is the most important thing. China is important, let's establish a relationship with China. Another country is important, let's establish a relationship with them. We should think about our interests and not on whether or not that country is democratic. Well, 80% of Israelis think that it's important to be affiliated with democratic countries. What about the U.S. and other important allies? The Israelis think that the U.S. is an important ally. That's 90%, a 7% increase than the situation 2 years ago when we held this survey. Russia, now it's 15%. Before the war, it was 40%, and China also has a low level. So Israelis think that the U.S. is an important ally, but are they willing to take the significance, this importance and for it to impact how they consider the U.S. or to what extent are they willing to accept the U.S. criticism and view? Well, that's a bit more complicated. We asked them, should Israel consider the U.S. opinion on various issues? For example, Israel's relations with Arab countries, Israel's building of settlements in Judea and Samaria, Israel's military activities in Judea and Samaria, etc. And we see how ultimately Israelis are kind of swaying. They're a bit more willing with the Arab countries, a bit less with respect to military activities, but by and large about 50% are willing to accept this criticism. Obviously the opposition wants more of it and the opposition wants less of it. That makes sense. But what about the judicial overall? Is it indeed legitimate to critique? 51% say that it is, very few among the coalition voters, and that means that when Minister Shikli says, mind your own business, who is he speaking to? He's speaking to his voters, his constituency. Is that going to hurt the special relations? Well, the Israelis are saying yes. Has it already harmed the special relations? When we asked this question, whether the relations between Israel and the U.S. have they escalated? Well, this is what the Israeli population thinks. In August of 2022, the Israelis didn't think so. But today, Israelis do think so. Today, about 60% of Israelis think that, yes, there is it is deteriorating, and who's responsible for that? If a few months ago, in August, they said, Israel, the U.S., they can be equally blamed. But today, quite clearly, Israel is responsible for the harm caused to the relationship between Israel and the U.S. I know that I've run out of time, but let me quickly conclude what are the main takeaways. Americans have a favorable view of Israel. That's encouraging. But generational changes and political trends can indicate a stark drop in support for Israel. The Americans attribute great support to Israel, democratic values, and they're willing to criticize Israel if Israel undermines these. And they are also willing to reconsider the alliance. But Israelis acknowledge that Israelis view the U.S. as an important and strong ally, but they're saying we're willing only a little bit to accept the criticism, and we know that it could significantly harm the relationship between these two countries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Kavari, for this fascinating overview. Let's move on now to the session that will be about the strategic alliance between the U.S. and Israel and how to maintain it.
It is my pleasure to invite to the stage.
Let's wait a minute because it takes them a few seconds to leave their seats.
Dana Stroul, you are the first one to go on the stage, please. Dana is the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, Middle East Department of Defense in the United States. Yeah. I'm also honored to invite His Excellency, Ambassador Dr. Dennis Ross, former Special Assistant to President Obama. And we have yet another distinguished speaker from the United States, His Excellency another ambassador, Mark Green, President and CEO of the Wilson Center in Washington. כעת אני מתכבדת להזמין את פרופסור יוסי שיין. בבקשה. פרופסור אמריטוס באוניברסיטת תל אביב, אוניברסיטת ג'ורג'טאון בוושינגטון, וגם עוזר נשיא ונציג אוניברסיטת ברנדייס בישראל. את המושב ינחה אודי סגל, פרשן פוליטי בכיר ומגיש בחדשות 13, בית הספר סמי עופר לתקשורת באוניברסיטת רייכמן.
Shalom. Hi. Thank you very much. We'll try to speak about a little bit about the interview with the ambassador and also about the what you see about the trends in the United States. I want to start by saying that over 30 years that I'm a journalist, I heard over and over these words, this catchphrase about the relationship between Israel and the United States. It's unshakable, it's unbreakable, and it's shared, and we have shared values that it's based on. And I would like to ask you, is it? Is it unshakable? Is it unbreakable? And is it still using the shared value according to the trends that we just saw? Ambassador Dennis Ross is someone that have been here, came back and forth, dealt with a lot of government in the Israeli society, right wing, left wings, during the Oslo Accords when there was a real conflict inside Israel, and now you can see it also from outside. You've been advised to President Obama. Do you think that this internal issue that's going on in Israel is conflicting and have an implication on the Israeli-American relationship?
Look, you could not have done what I've done for as long as I've done it unless you're basically an optimist, right? You always see what can be done. You rarely are going to be deterred by the nature of the problems or the difficulties. When I look at the U.S.-Israeli relationship, the fact that it has endured for so much of Israel's history. I say that when I say so much of Israel's history, I say it because if you look at the first few administrations after Israel became a state, Truman immediately recognized Israel over the opposition of his entire national security establishment. The Eisenhower administration viewed Israel basically as a problem. John Kennedy was the first president to sell arms to Israel, and he did it over the opposition of the State Department and the CIA. The Pentagon had evolved a little bit at that point. I say this because the beginnings, at least the first 15 years of the relationship, Israel did not have this close relationship with administrations, although it had support from the Congress. And it had support primarily from the Democrats in the Congress. So this notion that the relationship has always had this enduring, unbreakable character to it really dates from later in the relationship. But what's interesting is once it really takes on a life of its own, and it really starts in the Reagan administration, John Kennedy was the first to refer to the relationship as a special relationship, but it was really Reagan, with the creation of strategic cooperation in 1984, that creates a whole new baseline. And presidents who follow Reagan, Republican and Democrat, maintain that even if they may not share the same emotional attachments to Israel, they still treat this as a baseline. Now, the key that underpins all of this is shared values. You have people, I referred to the Congress, you have people in the Congress who may have 0 to very few Jewish constituents who have been strong supporters of Israel. Why? And you saw it in the polling here. Because Israel is a democracy. So if you call into question whether Israel is a democracy, it's bound to have an effect on shared values, which have always been the key pillar of the relationship. It was in the Reagan administration, ironically, where the emphasis became one of not just shared values, but shared interests, because we saw Israel as a strategic asset for the first time. So shared interests and shared values are both pillars, but shared values has been the key that has underpinned it. And again, I want to echo something that Tom Knight says, and I say this because I'm speaking on a lot of college campuses. If anybody questions whether Israel is a democracy, all you have to do is take a look at what's been happening here. Nowhere in the world have you seen a manifestation of not only the ethos of democracy being deeply rooted, but that it has a grassroots character. These demonstrations for 20 weeks have been extraordinary, not only because of their size, but because of their endurance, and because of what it says about the Israeli public's commitment to democracy. So anything that would call into question that would have an effect on the ironclad nature of the relationship. But I don't see that happening right now.
All right. Ms. Dana Stroh, I want to ask you, as someone that is now an official in the Biden administration, Ambassador Knight said, see the people in the streets. This is a vivid democracy. So people can ask themselves, and also people that support the Prime Minister Netanyahu, you know, all we are doing is dealing with, I don't know, how to elect judges in Israel, and the United States is dealing in our internal infrastructure. What do you make of what's happening in Israel through the eyes of the Biden administration?
Well, first of all, you, in your initial description, missed the Pentagon's favorite word for describing this relationship, which is ironclad.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So the first point I want to make is, from a Department of Defense perspective, how unshakable, unbreakable, deep, and ironclad. And we make a point of having our cabinet level officials, every statement, it's usually the first or second sentence you see. Because it's not just what we're doing internally between the Israeli Ministry of Defense, the Israeli Defense Forces, and the U.S. Department of Defense internally to strengthen our military cooperation and cooperate together across the region. We want the world to know it. And we want everyone in the region, our partners and our adversaries, to know how ironclad and unbreakable this bond is and this relationship is. In terms of U.S. values, I'm going to speak very specifically from a Department of Defense perspective, because I think shared values in our military relations is equally important to what you heard Ambassador Ross say. So commitment to mitigating civilian harm in military operations, adherence to the law of armed conflict, working together to address human suffering, which can affect the security and stability of the State of Israel. These are conversations, civilian control of the military, the most basic value for a military from the United States and shared by the State of Israel, are critical and fundamental to the mutual commitment to continue to advance and increase military cooperation and interoperability together. And again, this is something administration after administration, you heard Ambassador Ross talk about the changes in administration, but what doesn't change and what continues to advance is that commitment to strengthening the relationship.
So I'd like to ask you, Ms. Stroh, you know, as a Deputy Assistant at the Department of Defense in the United States, you're saying we want to know, everyone knows that it's an ironclad and this is the shared values and that we have an unbreakable and unshakable. How that goes with the fact that the Biden administration, the White House, haven't called Prime Minister Netanyahu for a meeting for over 6 months after he was elected. Isn't that signals the opposite?
So I'm going to have to refer that question to the White House. But listen, for me, it's not about just every meeting. It's about the constant, the architecture and the strategic depth of this relationship. On any given month, there are hundreds of interactions between the U.S. and the Israeli government. We just accomplished a few months ago the largest military exercise, Juniper Oak, in the history of our two militaries. Thousands of personnel participating, increasing that military cooperation. When we tell Secretary Austin it's time to call Minister Gallant, no questions asked. We understand the importance of this relationship. General Kurilla, I think he's been to Israel 5 times just this year. So the commitment in the Department of Defense and across our armed forces is truly enduring and ironclad.
All right, Ambassador Green, do you think that the gap that we have between the American administration right now and the government of Israel in various issues, including the judicial overall and other stuff, do you think it will impact on this bond and also about the legitimacy in the United States of the involvement of the American administration in the Middle East for Israel?
There's a lot in that question. Let me pull it apart a little bit. First off, I agree with what others have said. I think the bond between the U.S. and Israel is unbreakable. I think it has been. I think it continues today. Is it shakeable? Sure, and democracies are messy. So, of course, there's lots of talk back and forth. Quite frankly, there is, because we care. The U.S. cares about Israel. The American people care about the Israeli people. So, sure, there's lots of talk and chatter back and forth. But the underlying relationship is absolutely unbreakable. You know, when I see these numbers and we have a discussion like this, what it points to for me is that we sometimes fail to do the job of remaking the case. Why does this matter? I think we sometimes take for granted that a new generation of Americans, a new generation of Israelis know the history, know where it's come from, know why it matters. Shame on us. We need to remake the case over and over again. And how deep that relationship is. So before I got to the Wilson Center, I used to be the administrator of USAID. So we signed an MOU with Mashav, Israel's counterpart to USAID. Why? Because we are joined at the hip in trying to improve development outcomes and lift lives and communities around the world, working together because we look at the world the same way, because each side brings something to the table, and that kind of work together, to me, is the clearest expression of shared values that I can possibly express. So I think there are plenty of examples of the unbreakable bond, the shared relationship, but I do think we have to be careful. I do think we need to make the case. We need to talk about the history. We need to talk about those constant interactions between the U.S. and Israel in defense matters as well as in diplomatic matters. And if we don't, I do worry that in the future we'll see more and more young people not truly appreciating how important it is strategically, culturally, and socially to both countries.
Professor Shane, you know, when we look at the trends and following Ambassador Green's conclusion about the young generation, it's about us. Israel is not doing well in young Democrats. So what do we do wrong, and how can we fix it if, as this poll says, and as if every one of us is saying, this is the most important connection that Israel has with any country around the world?
Look, you have three officials here. Some are still in office, some have been. They're incredibly polite, and they're very, careful in their words. And that's part of what you have in Washington. I spent 20 years in Washington, this is what you hear. One should not underestimate the avalanche of feelings and agony in Washington and beyond. What we are seeing here cannot be a perpetuum mobile, as if we're going to continue unshakable and unbreakable, as if kind of like we are speaking, as if something always have to be. Let me read you a quote from a guy that you will recognize, or he will recognize himself. Israel will have to deal with its secular religious divide and its demographic issues, but it's shown its capacity to cope with its problems. You know who said that? A guy named Dennis Ross. Dennis Ross wrote a brilliant book, Doomed to Succeed. And this is the last page of Dennis Ross's book. Dennis is a good friend of mine for years. And Dennis has known this place for really very intimately. What we have seen is what Putnamists call a two-level game. Democracies function not only by strategic interest, but by their domestic affairs. We have heard Professor Reichman this morning, we have heard Amos Gilad begging for the ambassador to stay. Israel has known an unimaginable shift in the last few months that no one should underestimate. We are now bragging about the people in the streets as if they are the symptoms of Israel democracy. But don't forget that the government of Israel regards these people in the streets as anarchists and are those who are breaking democracy. So one should understand And I've privy to these relations for decades. These are relations that will not be continued if Israel will behave the way we have seen in the last 4 months. Israel has been changing. We have radicals in our midst, those who do not appreciate democracy, liberal values, or do not understand. It's not Shikli. It's not Vaturi who does just say, mind your own business. These are nasty, and I don't want to say anything more. People who do not understand the subtleties of Israel in the international affairs and the fact that the margins of error of Israel are so really narrow in comparison to the United States. So what I'm saying is, it's a double-edged sword. We have here America changing, we have Israel changing, and the ambassador was talking about the young generation. And anyone who takes for granted this kind of support, as if it's always will be there. Dennis has written about Truman and Eisenhower and all those things. We can go into the abyss if we don't maintain our democracy and our society, because we will not be any more attractive. And as they say, you know, Alevi said last time when he came after the Yom Kippur War to America to ask for weapons. And he described it like this, that he came to an American official, the head of the Mossad, and he asked him, he said, you know, like after the Yom Kippur, 3 days, and we were almost empty. And he said he was asking me questions and questions and questions. I said to him, why are you asking all these questions? We need this. He said, we want to be that we are with the winners. And America wants to know that they're with the winners and with those who are espousing their own values. So don't underestimate.
Ambassador Ross, you know, he got you by the quote. And I want to ask you if maybe you're too polite or maybe too American to say to the Israelis in this, you know, in a very direct way, you're not behaving yourself. So do you think that the American administration, with the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu was not invited to the White House 6 months after he was elected, by other signals that they are signaling us, are telling us something that we do not understand because we are more favorable of the direct way of talking?
So there's a duality here. On the one hand, what Dana was saying, you shouldn't mistake. There is a relationship, a professional relationship, between the Defense Department and different arms of the American government, including AID, with Israel's counterparts, where we see something fundamentally in America's interests. You know, when Reagan made the decision for strategic cooperation, the argument was, wow, Israel gives us the equivalent of another 1 or 2 aircraft carriers. So there's an understanding. Everyone who tends to threaten Israel also tends to threaten the United States. So that drives a strategic interest. So that's real. I responded to your question by saying, but the pillar of shared values is what was the source of the relationship to begin with. If you call into question those shared values, and by the way, that's what the polling seemed to suggest, including Israeli public recognition of that. If you call into question the shared values, then you're calling into question one of the pillars that underpins the relationship. That's a fact. You quoted, it's from the book, my book called Doomed to Succeed. There's on a page earlier, I actually say.
There always is
a
page earlier.
If you get quoted, then you get a right to quote back. Interesting enough, you'll see, I actually say,
I read it.
Right, well, one of the things I say is that, look, the relationship is enduring because all the factors that drive us together. But I also said, and you can go back and see this, if Israel weakens the Supreme Court, if it passes illiberal legislation, if it adopts a position where it excludes the possibility of a two-state outcome, that will have an effect on the relationship. I wrote those words in 2015. So it's not, there's a reality. And again, that reality comes back to the shared values. The shared values are the most important element that underpins the relationship. The shared interests came after the shared values. Now, the shared interest will help sustain it for sure. And the reality that people are in the streets, there is a grassroots democracy here, that's unmistakable for everybody to see. The Israeli public is responding. I look at the polls here that say consistently 70% of the Israeli public, at least 70% of the Israeli public wanted a dialogue, want a compromise, don't want these reforms or the overhaul imposed. 70%. Now, normally, I like to joke, normally 70% of the Israeli public can't agree whether it's day or night. But they can agree that on this issue, this needs to be worked out on the basis of a consensus and not imposed. Well, that's a reflection of understanding the importance of democratic values.
I also want to comment on something I was struck by the survey, which is about millennials and the work we need to do to educate the next generation. But millennials are questioning America's engagement in the world writ large and all of its strategic strategic relationships, and what that fundamental role is. And you see it in the very vigorous debate in American society, but also in Congress, about what the nature of the U.S. role is in the world and enforcing or upholding the rules-based international order, how we work with allies and partners. Israel is certainly one of those. So I just want to share a reflection. I'm going to put on my old Senate staffer hat. So in the Middle East, including Israel, you know, if you think about a pie chart of U.S. assistance, economic assistance, security assistance, the Middle East takes up like the majority of that pie chart: economic, military, etc. I thought, as the Middle East senior professional staffer in the Senate, that I would be spending my time explaining to constituents in different groups why we should uphold and maintain and increase assistance to the Middle East. But really, a lot of the conversation is, why give assistance at all? What is the U.S. taxpayer doing? What does it do for America to have this kind of assistance? And the reason I want to share that is because it is okay in the American system to question our relationships, to question the assumptions underpinning them. We actually have a resilient system of congressional oversight of assistance, congressional oversight of foreign policy, a strategic direction, and an executive branch, and we have a very, very robust, sometimes exhaustingly robust, interagency process for developing our strategies, questioning our strategies and engagement in the world, and then updating them. And so just because Americans are questioning the U.S.-Israel relationship at times is not in and of itself a fundamentally negative thing. I actually think it's quite healthy in a democracy. So I think it's an important point here. And I also think it's okay for Israelis to question the United States. But then let's look at the votes. So even if we have young people questioning, Republicans or Democrats questioning, and showing up at different places in the survey, at the end of the day, large bipartisan constituencies in both the U.S. Senate and the U.S. House vote year after year to advance and deepen this relationship. And they're representing the American people. The largest, most historic memorandum of understanding for security assistance, over $3.1 billion a year for Israel, plus an emergency $1 billion in 2021, the first year of the Biden administration, to support Israel's Iron Dome after Operation Guardian of the Walls. Consistent votes over and over to advance and deepen this relationship. So yes, at times there is a debate in our open society, in the media, in Twitter, or whatever comes after Twitter. But also at the end of the day, I think what you see the actions and the measurements of American commitment and investment, not only because of the shared values, also because this is an important relationship for the United States. It's mutually beneficial. And when members of Congress, or when different organizations, or when representatives of the media ask those questions, when each administration comes in and examines its relationships, they all reach the conclusion that the U.S.-Israel relationship matters fundamentally for both peoples, both governments, and both states.
I would like to take the advantage of, and take you to your current hat, as the new hat, and also to take advantage of the thing you said about Israel is questioning Americans, and to question the fact, one of the shared interest that Israel and the United States has is the Iranian threat. Do you have strategy? Do you have real strategy regarding Iran? Do you have, for example, we hear administration after administration speaking about diplomatic means and how we will deal it with sanctions. As a member of the DOD, do you have a military plan to tackle Iran and to get rid of their nuclear weapons if all diplomacy fails?
So first of all, I want to reiterate and underscore what you hear from all of our most senior leaders in the U.S. government, which is President Biden has said Iran will not acquire a nuclear weapon, and he means it. He means it, and he says it, and he said it here when he came to visit Israel last year, and he continues to make sure that his administration retains immediate, credible military options. So President Biden has also been clear that his first choice is diplomacy to address Iran's nuclear program. But Secretary Austin's job is to ensure that the president has other options available should diplomacy fail. And my team spends a lot of time ensuring that there's a credible military option. So first, yes. But then there's other facets to how we're working on both deterring Iran, countering Iran, constraining Iran. Some of it includes working with allies and partners, especially across the region, which is why you hear us talk a lot about integrated deterrence, interoperability, stitching together our air defense systems, our maritime coalitions to push back on Iran. It's why we're investing, especially with Israel, in counter-drone technology and techniques because of how fast Iran is proliferating those. We work on countering Iranian support for terrorism across the region, upholding Israel's freedom of action across the region, including very specifically in Syria. We're working to counter Iran's cyber malign activities. And right now, of course, we're spending a lot of time working with our allies and partners on countering Iranian-Russian deepening military cooperation, which not only is every day killing Ukrainian civilians and devastating Ukrainian civilian infrastructure, but will have profound implications for Israel and Israel's neighbors in this region if we don't start preparing to counter that now.
Thank you. Ambassador Green, do you think this shared interest of Israel and the United States regarding Iran can really work together? Because it seems like Israel is saying for years, this is a danger that is coming. Now we can see that the cooperation between Iran and Saudi Arabia, we can see that China is getting inside the Middle East, and maybe, as Ms. Dana Stroul said, the overall questioning of the American citizen about their job in the region is actually a one that is shared between Trump and Obama and maybe Biden, that the United States is going back home, is taking its forces and its assets from the Middle East, and we as Israeli needs to get to this new reality.
Well, let me broaden out a little bit the point that Dana was making. The numbers that we saw before are snapshots, right? There are moments in time. They're not only moments in time, but they're crafted questions that look merely at the bilateral relationship. We're not living in a time when bilateral relationships are the only things that matter. We see huge influences and trends going on in the world right now. And President Biden is dealing with strategic competition looking towards Asia. President Biden is dealing with Putin's invasion of Ukraine and how all of these factor in together. So I think that from the U.S. perspective, we're also looking at our allies and realizing the importance and value of allies, perhaps more than we have in quite some time. And I think that plays to Israel's advantage. Clearly, Israel, the U.S.-Israel alliance, again, based upon shared experience and shared values, is extremely important at a time when it matters. And the fact that we're seeing Iran cooperate so closely and supply weapons and equipment to Russia is only a reminder of that. It sort of draws a bright line under it. So I think the actions of these larger trends are making the U.S. and Israel even closer on many of these decisions.
Professor Shane, can we trust that the United States is here for decades to come in the Middle East? Or you can see there is a trend. The United States is not the police officer of the world anymore, or it's a police officer when it really needs to be. Maybe now it's mostly Ukraine and China and not these guys that's doing mess in the Middle East.
Look, we haven't talked about many elephants are in the room. There is one big elephant in the room. We talked about Israel and its democratic character and so on. We didn't talk about the American democratic character. The American democratic character also underwent a tremendous shift. Dennis finished his book in 2015. We had Trump in power. A president was impeached twice. A president was accused of trying to take over the Capitol Hill. We have a bifurcated America. It's not by mistake, and think about it, the intricacies between Israel and the United States, that Netanyahu, for example, is just waiting that the Republican administration will come to power, which will give him all the wings he needs. He will not hear the language that Dennis talks about the judicial reform. If you talk up to DeSantis, if you talk to Senator Cotton, I called his office to say, what does it mean, Senator Cotton, when you blame the Israeli public getting money because of their anarchistic behavior from the American administration? You will not get this kind of a support, and the bifurcated country is also America. The culture war that we have here is, of course, in a different fashion than the culture war that Americans are witnessing. They're witnessing deep-seated kind of culture war, and that impacts their foreign policy. We have seen the Trump administration come to power and basically nullifies everything that the Obama administration did in a second. That's what he said. Everything he did, I will nullify. The second point, and this has to be taken into consideration, Israel is also known, for example, many of the influences that we see in Israel are coming from America. One should not underestimate the conservative views in America that has penetrated Israel under the banner that we are bringing the fights of America against the liberals into the Israeli equation. And what does it mean to bring it to the Israeli equation without noticing that we have a totally different realm? So all those expenses that you see, and I'm not talking about all those think tanks that have been created here to undermine the Israeli judicial system, have come from America also. So this is a much more complicated picture that we are painting. It's because the United States is also not a unified body. And I would also say that because of that, one should not see it as a continuum. Of course, the administration, the State Department, especially the Pentagon, the intelligence, all of those agencies are working. And we still hope that in Israel they're working, because this is what we are hoping it will work, because this is really what secures Israel and also secures the notion of shared interest. But lots of things can also change, in my opinion, and we have seen it with the United States and other countries, and we hope that we will get it together and will understand this kind of like complexities, and after understanding it, we will be able to put it together.
Ambassador Ross, I would like to ask you, you know, as a veteran of the Middle East, what do you make of the fact that yesterday we've seen Zelensky at the Arab League, but we saw one of the guests in the Arab League was the mass killer Bashar al-Assad. So he killed 700,000 people of his own people. America went to some extent against Bashar al-Assad. He got the support of Russia, and now he's sitting there as equal between equals. What does it make about shared interest and shared values?
Well, I don't think that the Arab League meeting was an example of shared values.
I spoke here about interest.
Yeah, I'm not even sure it was so much an indication of shared interests. The argument that some are making in the Arab world is, look, we tried it your way, and things just keep getting worse. There's a terrible drug problem that basically drugs help to provide the money to underpin the Assad regime. I think there's a number of Arab states that are thinking maybe we can wean Assad off of that. You know, it's not like they think there's going to be a transformation of Assad. It's not like any time Assad makes a commitment, he ever lives up to a commitment. I don't think they have any illusions. They're saying, all right, we're going to try something different and we'll see if it works. It won't work. There's not a chance it'll work. Assad is incapable of changing. There is no possibility you can wean him off of the Iranians or the Russians. He's in power because of them. So it's part and parcel of what is the general approach we're seeing among a number of the Arab states who are saying, let's hedge our bets. We don't quite know what the future is going to be. Let's hedge our bets. We'll reduce the possible points of friction, and what you're going to see as a result of that is very little change. The fact that we see this, I think, should bother all of us from the standpoint, this guy is a war criminal. He shouldn't be accepted by anybody. The last thing that should happen is there should be any reduction of isolation of him. But this effort to reduce the isolation won't change the behavior, and it won't stop the flow of drugs across the borders.
It won't change the American administration policy regarding Syria and Assad?
I don't see it. Well, Dana can tell you that.
Yes.
But I'll put it this way.
Yes.
Since I'm not in the administration, I would be shocked to see any change towards Assad by the administration. The administration is not going to embrace Assad in any way, shape, or form.
So,
I made it easy for you.
Number one, what this administration has said its approach to Syria on is, one, to increase and expand humanitarian aid to the long-suffering Syrian civilians. Two, maintain ceasefire lines. There have been lower levels of conflict in Syria for years. Three, maintain U.S. force presence in eastern Syria and around the Atamf garrison, specifically to work with local partners to achieve the enduring defeat of ISIS. And four, to take steps to ensure accountability for Assad and his terrible war crimes and atrocities against the Syrian people. None of that is going to change, despite the fact that Assad, and I wouldn't call him equal among equals at the Arab League, and I agree with Dennis, we'll see what can actually happen. I do think we are at an interesting inflection point in the Middle East, where many of our partners are choosing to pursue their own courses of diplomacy to address issues. So you see it in the Saudi-Iran decision to reestablish diplomatic relations, in the Arab League decision to welcome Assad back in. You see it in many other manifestations of the region working to de-escalate. You heard Ambassador Nye say calm is good. So if some of these can de-escalate and open up avenues for diplomacy, the Biden administration is not going to stand in the way of those efforts. But I think what's really important to emphasize here is that President Biden has been clear that he is not going to normalize with Damascus, and he is not going to loosen or lift the extensive sanctions regime that has been imposed on the Assad regime for their war crimes and crimes against humanity. And meanwhile, the commitment to work with over 80 countries in a global coalition to defeat ISIS, that includes NATO, will stay. So U.S. forces are committed to staying in Syria and continuing to work with local partners to defeat ISIS. I don't expect Assad to all of a sudden become a partner in those efforts. And frankly, our Arab countries, our Arab partners that did make this decision with respect to the Arab League, share many of the same interests as we do in ensuring that ISIS cannot reconstitute and terrorize the region. And we will work with them to see if they can improve humanitarian access for the Syrian people.
I just want to ask you one more question, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, Dana Stroul. A few months ago, President Biden said in an interview that the United States will not supply the F-16s to Ukraine. Yesterday it happened. What happened in between? What made you supply the F-16s to Ukraine? And do you fear this this thing that you're doing there, increasing the support militarily of Ukraine, will drag President Putin of Russia dealing with stuff that we don't want to speak about, that he spoke about a few times in the past, nuclear things that he will maybe use to deter the West and the United States?
Well, you heard Ambassador Nides talk about, who knows how this ends, but what the United States has been focused on is working with a broad coalition of allies and partners to ensure that the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian armed forces have what they need to defend their people and their territory. And you've seen this in announcement after announcement from this administration, drawing down from our own stockpiles, as well as working with our partners to get as much security aid to the Ukrainian people as possible, including extensive amounts of defensive aid.
Thank you very much. We hope you enjoyed this discussion, and thank you very much for the distinguished guest. Thanks.
אם אפשר לשבת בבקשה, אנחנו מתחילים את המושב הבא.
Global anti-Semitism and how we contend with global anti-Semitism. This is our next session. I'm very honored to call to the stage Israel Uman. Professor Uman is a Nobel Prize laureate in economic sciences. He's also a professor emeritus at Hebrew University. Please, Professor Uman.
I'm honored to invite to the stage Professor Arwin Kotler, Canada's Special Envoy on Preserving Holocaust Remembrance and Combating Anti-Semitism, former Minister of Justice in Canada. This panel will be hosted by Joey Lowe. Joey is the founder of Israel at Heart and Star Farm Ventures. ועכשיו,
And now, I also like to call upon myself to join the session, but just a moment before we begin, 30 seconds of just a little promotion.
They're going to walk her down. They're going to walk her down. Sorry. Can we turn this on? Hello. Hi. Could we start? Ronnie, what do you think? Could we get started? We want Batya, who is Professor Ahmed's wife, lovely wife, I might add. We wanted her to come downstairs.
Okay.
The professor will feel much better if he sees you close to him. It's a good role model for all of us.
Yeah, I agree.
I still see her upstairs. I think she's starting to come. Anyway, thank you very much for those of you who are here. And obviously, this is a very important topic today in the world in which we live, and it seems, consistently getting worse. And it's something that the panelists here, I think, will each have something to add on to the topic. בתיה, בבקשה. עכשיו היא יורדת. But it's slow. Okay, she's walking down. My wife shouldn't see you acting like this. It would be an embarrassment for me.
That's called love, yeah.
Yes. Okay, yeah. Okay, so Professor, could I start with you?
Yeah.
To ask you what is the reason, in your opinion, that there is so much anti-Semitism?
What's the reason?
Yes, the cause that what you would say.
Okay. So yeah, this session is about fighting anti-Semitism. Yeah,
Yes.
and you're asking a good question, because in order to fight something, you have to realize what makes it. Yeah, in order to prevent war or to get peace, you have to find out why people fight each other. And in order to cure a disease, you have to find out what makes the disease, why people get ill in the first place. So your question is a good question. These lights make me... Can we turn off the lights here? I can't see anything. All right, let's see. So I think there are basically two reasons for anti-Semitism. And I don't like to say this myself as a Jew, but there was one goy who said it, yes?
Yes.
And his name is Mark Twain, or Samuel Clemens, and he said that the people hate the Jews because the Jews are too smart for them, okay? And they drive everybody else out of business. And so during the Middle Ages, there were laws made that prevented the Jews from doing handiwork or farming or lawyers or doctors or so on and so forth. And nevertheless, the Jews succeeded in surviving and even in becoming quite prosperous, and people hate them for that, for the competition that they make. Jews are simply too smart and too capable, or not only smart but also capable of other things, and that's one reason. And the other reason is that the Jews stick together. Yes, they form an entity. Let me tell you a story, Joey. Okay, I was in France many years ago, maybe 30, 40 years ago. I was at a conference in Paris, and on Sunday, I wanted to. On Monday, I was scheduled to go home, so I was there on Shabbos. The conference was on Thursday and Friday, something like that. And my plane was on Monday, and on Sunday, I decided I want to get something for my wife to bring home. And so my host said, everything is closed on Sundays. But I do remember one street where they have wholesale dealers in clothing, and we can go there and we can try to get something. And we went to store after store, and they all said we only sell wholesale. Finally, we came to a store, and he also said we only sell wholesale. I'm terribly sorry, we can't serve you. So my host said, but this gentleman is going is flying away tomorrow morning, and we have to get the stuff for him today. So he said, oh, where is he flying? So my host said, to Israel. He said, oh, Israel. And he turns to me and he says, I don't know whether any of you will understand this, Ihr seid a Yid? Are you Jewish? Yes. So I said, yeah. And he exchanges a few words with me in Yiddish to make sure that I'm not lying, yeah. And then he sells me a beautiful skirt for even at a discount from the wholesale price. Okay, the Jews stick together, and I think they form an entity. They're a separate people. Wherever they are, they become separate. Of course, you have people who leave the collective, who leave the community, but then they leave, and then they are not subject to anti-Semitism. Okay, in 2 or 3 generations. Hitler needed 3 generations, but okay. I think those 2 reasons that Jews are really capable, capable people, and that they form a group, an entity, they stick together. That is what causes anti-Semitism. And I don't want to fight that. Yes, I think I'd rather keep those things and not leave go of them. Yes, I don't want to be incapable, and I don't want to be, and I don't want the Jews to lose their identity.
Erwin, what would you say to Professor Alman in terms of what's your explanation? Because I'm not so sure it's the same.
Well, I think that Professor Alman reflected some of the tropes, but my own sense is that anti-Semitism is not only the oldest, longest, most enduring, most toxic and lethal of hatreds, one which mutates and metastasizes over time, but it's anchored in one foundational, historical, generic, conspiratorial trope, which gives birth to all the other tropes. That is, the Jews as the enemy of all that is good and the embodiment of all that is evil, reflecting whatever is the zeitgeist or canon at any particular moment in time. So when the zeitgeist was religion or the Christian religion, so the Jews were guilty of a deicide. In today's contemporary terms, a great replacement theory. When it was the Black Plague, the Jews were the poisoners of the wells. Today, the Jews, the Jewish people, Israel, responsible for manufacturing the COVID-19 virus, causing its spread, and yet in another trope, profiting from it. When the canon was race, then the Jews were non-Aryans. When the canon was anti-racism, the Jews were white supremacists. And then in the 70s, when human rights emerged as the new secular religion of our time, something I celebrated at the time as a law professor and human rights lawyer, that's when the Jewish people and Israel as a Jew among the nations emerged as the major human rights violator, the new geopolitical fuel antichrist of our time. And so if I had to sum it up and using a human rights lens, I would just say that traditional anti-Semitism is discrimination against, assault upon, denial of the rights of Jews to live as equal members in any society they inhabit. The new anti-Semitism is a discrimination against, denial of, assault upon the rights of the Jewish people, Israel is a Jew among the nations, to live as an equal member of the family of nations. What is common to both forms of anti-Semitism, traditional and new, is discrimination. All that has happened is moved from discrimination against Jews as individuals to discrimination against Jews as a people, reverberating back against Jews as individuals, and that's the contemporary manifestation of this historical process.
But what's the reason for it? Why? This is what Mark Twain asked. What's the reason for it? Why did this happen? Why do people always find reasons to hate Jews? Yes. Why?
Because in any particular, as I said, moment in time, one needed to stigmatize, scapegoat, hold one people, entity, etc., for responsible for the ills of society, which bred a whole series of tropes so the Jews control the media, etc., etc. But the generic trope is, as I said, the Jews is the enemy of all that is good, the embodiment of all that is evil. That breathes into those tropes that you mentioned and others as well.
It doesn't explain anti-Semitism. It describes anti-Semitism. It describes that these people have always, throughout the centuries, it's always been the Jews. Why? Yes?
But why do we need a reason, Professor Uman? Why do we need a reason? Why do we need to know why there is anti-Semitism? There is anti-Semitism.
Yes, yes.
Why we need to know what's the reason for anti-Semitism?
Why is what?
You always asking him, you're asking Professor Erwin,
Yes.
like, but why the reason, what is the reason that people hate us?
Yes, what is the reason that people hate us?
Why it's important for you to know?
Because I said that at the beginning. It's important for me to know, because if I want to cure it, if I want to stop it, I have to find out what makes it happen. If I want to cure a disease, I have to find out about germs. If I want to cure cancer, I have to investigate cancerous cells. If I want to make peace, I have to find out what makes people go to war. I have to find the reason for it. I cannot fight it unless I understand it, okay? And in this...
Well, what I wanted to say is Roni and I know each other for about 20 years. So Roni came on a trip to the United States. 9 Ethiopian lawyers, law students came to the States, and Roni was in a group of 3 students who were in Atlanta. And for 2 weeks, she spent her time speaking in black historic colleges, at churches where Dr. King had preached. And at the end of the 2 weeks, these 9 students learned a lot about America and about, as black people in Israel, Ethiopian Israelis, relating towards black Americans. And so I'd like to ask Roni, because that's in terms of how to fight it, how to at least, put up some kind of attempt to stop it to some degree. Could you explain what did you learn from your trip? And a couple of weeks ago, Roni wrote an article for the newspaper after Kanye West and Kyrie Irving got into the whole issue of anti-Semitism, and you wrote a very important piece about that. So why don't you give your idea in terms of what that did for you?
I think the main thing I learned in this delegation was that we have to talk to everybody. And it doesn't matter what we think the person in front of us think about us. That's why I'm insisting with Professor Uman to understand why it's very important for him to know why they hate us. Because for me, it doesn't matter. If they hate us because we are smart, if they hate the Jew because they're smart, you cannot change your smartness. You cannot stop being smart. We need to find a way to fight it without if we don't know the reason for that. It's like I'm a black woman, Ethiopian, Jew, Israeli. I have so many identities in this person, so many identities. I can wake up every morning and fight to everybody. Because everybody can discriminate me, think they're better than me, because I'm a woman, or because I'm black, or because I'm Jew, or because I'm an Israeli. They can find a reason to each part of my identity. But I prefer to wake up every morning and to think about the good people I meet all over Israel and all over the world. And I think that's the main thing that we as a Jew and as Israeli need to understand, that we cannot focus all the time on the negative part. We need also to look at the good parts and the positive parts. And there are countries, there are anti-Semitism all over the world, anti-Semitism, but there are also other parts of the world that respect the Jew and love the Jew and want to cooperate with the Jew. Look at Israel. It's a very successful country, and we're not a successful country because we are only working with ourselves. We're doing a lot of cooperation abroad, and I think we need to maintain this part of our way of looking at the world. That's my point of view.
You're in Canada. You were put in charge of fighting anti-Semitism. What have you learned from your experience on the job that could be insightful to people who are trying to combat anti-Semitism?
So some of the principal findings, and my responsibility was not only domestic anti-Semitism in Canada, a mandate which is global anti-Semitism. Principal findings were as follows. Number one, that we are experiencing the highest level of anti-Semitic incidences since audits of anti-Semitism began in the late 70s. You found this in the recent report of the Anti-Defamation League in the US, same thing in Canada, etc. That's number one. Number two, not only did you find increases in anti-Semitic assaults, vandalism, harassment, but we found a dramatic increase in anti-Semitic beliefs, in the number of beliefs by Americans, for example, in one or more or even a half a dozen of 11 anti-Semitic tropes that have been defined. Number three, and this I found very concerning, is that the conventional paradigm of either identifying or combating anti-Semitism was that you had to combat anti-Semitism from the far right and the far left and radical Islam. The most disturbing finding that I found was the increasing mainstreaming, normalizing, legitimation of anti-Semitism in the political culture, the popular culture, the entertainment culture, the sports culture, and in particular in the campus culture. The fourth thing was what I would call the marginalization of the combating of anti-Semitism in the overall unnecessary combating of hate, systemic racism, and discrimination. For example, I found in the Canadian government, different departments and agencies, they spoke against and sought to combat rightly discrimination against Indigenous people, blacks and people of color, Asian Canadians, Muslims and the like, but anti-Semitism was somehow erased. In the calls to action by the Privy Council, the highest level of the Canadian government, all these other targeted groups were part of an action plan. There was no reference at all to anti-Semitism. I believe we've tried to remedy that, but that was a problem. The fifth thing, which I found very troubling, was the laundering of anti-Semitism under the very cover of anti-racism itself. We held a national summit to combat anti-Semitism in Canada, July 2021, the first of its kind of any country. And the two shared experiences of the diversity of the Canadian Jewish community, sharing their experiences, and this relates as well to yourself, Ryan, one of the things you mentioned. One was a student who described himself as being a left-wing student. As he said, I'm a progressive student, but I'm being marginalized, stereotyped, excluded from the campus culture simply because of the fact that I'm being identified as a white, privileged, supremacist Jew who's also an apologist for the white apartheid state of Israel. And then came a black Jewish woman, an Ethiopian Jewish woman, who said, I'm being discriminated against because I'm Jewish, because I'm black, and because I'm a woman, but mostly even because I'm Jewish. And the Prime Minister at the end of that conference said those were the two most disturbing narratives of the experience of what it meant to be a target of anti-Semitism that he heard in the conference. I'll leave it there. There are about 5 other findings, but I think you get a sense of the manner in which our findings were both disturbing and therefore resulted in what I hope will be an effective national action plan to combat anti-Semitism.
Thank you. I want to ask you, Professor Alman, I read today that when they asked you to explain game theory, you said the science of interaction between different entities that strive for different goals. Game theory has an underlying idea that incentives you want to make other people want to do what you want them to do. Yeah. So since you're the specialist in game theory, and if we would take anti-Semitism as a serious problem.
It is a serious problem.
Okay, so how would we, you know, using your expertise as a Nobel Prize winner, plus I also want to ask you, why do you think so many Nobel Prize winners are Jewish?
I explained it, yes. Okay, let me say another word about it.
Break up the mic,
Oh, okay. I always get this wrong. You can ask, what is it? Why are Jews more capable than the average? Okay, Nobel Prize winners. Okay, you asked about why are there so many Jewish Nobel Prize winners?
Yes.
So, and Mark Twain talks about that. But by the way, this I'm quoting Mark Twain. This is a very, very good article that Mark Twain wrote in 1898. Yes, it's almost 150 years ago. And it is called Concerning the Jews, and I recommend to everybody in the audience to look that article up, and I'm going to quote from it right away. Look that article up and read it. It's in its entirety. It's easily findable on the internet. Mark Twain Concerning the Jews. But now we can ask, why is it that Jews are more capable? Well, Mark Twain has one answer, and that is that they were excluded from all kinds of professions, and so they had to sharpen their wits. And they were excluded because they were more capable. Yes, because they drove out all other people from the competition. But what in the first place made them more capable, somewhat more capable? Why did they win the competitions? Why were they excluded? And the answer to that is that the primary value of the Jew is study. Now, it happens to be Torah study, okay? We say every morning in our prayers, the study of Torah is equivalent to all the rest of Judaism combined. Yes, the Talmud Torah keneged kulam. That is, for those of you who understand Hebrew, Talmud Torah keneged kulam. The study of the Torah is equivalent to all the other parts of Judaism combined. It's just as important, and that it has become the primary value of the Jewish people, and it morphed into intellectual activity in general. Okay, now when a rich man from any other society, when he wants to marry off his daughter to somebody, then he would go to another rich man and marry him off to the other rich man's son. In Judaism, it's not that way. The rich man goes to the head of the yeshiva in his town and says, "Who is your best student?" And he marries off his daughter to that student. And of course, you know, that has genetic implications too, but I think the cultural implications are much more important than the genetic implications. It's study, intellectual activity, smartness, shrewdness, capability. That is what makes these things happen. Okay?
In a minute, first I want to go to Ronnie, but I want to ask also what makes so many human rights lawyers Jewish. You know, so you'll have your chance. But Ronnie, what would you say? Because we've talked about this a lot, and you know, we're interested at the end of the day of coming up with some suggestions or ideas that might not be what's being done today. So what's one of the things that you would think is a way to combat some of the problem?
I think one of the suggestions is to do what you did. You did that 20 years ago. You talked about it a little bit about the initiative Israel at Heart, to take students from Israel to talk to, like I said, everybody, to go to churches, to universities, to classes, to everybody, and to make sure that people will listen and understand that is a big issue, the anti-Semitism, and we need to fight against it. And you talked about especially the Ethiopian community in Israel, that the Israeli government, I think, not smart enough to use them, and I think they need to use them more, because we bring in, not me as Ronnie, I'm talking about my community, we bring in something new to those people, especially to the black communities abroad. They can see, they can relate it to us, they can see us, we look the same, and we can talk to them, I think, differently, and we can explain, like we can bring different point of view about Israel. So that's, I think that's the main thing that the Israeli government's supposed to do. And one another thing that it's important for me, you mentioned before the Haaretz article that I wrote about Kanye West and Kyrie Irving. I don't know how many of you knows, but there is a big debate in the United States about anti-Semitism against the Jew, of course, and they're talking about the new black Jewish in America. People saying that they are the true that they are the true Jew, and the white Jews stole their identity. It's a big debate, and Kanye West was part of it. So I wrote an article in Haaretz, and the article talked about how we can approach to those people and talk to them, and not to say Kanye West, okay, he's like has some problems, he doesn't know what he's saying, but he's influencing about millions of people. So we need to find the ways to talk to those people and to understand from where it's coming and how we can deal with this problem, because it's becoming a big problem in America.
So, Erwin, as a human rights lawyer who is defending all over the world political prisoners, is known for that. So, first, why is it that so many Jews find that as their calling? And then, second, to respond really to what Roni said. And something that we've been talking about for a long time is that if Israel was smart as a country, we say sometimes we're so smart and yet we're so stupid, because Ethiopian Israelis, I found over the last 20 years, they can be some of the best speakers for Israel. And if Israel would give them the opportunity, whether to be the ambassador to the United Nations representing Israel, that would teach the world something about Israel that very few people know.
I think one of the things I've noticed in terms of when I described about our principal findings re anti-Semitism was also a real ignorance about what being Jewish is all about. And I think part of what we have to do, and this relates to the Ethiopian Jewish issue, is to explain what Jewish identity is all about. In other words, the first thing is that the Jewish people are a prototypical indigenous people. A people that still inhabits the same land, embraces the same religion, studies the same indigenous Torah, speaks the same indigenous language Hebrew, and bears the same indigenous name Israel as we did 3,500 years ago. That's one way of at least understanding the Jewish identity, the indigeneity of the Jewish people in its indigenous homeland. The second is that we are prototypical anti-colonialist people. People that went from enslavement, etc., etc. Jewish history. But I think it only begins in a kind of misrepresented way of the Jews as the white colonial oppressors, etc. And the third thing, this relates very much to what Ronnie said, is that the Jewish people are a multiracial, multi-ethnic, multicultural, multilingual. The diversity of Jewish identity and Jewish experience has to be affirmed. And therefore, if we had more Ethiopian Jews in public diplomacy, that would help reflect and represent the nature of this diverse indigenous identity.
I agree. And just one more thing then is today it's very popular to call anybody who says something, you're an anti-Semite. Elon Musk the other day was called an anti-Semite. And he said, no, I'm a pro-Semite. He was arguing, and yet so many people get out, and by labeling people anti-Semitic so quickly, without, as Roni says, entering into some kind of discussion with them and trying to understand what they are saying and do we understand it correctly, I think we're creating a much bigger problem. So many of the organizations whose job is to fight anti-Semitism, in my opinion, actually cause more anti-Semitism. Professor, you can say
I wanted to talk about something. I see there's about 57 seconds left. I just wanted to...
But you won the Nobel Prize, so you can take 2 minutes more, okay?
To conclude with the conclusion of Mark Twain, yes. The Jew has made a marvelous fight in this world and has done it with his hands tied behind him. The Egyptian, the Babylonian, and the Persian rose, filled the planet with sound and splendor, then faded to dream stuff and passed away. The Greek and the Roman followed and made a vast noise, and they're gone. Other peoples have sprung up and held the torch for a time, but it burnt out, and they sit in twilight now. The Jews saw them all, beat them all, and is now what he always was, exhibiting no decadence, no infirmities of age, no weakening of his parts, no slowing of his energies, no dulling of his alert and aggressive mind. All things are mortal but the Jew. All other forces pass, but he remains.
No. So what did Mark Twain say when they asked him right after Herzl made his speech in Basel about having a state? They asked him what would happen if all the Jews moved to that Jewish state. Do you remember what he said in the end? He said it would be very, very bad because they would be so much better than everyone around them. That's how he ended the 20 pages. But when I asked Professor Aumann if he would be on this panel, he said, you have to read Concerning the Jews. So I went home and I read it 10 times, and it is well worth reading. And I bought many copies and gave it out to friends. But it should be required reading, I think. I can't believe that I didn't hear about that until you brought it up to me, because he points out so clearly what are the explanations. With my mom, who's 97, I read it to her, the other day. No, and it's so clear. So thank you all very much for participating. This is just yeah.
Thank you, everybody. אם אפשר לשבת, חברים, אנחנו נעבור לדוברת הבאה. ג'וי and יונתן. You need to clear the path, please, for our next speaker. Thank you. אני מתכבדת להזמין את אירינה נבזלין, יושב ראש
who is the chair of the board of directors of ANU, which is the Museum of the Jewish People. She is the president of the Nadav Foundation. And let me just say that the museum actually was fortunate enough to bring the most ancient Bible to the museum. It's exhibited over there at the moment. You're welcome to go and see it. They didn't pay me to say this, by the way. This was again off the record. But I do want to say something about Ms. Nevzlin. She is a very unique persona. She's a leader in her field. I'm so happy she has come to talk to us on this very important topic, which is Israel and world Jewry, and is the solidarity intact? Thank you.
Hello. Wow, can't see you. Since we're talking about the future of the Jewish people, with your permission, I'll switch to English, if that's okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. I'm honored and excited to be part of Herzliya conference for a couple of years now. And I'm very happy that Herzliya conference and Amos Gilad are putting the issue of Jewish people, future of the Jewish people, as the not less strategic issue as Iran. We are living in the world of turmoil. It's happening everywhere. We are witnessing the catastrophic war in Ukraine, where hundreds of thousands of people are dying for absolutely no reason. We're It's everywhere, really. In Israel, over the last couple of months, we've been witnessing political crisis, which started as a dispute about the judicial reform. We all know that this goes much, much deeper than judicial reform. We are ancient people, we're building a very young country, and we're experiencing an identity crisis. We cannot decide what the country of Israel and what the Jewish people will look like in the future. For thousands of years, we lived as a minority. Then, 75 years ago, thank God, Israel was born. And we started to create a new identity, and many of you here are Israelis, and we are creating this identity of majority. And majority is a very different set of mind. And then we have half of the Jews living around the world still as a minority in their countries. So this is a complicated matter, and what can we do about it? I strongly believe that in order to solve any crisis, you need to have three pillars: leadership, vision, and education. Now, we really need leaders who are doers. We have a lot of leaders who are talking heads with great points. We need leaders whose words are proven by their actions. And even more importantly, we need leaders that we can trust, that in the right moment will do the right thing. We as voters have responsibility to elect those leaders. Now, this will be not enough, because we need leaders with vision. This country was built on a vision created by Theodor Herzl. This was a great vision, and we see the result. Yet, we need a new and updated one. I call it Herzl Volume 2. We focus too much on irrelevant political semantics, on whether somebody is left or right, and it's very important, but it's not working anymore. What we really need to focus on is what the majority of people care about. And I would tell you, I honestly believe that 90% of the people care about absolutely the same things. We want to live in a safe place. We want to have clean air. We want to have clean water. We want to maintain our dignity. We want to live fulfilling life. And not less important, we want to make sure that our kids get relevant education, which is relevant to their lives in 2023, not relevant 50 years ago when the programs were written. Education requires deep and profound reform everywhere in the world. And my view is that to raise a generation of people that are resilient, adaptable to a volatile world that we live in, we need to help them build the identity skills. And what I mean by that is that every one of us, whether consciously or unconsciously, is dealing with the question, who am I and where I belong? But we need to provide children with skills to deal with those questions. If we want to have a future for ourselves and for our children, we must help them understand how you can strengthen your roots. Because only when you have a strong roots, you can actually be accepting of others. At ANU, and we spoke about that just a minute ago, the largest Jewish museum in the world, we put all our energy in helping people do exactly that, strengthen their roots. But we can do as much in the museum, and that's only a beginning. Identity should be taught from the very early age, and it should be part of every education system. So although we have a lot of crises everywhere in the world, I'm very optimistic, and I'll tell you why. I'm generally very optimistic. Firstly, our people have been through much more complicated times than what we're facing now. We've fallen and risen time and time again. So why would this time be any different? Then, through my work with ANU, Improvate, and many other things that I'm involved in, I encounter many passionate people who have all the skills needed to create a vision and to fulfill and execute a vision. Those devoted individuals, including you here, including everyone who cares, give me hope that together we can help kids deal with identity from very early age, build effective leadership, and execute a new vision. I know in my heart that together we can do it. Thank you.
יש לנו איזה עיכובון קטן, אנחנו תכף נתחיל. יש לנו אורח חשוב.
An important guest, a lot of important guests. Benny Gantz was supposed to come in shortly, so we'll soon make sure that he comes. I'd like to invite Jonathan Davis, the president of the university, to say a few words and to tell you about this amazing university. Jonathan, please.
Thank you very much. I'll speak in English. Okay, I'll speak about the international school. Okay, we have the Rafael Recanati International School at Reichman University with 2,500 students from 90 different countries. So there are 600 from the United States, there are 150 from France, there are 125 from South Africa, 60 from Italy, 70 from the United Kingdom, from all over the world. And basically, we have the largest international school in the country. 45% of all international students in the country who study for full degrees study at our university. We make up, the international school is 30% of the total student body of Reichman University. And what we teach for I see that Minister Gantz is here. So anyone who has a grandson or a child who wants to sign up, come up to me. All right? Terrific.
אני מתכבדת להזמין את רב אלוף במיל.
Major General in Reserves Benny Gantz, the chair of the National Unity Party. Sorry, she said the wrong name initially. And she's also former Minister of Defense. Mr. Gantz, please. Thank you. We always make sure to change our name, to make sure to spice things up. So, hello everyone. Good afternoon to all the guests, all the distinguished guests. This year's conference deals with vision and strategy in an era of uncertainty. And indeed, we are facing some vast changes that have an impact on Israel at a time of tremendous uncertainty. I'd like to begin with a short story, something that happened to me a week ago in an elevator at Bnei Brak. I was going down the elevator, and with me in the elevator was an ultra-Orthodox Jew, more or less my age. He shook my hand, and he said to me, "Ishar koach, well done." So I asked him, what does he do? And he told me that he imports wheat. So I asked him, how much wheat does Israel actually grow or produce? And the answer he gave me was that the numbers are pretty low. So I asked him, where do we import wheat from? And then he says to me that in the past we would to bring most of it from the Ukraine, but now he needs to find some other suppliers, alternative suppliers, and make sure that the prices don't go up. So there you go. This is a story about a war that's going on thousands of kilometers from here, that has no direct involvement with Israel. It's not happening because of Israel. It has nothing to do with Israel, but it manages to influence all the households here in Israel, and how it changed the work of that ultra-Orthodox guy from Bnei Brak. The Middle East is also changing. We must say quite sincerely and honestly that the level of impact we have on it is quite limited, but we must be prepared for everything. Iran is forging full speed ahead towards nuclear capabilities, and it might have sufficient nuclear material for a bomb or a small arsenal of bombs in a matter of weeks. The Gulf countries, and I see the ambassador of Bahrain here, and we've started establishing a regional architecture with them versus Iran and in general, and developing our relationship. We are constantly examining whether they will change their course. Assad is fortifying his regime after years of war and has now come back to the fold of the Arab League. The rise in energy prices and food prices is impacting the stability of the regime in numerous countries in the region. Turkey might wake up to a dawn of a new day. And with the Palestinians, there's a new generation, and that generation doesn't know any Israelis. They no longer like us. And this generation is maturing, and the era of Abu Mazen is nearing its end. All these create global uncertainty, regional uncertainty, and obviously uncertainty for us. The Jewish people throughout its history has managed to weather and survive periods of uncertainty. We left Egypt without knowing how we will cross the Red Sea, and when our belief wavered, we received the Ten Commandments as a code that guided us in our lives as a nation and gave us safety, security, and order for a long journey. And then millennia of years later, the Israeli leadership led the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948, when it wasn't even clear that they would manage to weather the expected attacks. And on the backdrop of all this, there's one thing we should remember, one thing which is correct, one thing I'd like to focus on. When everything around you is unstable, then the best way to deal is, first of all, to remember who you are, to remember who we are, to make sure that you're properly structured, and around that, to design the necessary activities and measures. The State of Israel is currently facing tremendous challenges in security, in the economy, in society. It must unite and formulate ways of action instead of fighting and being torn from the inside. The priorities it needs to adopt is, first of all, education, which is the basis for growth, for our growth and development as a society. It must address the national infrastructure, especially in the Negev and Galilee. And then after that, we need to address law and order and the rule of law. We must make sure that there is a proper welfare policy for all those who need it, and national decency. I wish to repeat this term, national decency, in the allocation of resources and their mobilization and what each one gives the state in their fair distribution, and not just out of political, forceful, and exaggerated considerations. All these must become part of the continued fortification of our safety and security. For us to remember who we are, we better remember who and what we are: a Jewish, democratic, safe, just state which is based on the foundations of the Declaration of Independence. A country with tribes that live next to each other, and a Jewish state, but not a religious one. A liberal country that respects all of its citizens and all their rights, including the ultra-Orthodox Jews and the Arabs, all of them. A country that has a democratic design that preserves the strategic relations with the U.S. and Western countries, a country that reaches out to peace to all of the nations surrounding it and knows how to fight when there is no choice and to win. As it is reflected in the state budget, the current government is operating according to momentary political priorities and not national priorities that try to gear for the future. It attempts to change the Israeli DNA, the path we've marched on since the establishment of this country. And let me tell you that the only real crisis with the budget is the one that will be formed in our economy and not between the Haredim or Otzma Yehudit and the Minister of Finance. The irresponsible conduct of the government undermines our relationship with the U.S. and the alliance, which is based first and foremost on shared values. On top of the existence of the People's Army, there is a question mark. And worse than anything else, the first significant thing that the government had asked to promote in such a complex reality is a terrible damage that will be caused to our ID card, to our form of government, to the Declaration of Independence. And then, faced with all that, the Israelis decided to take action. They have taken the streets. They're marching the streets for 20 weeks now. They are raising their voice and saying, we believe in the state of Israel and in its values, and this belief is stronger than any government. As you all know, we are in the midst of a dialogue in the president's residence. Of course, I do not wish to undermine the ability to reach agreements, and I'm not going to expose the details here. But I do wish to emphasize that the principles that I've established from day one is not to have a politicization of the legal system, that we will advance the basic law legislation, that we will make sure that judicial review is maintained to promote reforms that will help Israelis who encounter terrible waiting terms for the court system. And if we manage to reach agreements, then everything will calm down on this respect, especially, or at least until the end of the 25th Knesset, and perhaps even longer than that. May such a coalition that is based on the most extreme elements of Israeli society. I wish we could establish a constitution with broad consensus. I wish we could have enacted basic law Declaration of Independence. I believe that a real and comprehensive constitution can be promoted only through a coalition that is based mainly on the Zionist alliance of the center parties, and I shall do everything in my power in order to promote this in the next Knesset. In the current situation, we need first and foremost to protect the Israeli democracy and its legal system, and to prevent a rift in this people, damage caused to the economy, and harm caused to Israel's security. And I say here in the most explicit and clear way from the principles that I have set that we've decided on in the National Unity Party. There is no way back, and that's with an emphasis of not politicizing the judiciary. We said that before we entered the discussion in the president's residence, and this is how things shall be at whatever price. I hope that we will manage to make some progress in the near future and reach agreements that will serve as a basis for continued legislation under full consensus. That's with an emphasis on the understanding that if there are topics that we disagree on, they will not be promoted unilaterally like any legislation which has an impact on the nature of governance in Israel. And the most explicit example for that is the program that we presented that will include increased supervision over a state prosecutor's office. And I would like to emphasize that alongside the fact that I believe that it is essential to replace this bad government, the National Unity Party and myself will continue to reach out and to find agreements and maintain democracy. If we can shake the hand of the other side, we will do so unwaveringly, without blinking an eye, and we will not allow political considerations, as important as they may be. We will not give any room to political considerations in such a crucial decision. I will not risk Israeli democracy for political reasons and considerations, and I do hope that the other side will do the same, and I hope that they will not prefer the politicization of the judiciary over the retention and protection of the democracy, which relies on an independent and powerful judiciary above anything else, before anything else. And before I finish, I would like to say something that comes from my heart. 5 months ago, I stood here, I think exactly on this stage, and I called upon everyone to be engaged in dialogue. After the Minister of Justice presented the judicial reform that turned out to be a regime overhaul, I thought that the chances for dialogue would be low. And as expected, they sent me to, disrespectfully, from the other side to speak in the Constitution Committee, and I went there and spoke there because the Knesset is important as well. Unfortunately, some parts of the leadership on my side were also against this measure. Friends and consultants told me that this will tarnish my image, that the National Unity Party will be demolished, will crash. But my compass indicated otherwise. And of course, here I go back to the most basic point. And once again, this is my message to you and to the entire Israeli society at a time of strategic uncertainty. Always remember who you are. Always remember who we are. March with your truth. Always put on the table what's right and what can be done. And when reality is unstable, just as Yoni Rechter and Ali Mohar wrote, something inside you must always say to you, go straight, continue in your own path. And alongside that, open your eyes and look around you, as Naomi Shemer, the lyricist, wrote. Open your eyes and you will see that the people are with you and that they understand where they're heading. So this is my message to you and to all citizens of Israel who are concerned with the current situation in Israel. I will continue fearlessly in our path with great pride and belief in the fact that our cause is just, because good people know the road, and it is with good people that we can march. Thank you very much.
כעת נעבור למושב חשוב מאוד בנסיבות הקיימות. הדוברים בו הם אנשים מנוסים עם זווית ראייה מהימנה ומוסמכת. אני מתכבדת להזמין אל הבמה את יורם כהן, ראש השב"כ לשעבר. קהל נכבד, אם אפשר לשמור על השקט, בבקשה. תודה. אני מתכבדת להזמין את רב ניצב בדימוס רוני אלשיך, מפכ"ל המשטרה לשעבר. אני מתכבדת להזמין את משה לדור, פרקליט המדינה לשעבר. אני מתכבדת להזמין את דוקטור עורך דין אליעד שרגא, מייסד ויושב ראש התנועה למען איכות השלטון בישראל. ולהנחיית המושב אני מתכבדת להזמין את ברוך קרא, כתב ופרשן לענייני משפט בחדשות 13. בבקשה.
אחר צהריים טובים לכולם. באמת התברכנו פה בפאנל נדיר מבחינת כמות הידע
With respect to the amount of knowledge and experience accumulated on this stage, is everything's okay, Ruby? Looking at all the knowledge and experience on this stage, it's quite rare. The subject of the panel is, the title isn't very optimistic. Perhaps we could have thought about something more optimistic, but when you're at the brink of the abyss, there's still a chance that you won't fall into it, as long as there's consensus that we hadn't fallen into it yet. That's yet to be shown. And I'd like to first of all start this panel at this very specific point in time. I mean, ultimately, all the people sitting on the stage here, and it's a kind of almost proper disclosure, perhaps, all the people have spoken in different fora, whether in the media outlets or in speeches. Almost everyone here, if not everyone, gave speeches in the spontaneous protests that had evolved against what? I'll call it the regime or government overall. I always weigh or consider my words. Let's call it the legal or judicial program. Okay, let's settle on that. That program, which was declared on in January by Minister of Justice Levin, and ever since it's been led by him, as well as by, and mainly by, Simcha Rotman, the chair of the Constitution Committee. So the assumption is that everybody here did speak against it, but we are at a very specific, sensitive point in time. The question is, where are we going? So I think that we should start this session with a strategic question, and let's start with you, former Chief Commissioner of the Police, Roni Alshech. How do you consider this current point in time? First of all, we just heard Benny Gantz, and we hear the voices from the opposition. We hear some confused voices from the protest. So my first question to you will be about the conversations at the president's residence. Do you share the view that we've been hearing quite often in recent period, that these conversations must be stopped, that they don't stand a chance to succeed, that they lack any kind of purpose? And where, if at all, that's my second question, should this spontaneous protest that had evolved, where should it go? Because there are various features to it, and we're going to talk about that later. So, Ronnie, Well, I won't be speaking from a political prisma because I'm forcing myself not to look at things in that way and the political thoughts that I perhaps believe in. So this is why it's difficult for me when people speak. It's difficult for me to tell them stop talking. On the other hand, I am aware of the fact, or I'm very rational, that there's no chance that this will lead to some kind of a result. Where am I optimistic? Well, first of all, I think something did happen. The government has realized the limitations of its power. I think it's extremely important in a democracy. If anybody thought that a government, a regime has unlimited power once it has a majority, they discovered that's not the case, and that's very important from a democratic perspective. Number two, I think that the general public discovered that they too have power. That's also important in a democracy, and the people who didn't learn this from Tahrir Square, excuse the comparison, they learned it here. And both of these things are refreshing news, and that makes me optimistic. And number three, values that I heard from my friends who were almost felt at the verge of despair from talking about, feel that now they're allowed to talk about these things. Liberalism, these words that started losing their meaning over the years, but now they have tremendous importance in the Israeli society, in any progressive society. All of a sudden, it's okay to talk about these terms again. So as we face this feeling, people are asking, okay, so what are we protesting against? They keep changing the name, and is it against ultra-Orthodox Jews? My feeling, and I have to say that I've been talking about it since week 4 of this protest, that what actually happened indeed started from the technocratic lines of the reform with everything that hides behind it, but from specific lines on this subject, on that committee, and, you know. And what happened was that it created a rift in Israeli society, and various sectors started to ask themselves, is our contract with this country still valid, or has it been violated? So I think that the only way out of this is not any kind of agreement on specific line items of a reform. If there will be such, I think that there won't be any, but if there will be, anyhow. But the thing is to reconnect the Israeli society to one vocation, one contract, one social contract that we're willing to agree on. What are we willing to kill for and to die for? Well, it sounds a bit amorphic. It's not. How does this be? Look, I'm not here to present a program because I think that there are a lot of important people in society who are acting to make it happen. So I don't want to spoil things for them or for me. First of all, anybody who's not optimistic should resign. No, I'm not talking about optimistic. I'm talking about the contract. How is it supposed to be worded? You're saying it's not a reform because usually when we talk about a contract, we talk about constitution. I think that ultimately there's an opportunity here that didn't exist before, an understanding of all the parts, all the extremes in society, and a very significant compromise will be required, a very thorough and deep discussion on the values of Israeli society, and not a discussion about any specific line item in the reform. And if we miss out on that, when it's such a significant event, and if we don't jump the bandwagon, let's set aside the process, then we've completely missed out here. Former State Attorney Moshe Lador, how are you? I think that it's working. Is it working? Yes, yes, you should show more faith. So finally, we found something that does work. So I asked, how are you? I'm doing well, and even better because I suggested that different positions, different views will be represented in this panel and not one opinion by 4 speakers. And I see that we do have different opinions. I beg to differ with Mr. Al-Sheikh. Since I spoke with all of you in advance, that's why I knew to ask you the second, after Al-Sheikh. I disagree with Al-Sheikh. Netanyahu realized that there are limitations to power, and this protest that gained momentum that nobody could predict. Even the leaders of the protest did have an impact. It even influenced pilots who said, from now on, we are stopping to volunteer. We will no longer fulfill the expectations from us. And the Americans, you know what they said, and the economic data, the numbers were quite threatening. So he withdrew. But how far did he withdraw? I think in this point he withdrew because he realized that this string to come and sweep over people's mindsets on January 4th and to publish what they called a comprehensive reform. And I think this is a clear-cut coup that they wish to destroy and crush whatever remnants there are of democratic characteristics of this country, because we have perhaps a quality democracy, but a highly fragile one. So whatever was left, these two mechanisms of, first and foremost, the judiciary, of course, led by the High Court of Justice and the state and the Attorney General's office that could stop the government from doing whatever they wish to. They want to do whatever they want to, both Netanyahu and all his partners in the coalition. That's the trend. They've said that out in the open in that horror show on January 4th, and everybody got scared. And the reform, as it was presented by Levin on January 4th, had he submitted it, or were petitions be submitted against the reform back then, there was a chance that the High Court of Justice would have intervened even before people would have woken up, but that wasn't done. Nobody challenged it then because there wasn't any legislation, there weren't any bills. So then they decided, I guess, that following these coveries or expressions, they will stop this measure. They will start something, they call it dialogue, but I think it doesn't stand a chance, and it shouldn't stand a chance. These discussions shouldn't stand a chance. I'll tell you why. These are not negotiations between two sides, one saying 10, the other saying 100, and then they'll compromise somewhere between 10 and 100. Here, this is a new government that with a very small majority received the reins, and they've decided from now on we want to more or less crush the effectiveness of all these systems that have control over us. We do not like the democracy in its current form. We wish to change the regime. We're going to call in various events and conferences. We're going to continue to call ourselves a democracy, but frankly, they intend to legislate. If we look at the entire collection of bills, it's basic law. Israel is a dictatorship because in this new regime, had we continued with these measures of Levin, there is no indication that leaves us as a democracy, even if people still continue to go to cafes and leave to work in the morning. But if, for example, as a result of these contexts, this is theoretic, I know that the chance.
But let me just say, let's give an example to some sort of an overriding clause of, let's say 61 members of Knesset. Let's say in that same discussion, you get to some sort of underlying assumption or some sort of a different structure of choosing, again, judges where there is no majority for the coalition or the opposition, or you change the structure of the composition. Why is it so sacred, the composition, the current composition? I mean, if you can get to some sort of a compromise, let's say the government says, okay, we've managed, but it doesn't undermine democracy. On the 4th of January, they actually revealed their intention. Levin exposed that those who appointed him knew where they were heading, knew exactly what their intent was. The intent was, again, from their own calculation. Now, what were their calculations? They knew this was the way to legislate all this cluster of reforms to try and sort of decompose that criminal procedure, in contrast to the impression the public has, as if we're talking about sort of making up all these, again, lawsuits or all these portfolios against personas. We'll talk about that in just a moment. In any case, back then, they wanted to do it in one go. They thought, again, the dogs will bark and the chariots will pass, but today, after they understood there is opposition, they weren't able to do so. I just want to get to the main point, if I may. The problem is that henceforth, for the years to come, months to come, they slowly but surely will be able to pass all the different clauses of this legislation with agreement and without. And as I said, there's no chance to get to an agreement when the other side, it's not saying there's no chance. They just fine-tune, okay? You're basically calling out to those who were here before, right? Benny Gantz and Gideon Sa'ar, who will follow us soon, who will speak soon, and Yair Lapid. You're basically saying to them, don't accept again any agreement within these negotiations. You're saying things very unequivocally. But again, they are the ones negotiating. No, I'm trying to say to all of us, I'm just trying to say the following thing, and that is that, again, camp, what is it saying? They actually, Gantz and Lapid are perceived to be representing this camp. They're saying, let's utilize this crisis to improve democracy, to make it better. That's exactly the opposite of that trend, according to which they want to legislate these laws. And I think what will happen is, number one, the protest will become weaker because you cannot preserve it over time, especially when slowly but surely they will, these little reforms will seep in during the next few months. And the second thing is, which is no less severe, is that the High Court of Justice will not be able to intervene. Why not? Because any such reform in an isolated fashion won't enable those petitioners to present any justifiable claim. And again, we've passed this whole way, and the dictatorship will be complete. Thank you, Advocate Lador. I would like to ask head of the Shabak, Yoram Cohen, after many years in the service, I don't think you imagine that you'll be sitting here on the stage and dealing with the strategic threat, which is a different kind of threat. I heard what you spoke, what you said during the protests in Jerusalem. Again, I want to ask you, the unity and how it impacts us. But I also want to talk about the actual agreement, again, the judicial plan. What is more dangerous for us, Israeli society, that is, this plan, this reform, that, again, we don't know if it will, again, be legislated or not, and to what extent, or this chasm, this rift that, again, has formed from this very difficult public debate. I think this plan, and we only saw its initial stages as yet, right? As the Minister of Justice presented to us. That was stage number one. So all that was presented thus far, and the different ideas that are expected to be presented in future, and what it caused, meaning the rifts, existed before. But again, these chasms, these tears that were created, the damage that was created to the state of Israel, definitely in terms of society, also in terms of security to a certain extent, not dramatically, but again, in terms of the foreign ministry, in terms of the economy, and all these parameters, we've actually sort of took a few steps back. We didn't move forward in any respect. And I unequivocally think that this threat of the internal rift and the threat to the national resilience and the problem of national unity, and we even have different hues and colors of growing hatred on both sides. These are huge prices to pay. It's going to take a lot of time to try and heal these tears, to, again, channel people back to living together. And I think these damages are huge. Some of these internal threats are even bigger than some of the external ones. We will not be able to contend effectively and quickly and with great determination and wisdom with all these security threats and challenges if internally we are not stable. That is why I think that in the situations that we are at presently of delaying the reform, not freezing the reform, the ability to achieve something positive at the president's home, I think, is problematic. The chances are not very big because we are talking about political personas who, sort of climbed high trees. Nobody wants to fail. Nobody wants to sort of come down the tree. So I think it will be difficult. The different teams will find it difficult to reach some sort of agreement. What do you think has to happen? I think the Prime Minister, who is responsible for the government, he's the leader of the State of Israel. He's the person, he gave the green light to move forward with this reform. He understood that the prices that we are paying or will have to pay are very heavy. I think he's the one who has to proclaim and state that he is free freezing this reform. Again, from putting it on hold to freezing it, complete, halt of this reform. And let me just say, I think the state will benefit, and maybe even the Prime Minister will be able to conduct himself better and manage himself better. I think there is a chance for this. The minute they will freeze and not just put on hold without the smoking gun on the table, I think that the protests, some of them, or at least most of them, will weaken because there's a lack of trust. I think that if he freezes the reform, the trust will grow. Maybe even our relationship with the USA will improve. Our ability to manage ourselves internally, things will improve. And even the ability to become a little closer one to the other. I think Ronnie attested to this, to maybe get to some sort of a national contract, a convention, to create a new declaration of independence of sorts. It's a process that will take time, but I think that will enable that. Anything that is short of a complete halt or freezing we'll find it difficult to get to the stage that we were before January. Just on a personal note, I have to ask this. It's interesting for me to understand what your feeling is, because we remember that spontaneous protest on the day that, it was proclaimed that they're letting Gallant go, and how the impact on the IDF. What did you feel on a personal level when you saw that event of, forcing Gallant to resign as Minister of Defense? I think that Prime Minister is allowed to let go, to fire a minister. He is allowed to change the priorities of a state. He got the mandate to do that because his government is legitimate. However, it seemed that the reason for firing him was not strong enough, was not dramatic, definitely not when it came to security, and it was just had to do with personal relationship. And in the crisis in which we're at the moment, the state of Israel with this northern front, the southern front, and some other countries, any negative developments, and to take a person who has such a good record in security and is a relatively new Minister of Defense, I think it was a bit of an impulsive action try to think how our enemies saw this. Just think of our enemies. I'm not even talking about the USA or other allies. What do our enemies think when they see that Israel is collapsing internally? So again, sometimes you have the mandate, but you can still cause damage. Eliad. Okay, let's open up the next one. The feeling is that the protest that you started, we have to say this out loud, right after Yariv Levin came out with his announcement of the reform, suddenly got these new twists. Okay, issues that maybe you dealt with in the past quite a lot, that is having the ultra-Orthodox recruit into the army. But again, suddenly this got a lot of volume in terms of that law of the IDF and budgeting the ultra-Orthodox using coalition monies. And we saw this today with the new clause. And doesn't it look a little bit sometimes that it is moving to the sentiment of hating one particular sector, or maybe confusing the ideologies of the protest? The beginning, it was even said that people are not quite familiar with all these clauses, as Ronnie said. Is it maybe moving to the sentiment that it's easy to sort of connect to, you have to hate the ultra-Orthodox because they don't serve in the IDF? Maybe that's not a good direction to take when it comes to the protest. Okay, you know what? So let me just take a few steps back. You talked about where are we heading. So we are heading to the unknown. I think there's this mega strategic event that's going on here. Maybe there's a kind of a pause. Maybe it's a comic sort of a cause or tactic cause that, again, taken by the Prime Minister to try and pass the budget. He knows that if he doesn't pass the budget until the end of the month, he will not have a government. And that is why he sort of put it on hold. He hit the brakes, and this entire overhaul, let's not call it reform, and don't use all these laundered words, I think was placed aside, put aside for the time being because it's convenient, it serves specific interests, and I think you have to look at it properly and understand the situation at hand. So there's some sort of a tactic event that's going on here that maybe doesn't hide the true motivations behind the different strategic actions. So just two short comments, okay? Number one, for 33 years we have claimed that corruption is an existential strategic threat on Israel. I mean, nothing, no security matter or anything else, again, will be able to defeat the Jewish nation. Only corruption. Corruption and security. So corruption undermines everything. National security, look at the submarine affair, and at the end of the way, and we understand that also corruption can undermine the judicial system. And this same, again, threat, the same danger, just like in cancer, there are beta moments, people can be in remission. So, okay, so we're sort of on a pause, on a hold, but it's there. That overhaul is there. Don't think it's going to be, frozen or it's on hold or it's on pause or call it what you will. It's here and it's present. And it's present for another reason, because you have to understand the truth that everybody, you actually maybe find it hard to even call the truth by its name, and you're trying to find all these laundered words. Okay, so let's not whitewash these terms. At the end of the day, you have to look in the mirror, you have to look at the ugly reflection, and you have to look the truth, full blast, and you have to maybe try to sort of outline some mythological dispute between conservatives or liberals. I mean, that's BS, because if you just look behind that cloak of the conservatives, you will discover that there is a group, and that's why it's taking me back to what was said. All these, again, criminals or those that, again, have been accused of crimes, that all starts with their personal motivation, this reform or overhaul. There's Netanyahu, he's trying to run away from his 3 indictments, and those 2 investigation committees. There's Derry, who's trying to run away from the fact that he was found to be guilty already in the past, and there are other people, the whole sector, who want to run away from serving in the IDF, and they want more money. And on the other hand, we have Ben Gvir, and you have Smotrich, and you have Rotman, that they have their own personal motivation. They don't want us to live in a state where there are these human rights. Now, I'm saying this because you have to understand the motivation behind these actions, because if you don't understand, then you might come to think that it can be frozen, it can be put to hold. No, the minute it's personal, it won't stop. So this reform, even if there's some sort of, a pause, on hold period, it's still here. It's here and it's present, and it will come back whether, as Moshe said, it could come back to like the salami, with little bits at a time, or with this huge explosion in June. Why am I saying this? Because this mega problematic event that is supposed to crumble the force of law and turn the state of Israel from a liberal democracy to a fascist dictatorship, and that will be the situation at the end of the day. That is an existential strategic threat on our lives. No, I want to continue and say this. It's taking me back to your question, because just as Ronnie said, what was will no longer be. This wound is festering. All that pus is coming out. So it's true, there is that very core of the event. That's the overhaul, the judicial overhaul. But it has margins as well. The event has margins, and they're also dominant. They're no less dominant than the very heart, the very core. They are part of the same event. They are part of the same question that we talked of before, that there are those, again, citizens that are second-grade citizens, right? As Netanyahu says, we are second-grade citizens, that we have obligations and we have some rights. And the state, there are also citizens that just have rights. Now, it doesn't work. It cannot continue to work. And I think we are converging into that same event of the IDF law, of the obligatory recruitment. And there was, again, the Talo and the Shaked law that passed, and the Supreme Court didn't pass it because they saw that it undermined society. But the additional things, just like this crazy budget, just like the municipality fund, I understand what you're saying. It's true that in this time when the core of the protest was maybe set aside for a time, we maybe are experiencing these other existential experiences like, again, IDF recruitment, budgets and that, but they are part and parcel of the same event. And just like Yoram said, even if they freeze, they halt this overhaul or this reform and everything goes back to what it was, if they say they freeze, yes, the overhaul, nothing will go back to what it was. The only thing, and I think the only remedy, and we actually presented it to the president a few months ago, we put again this constitution, this liberal constitution on the table. That's the only thing that can put things in order, because we are working without some sort of an operations program. We don't have an operating system, and that's the problem. I don't care what Yariv Levin put on the table. I'm interested in what I have to place on the table, but you want Yariv Levin to take interest, right? The liberal camp has placed nothing on the table for 50 years. The time has come. Constitution, yes, thank you. So let me just move forward. Let me move forward because we really don't have much time. And again, Advocate Lador, I want to ask you, if, to continue what Shraga said, and you started saying, and I actually cut you short before, let's say this formative event, right, the situation that we found ourselves in at the moment is the trial against the prime minister. It's all about that. And that's a strategy that's there. Maybe your former colleague, again, Vice Attorney General Naz Nizri, maybe he was right in saying they're trying to get to some sort of a plea bargain. That's a national objective. It's a strategic national objective to get to some sort of a plea bargain with Netanyahu and to finish this affair. And even Ronnie Alshech said something similar in a TV interview that I guess Israeli society cannot deal with, again, a trial against the prime minister, who's currently the prime minister, and he's a very popular prime minister. I think we are dealing with people that don't have good intentions. I don't think any of the people who are leading what is called the reforms, I don't think they have positive intentions at all, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe it reflects their ideologies like Smotrich and the ultra-Orthodox who want to cancel the High Court ruling that they hate, and it might even serve Netanyahu, and we understand that it can serve him. I don't think they have any good intentions, not in the past, and definitely not when they stand behind this judiciary overhaul that they wish to promote. Now, let's say I knew that these were the intentions. I have to be pretty suspicious about everything they do. So before, we talked about negotiations and talking and dialogue and the hopes. And I'm envious of you that you're so optimistic about these negotiations and such discussions. I don't think it has any chance, especially I don't think we'll be in a good place after such negotiations, because I don't think that's their objective. Netanyahu and Yariv Levin and the ultra-Orthodox will say, leave it as is. We don't want any change. I don't think, do you think we'll actually improve democracy and that we might actually legislate some sort of a basic law outline? I think Netanyahu has already negotiated about some plea bargain or other. Again, in terms of principle, I will say it in a popular fashion. I don't think that, no portfolio was born that you cannot reach a plea bargain about. No such thing. Maybe in the plea bargain there's a full confession. Maybe nothing remains. For example, various accusations that, again, become null and void or whatever it is. And, whatever. We had such precedents in the past. If, again, the plea bargain says, that's true, but this is not the topic at hand. Okay, let's move on. Let's say the plea bargain. If in the plea bargain, Netanyahu will confess in what he's been accused of, portfolio 1,000, 2,000, 4,000, and if it's wrecked, they amend the formulation or whatever it is. Now, he's received bargains in many respects. So let's say also in those different clauses, maybe we can give him some sort of a bargain. We can alleviate something, change. Maybe the bribery. It's not, doing doing away with that bribery clause. Okay, I think in any indictment, I mean, the actual story is the most severe ones. And you can actually imagine, again, the event as it's a story about bribery, but then you can actually call it something else. You can change the formulation. I mean, something can steal, and then you can call it something else and change the formulation. But if he confesses and admits various, again, crimes that are maybe a lighter, again, he's not even, I don't think people might not even understand, because, again, those offenses are very severe offenses by the Prime Minister, because Prime Minister, when he was in position, deals with billions, impacting the economy, influencing the media, utilizing the power that he had to promote his interests. Those were the offenses precisely. If he admits to these offenses, confesses, and if, again, he'll get the real clause of shame, and if we he doesn't come out, a sucker, and the next morning he will stand before the public and he will somehow dismiss the plea bargain, I mean, that's okay. I don't think he will be able to go back to any public position. No, it's not okay. It's not okay. It's the same thing we had with dairy. And, I mean, we should have been there in the Supreme Court again 4 months ago. Okay, just one final sentence. Mr. Lador, please. In any case, I'm not dismissing it, again, at the outset, but it's important for me to say why in this entire affair, in this entire event that we are dealing with, I think the public is being misled, and dramatically so, because the story that we are being told, as if ostensibly the government got that mandate, okay, in the ballots to do this reform, that is a lie from beginning to end. I don't think the public knew anything about this. They weren't aware of it. Even the members of Knesset weren't really partners to this. Even the ministers didn't know about this. I mean, quite intentionally, Netanyahu concealed this plan from the public. Do you know why? For two reasons. Number one, because there are quite a few right-wing people who would probably not agree to such a judiciary reform. And they might be right-wing in their ideology, but they're not for dictatorship. So he couldn't have let them in on the secret. So he didn't let in the public on what his intentions were. The second reason, what? Did he know who will win the elections? I mean, this judiciary overhaul that will give the government complete power is only good if he is elected. Imagine Lapid were chosen. Would such an overhaul be good for him? I mean, so this is an illusion which is based, I mean, the fact that if you are able to bring 100,000 people to a protest, but think all those people who have voiced themselves are, again, right-wing people who support the government, but nobody actually chose these reforms. Nobody actually voted for this overhaul. Okay, you know what? Why don't we ask somebody, I mean, according to his testimony, he also gave testimony in the Netanyahu cases, and you actually expressed yourself, and you said that you believe that maybe there's some sort of a recognition on your part that maybe the public is not mature enough, again, for a trial, for a trial in which, again, the Prime Minister is sitting there as an accused person. You know, sorry, I'm just correcting the formulation, but you know what, let's get to the point at hand. A number of months ago, I spoke about this, and I talked about the fragility of Israeli democracy, and I spoke about it with great pain, by the way. This crisis, I identified already years ago. It didn't only develop now. I mean, right now it's become very significant, absolutely, you know, in light of this judiciary overhaul. But again, taking all the rifts and to, again, place them one on top of of the other. And, if you, think, and if you have a certain opinion about something, I already know what you think about other things. I mean, we're sort of two nations here. It didn't happen yesterday. It wasn't only because of what Yariv Levin and his plan. It's been going on for years. It's very, very painful. And I actually identified the fragility of our democracy way before Yariv Levin placed that plan on the table. We can't even monitor it anymore. We can't channel it anymore. Now, I said, because the state is more important, we need a plea bargain. Now, as to the plea bargain, again, maybe the Attorney General, again, has to kind of create that balance. But it was very clear to me that you cannot take, take justice all the way till the end and say the state will pay the price. I think we're much more fragile than we thought. So it's sort of succumbing. It's defeat. What do you mean? I mean, our entire life we have to compromise, right? We have to compromise between values. I think that the future of the state, what I will inherit to my grandchildren, I want to explain to them why we gave maybe a certain discount to somebody who did some crimes or severe offenses for the state. Okay, you know what? So let's carry on, and then I'll move over to Yoram. The police force, Israeli police force. We don't have much time, but we can't go into everything. But what's happening today in the state of Israel? We can't do that at the moment. But you know what? Why don't you say what your opinion is? You left the police force in a certain place, in a certain situation. How do you see the police force today? And the second thing is Ben Gvir. Ben Gvir, again, everything that he symbolizes, everything that you know about him, and as people who served in the Shabak for so many years, is Ben Gvir a type of a problem? This is a conference about strategy. Is here strategic problems in the state of Israel? I'm very concerned that in what is called the judiciary, again, overhaul, that's funny that the Ben Gvir story is not part and parcel of it, because it is part and parcel of it, because undermining the independence of the police. Next year, we're going to the Supreme Court with him. But again, trying to undermine the independence of the police, the fact that no commissioner was appointed, nobody went onto the streets, and there was no commissioner for 2 years because the citizens didn't understand what the significance of this is, how fatal it is to the police force. This is a dramatic component of our democracy. And in terms of checks and balances here in the state of Israel, and this has to be put on the table, publicly speaking. So what is happening now with Ben Gvir and his interviews and his ideas and his different policies, I cannot exaggerate how severe this is. It's not only in my eyes, but in the eyes of many officers who serve in the police force. The current situation of the police force, it was never more severe than it is today. And I've heard different expressions from different people. Even the police after that crisis with the different commissioners is not the same as it is now, because as of now, those who appoint officers in the police force now is Ben Gvir. This never was. Hanan Dorfman, yes. Okay, so he appoints commissioners. So, they bring candidates to the minister. I mean, this is unbelievable in terms of democracy. I mean, how could we even, it's difficult to explain. I'm an expert on, again, fighting and combating crime. No, this is from a professional point of view. Let me explain. We are talking about, again, this is something professional. Now, this is not a political profession. This is a state profession, something national. If you come with a professional approach, then you have no, chance of bringing some sort of result. So the crime will get worse and worse. The situation in the Arab sector will get worse and worse. You cannot deal with crime when you come and say, oh, we'll show them. It just doesn't work that way. You have to do it with the population. If there's no police officer in the kindergarten, you will not be able to deal. They actually, they gave us a little riddle when we were kids. When will the Chinese will be able to take over the world? And again, there was no answer to that rule, because more and more people are born every time. If you don't understand this, at any given moment, you are creating more and more criminals. You need a police officer to stand in the kindergarten and to deal with the youth at risk and all sorts of things. You do it together with the population. Otherwise, things get out of hand. And if you don't take the right approach, you cannot achieve results. Okay. So let's take it to you, Yoram Cohen. So again, this phenomenon of Ben Gvir and Dorfman and some other people, I think you were familiar with this phenomenon also on your part in the Shabak. It's not just a political matter, as Al-Sheikh said. It's, again, something which is at the very margins of the right wing, where I think they trespassed the law. Ben Gvir himself got, again, there were 53 indictments against him, and he was a member in a terrorist organization, as it was defined as such. He was found guilty as well. Do you identify some sort of damage to the law enforcement? Maybe the Shabak as well became a dominant component with everything that regards to, again, crime in the Arab sector and strategic damage to the state of Israel. The fact that, again, a minister for Minister of Police, Ben Gvir, serves in the government.
Look, the ISA, the Shabak in the past, and neither does it today, decide who can run as a candidate, as a Knesset member, not even a minister, doesn't even check a background or vet. That'll happen in a month. Once he was allowed to, and I guess the Prime Minister needed to establish a coalition, so he made that compromise. I do think it was a mistake, and many mistakes were made by this government, to give this individual the Homeland Security portfolio, or as he's called today, National Security Minister. He's so much involved in national security that there's a campaign in Gaza and he's not invited to the meetings. And it's not because they think that he'll talk nonsense, but they are afraid that he's going to leak the discussions to his base, just as he records the commissioner and then leaks it to the media. He can maybe be another minister, but not this minister, because of the sensitivity of this place, of Temple Mount, of minorities, because of his lack of understanding what he's dealing with. I'm not talking about his past. He's behaving in a very immature way, without much dignity for state institutions, and his discretion in this area he works with, he simply isn't ready to be a minister, and this is why damage was caused. It's not going to cause a war with Iran, but a problem with our neighbors, the Palestinians, and that's why I think it was a mistake. And I would like to address something you did mention, a short comment to give Ben Gvir and Smotrich to be responsible for the most sensitive area in the tension between the Jewish population in Israel and the Palestinians in Israel or in Judea and Samaria. It's like taking the leader of La Familia and asking him to be a soccer referee in a soccer game between Beitar Yerushalayim and Bnei Sachnin. Tomorrow there's the Israel Final Cup game. Look, on this, I'd like to take this opportunity to think about that circle you asked about earlier, about the ultra-Orthodox and about the subject of crime in the Arab sector. I think that once the pus is out, once the wounds are out, then they need to be addressed, and you need to shift a lot of things that were hidden for so many years. And now it's a good time to address this, because we're talking about identities and rights and duties and things that certain groups, certain sectors, even if they feel that they have scars and aches and some bad experiences, whether it's from the court or the government, sometimes you also need to be attentive to other people's pains or to the pains of sectors. But after having said that, I think in any possible situation in the world, you cannot compare between people who are risking their lives day in, day out, and fill up cemeteries, soldiers, police officers, people who do it, people from the security establishment who do it for years. And in certain years, there's even the war isn't a necessary, a mandatory war or an all-out war, not in a short campaign, but an existential war. And entire groups that are Israeli citizens, they do not take any part, nor active nor passive, for years, and the government doesn't change that. And I think that one of the things that we need to address, we need to make sure and insist, and when I say insist, I'm talking about the IDF and the security establishment, and then all the other agencies, democratic, legal, and other, the religious and the secular, the religious Jews who are part of the government, they must insist that those parts that so far excluded themselves on their own initiative with political pressure or some kind of other pressure have excluded themselves from shouldering the security burden of the State of Israel to, it could be even civilian participation, and it won't be equal to those who actually risk their lives and are killed. And they can volunteer at the MDA, the Israeli Red Cross, or in geriatric hospitals, but to do this service, this will bring them closer to integration. This will bring the state closer to them, and it will enable for a better connection with the Arab sector and the ultra-Orthodox. Maybe we will need some pressure, and maybe that pressure will be painful, but that's the only way we can continue to exist as a nation, because we will feel bad that we give our blood and money and they give less, and maybe they feel that they're giving more from a values perspective. Even though all attempts so far have failed, there weren't any genuine attempts, including the outlines determined by the High Court of Justice, and the numbers have always been quite small. And I'm not just talking about being drafted to the IDF, I'm talking about other systems, civilian systems, that constitute contribution to society. And I would also equate it with respect to funding. I don't want to get into it. The comparison they make between a yeshiva student and a soldier serving in the army, it's ridiculous. You never give enough attention to the redheads. You feel we're a persecuted minority. Just let me make two comments. One comment. Go ahead. Two. I wanted three. Turn the two comments into one. Look, it has to be clear that on the ideological level, about a plea bargain, we shouldn't give Netanyahu a plea bargain. He needs to be tried. The justice systems need to act to show that it's not that everybody tried to frame him. A person who accused the commissioner, the rule of law, and the state attorney, he says that he was framed. He needs to prove that he was framed. And even if they will go for a plea bargain, and whatever needs to be written there, it should be written. All the crimes he committed and the fact that he apologized to the law enforcement system, because the damage he caused to the law enforcement system has to be expressed once in the mere fact that he apologized, and also because that he does bear turpitude, and he should. And the third element is that he will disappear from public life in Israel. That should be made very clear, and no plea bargain can be reached without that. It is necessary here. And I'll finish with that. Okay, thank you very much. You did finish with one comment. Eliad Shraga, Moshe Lador, Ronnie Al-Sheikh, and Yoram Cohen, thank you very much to all four of you. And I invite, I am going to invite, okay.
אז אני מתכבד להזמין את
I'm honored to invite Gidon Saar, member of Knesset, Gidon Saar, from the New Hope Party. Or sorry, from the National Unity Party. Okay. Good afternoon to Knesset member Gidon Saar, chair of New Hope from the National Unity Party. How are you? I'm fine. Thank you very much, Baruchi. Okay, let's wait a bit. Everybody's okay? Everybody's here? Great. So first of all, we earlier heard the four speakers with different opinions regarding what should happen now in the discussions in the president's residence. And this also reflects a position that we hear more and more in the public protest and also among members of the opposition, that perhaps these conversations lack any purpose, lack any chances to succeed. And you know more than us because you're involved in these conversations. Why don't you tell us? Is there any chance for them to succeed? Should you continue with them? Okay, there's no guarantee that the conversations will succeed, but giving up on the attempt, I think it's worse than exhausting the attempt. And this is why I am still supporting continuing these conversations. I haven't changed my mind. The question is, you know what, let me phrase it differently. Let's say if we know that these conversations will not lead to that constitutional moment, as the president called it, what is their value? I mean, this attempt to say we did try, or maybe trying to buy time, maybe it's actually good for the opposition. Look, there's a chitter-chatter that's completely unfounded. We in the previous government, we did not bring too many constitutional moments, as far as I recall. The Knesset in its current makeup is the Knesset in its current makeup. You are all welcome to check on the results of the elections that took place on November 1. So even if we don't have some kind of formative and uplifting constitutional moment, alternative of a constitutional disaster, and we face such a disaster until the end of March, is sufficiently dangerous for us to try to exhaust the possibility to reach agreement without compromising on our principles. That's how I think about these things. Okay, let's see what we've heard recently about this. We've been hearing leaks, and these leaks haven't really been denied on the fact that there will be some kind of compromise or some kind of an agreed upon on a outline regarding a legal consultant. And the more sensitive issues, such as the committee for the appointment of judges, will be postponed by several months, maybe by 6 months, and they won't be discussed at the moment. Until this moment, there is no agreement. As somebody who works in the media, I can guess. I'm telling you, don't attribute too much weight to publications in the media, except for my scoops, except for your scoops, of course. That's what I learned from my experience in life. Look, something significant has happened, something of value, that we are on a path of selecting the committee for the appointment of judges according to the existing law. This is something of value, and we must realize this process. We will not agree to any kind of politicization of the selection of judges. I was very adamant on that. As Minister of Justice, I shaped the existing constitutional arrangement from 2008 that still exists regarding appointing judges to the Supreme Court, and we can all trust that on these matters we will not forgo our values and principles, including this thing, which is not perhaps the most important, but it's definitely very symbolic and very dramatic, which is the appointment of the future chief of the Supreme Court. And I'm asking you that you will insist that it will be according to the existing custom, which is the seniority system. Well, first of all, you know, and this, perhaps we should share that with the people who don't know, that seniority is not mentioned in any kind of law or anchored by anything else. I support the seniority system, but I know that it isn't founded on any law. And in the Committee for the Appointment of Judges, we did not appoint a Chief Justice, but a Deputy Chief Justice we appointed twice based on the seniority principle. But tomorrow, there could be a majority in the committee. We will not support that. Once again, a committee that will be selected according to the existing law that will decide. Otherwise, I can only say one thing. If we stay with the Sa'ar law, I even gave you the credit to that law that requires 7 members. And if we remain with the existing composition of the committee, it means that they won't be able to insist on a Chief Justice from the outside or from the inside who's not according to the seniority system. A Chief Justice from the outside, as long as the SAR law exists, you won't be able to inject that or to force that on the system. But you can choose a president from among the judges of the Supreme Court, not based on the seniority principle, with a regular majority, not a majority of 7 according to the existing composition of the committee. This legal option exists, and It existed previously before. I would highly recommend not to do it, but the Committee for the Appointment of Judges will decide on that. Anyhow, we will not agree not to insist on the seniority principle, and I do not see the other side agreeing to legislating the seniority principle as the President's outline recommended. Okay, so we talked about the seniority principle, we talked about a coalition majority that for you is a red line. Could you maybe tell me something, if you could? Even if you don't tell me exactly, where do you feel that you could, in these conversations, that you could go towards Levin's plan, so that, let's say, he will feel, or Netanyahu will feel, that they did come out with something? Did you ever hear them saying in what way they'll be willing to to come our way? No. So if you haven't, why should I create a precedent? They're saying you do not negotiate in such a manner. I believe in dialogue. And in a dialogue, you need to make concessions, but don't concede your principles. And the clever thing is to concede, not to concede basic principles. That's something that we will not do, but I am very familiar with this field, with this subject, and I don't think it will be somewhere in the lines of the reform, as they call it, or a governmental or regime overhaul, as it was declared on January 4th. But to tell you that there's no places that we can reach agreement, there are places where we can reach agreement. I think you're at a very sensitive place. On the one hand, you are getting, the polls show that you're gaining a lot of momentum, and it seems that your constituency is interesting in a more united society, a less rifted society. But on the other hand, I don't think that your constituency will like seeing you over conceding. And I think because of the situation in the polls, you're not insisting on your principles. Well, look, first of all, polls have a limited value. And when we're not during elections period, their value is even more limited. So that's irrelevant. Our positions are very clear. The heart of the matter is independence, the independence of the investigative prosecution system, legal consulting, and the judiciary. And we are going to insist on all these four adamantly. Yet, on various other topics, there are certain topics that we can reach agreement if there is an understanding that will be in line with our red lines. For many years, I made amendments to the judiciary, even before I was Minister of Justice, and then when I was Minister of Justice, and it was always following a process. These things always took time, but ultimately, the hearing, if I were to tell you before April of last year that 8 out of 9 members of the committee, including 3 judges from the Supreme Court, were chosen will choose a hearing for candidates for the Supreme Court, you would tell me as an experienced legal commentator that it's impossible, it won't happen. And it did happen. There's a way to do reforms. There's a way to reform. But here, this wasn't a reform. A reform is always based on the existing system, and it tries to improve it, to rectify it. Here, this was an attempt to break the backbone of all the checks and balances in Israel. If there will be a transition from the judiciary overall to an actual reform with respect to the real desire, then yes, we can reach understandings. There's another topic which is sensitive, and the protest as well. We discussed this in the previous panel. The protest is more and more heading in this direction, and that's the conflict with the ultra-Orthodox sector community. We can see it in the issue of drafting to the IDF and the drafting bill or conscription bill, and also coalitionary funds. What do you think about the compromise reached today by the government with Goldknopf regarding the 250 50 million to 2,500 shekels for every yeshiva student, yeshiva bucher. I object to this, and I object to this entire easygoing manner in which they're handing out coalitionary money in the existing economy, because the chief economist has said there is a pit, there's a hole in the revenues, the state revenues. The budget that was submitted, it's clear to everyone, is irrelevant. It's quite obvious to everyone that will either raise taxes or go for cutbacks or both in the near future. We've seen another increase in the interest rates, so nobody's addressing the cost of living because the government isn't doing anything about all the prices, you know, skyrocketing. And beyond the fact that the coalitionary allocations do not encourage growth, what about considering the situation of all Israelis, taking into consideration the macroeconomic situation? It shows such a level of detachment from Israeli citizens and the economic situation. Unfortunately, we're marching towards a recession, and we're going to get there pretty quickly. And how do you see now? You talked about the economic aspect with respect to the government's functioning. I presented the view that this is money that does not encourage growth, and I object to it in any case, in and of itself, and I even object to it more under the existing economic circumstances. You are hearing the general population enraged, angry, concentrating all the energies that were accumulated because of the judiciary overhaul, and now they're concentrating this energy towards the ultra-Orthodox sector and, you know, all the protests in Bnei Brak. How do you see that? How do you view this aggregated anger in Israeli society, both because of budget issues and because of conscription issues with respect to the ultra-Orthodox sector? Like, my problem is not with the ultra-Orthodox community, but rather with the ultra-Orthodox parties, with the representatives. I'd like to tell you that in the previous Knesset, in the previous government, we were engaged in a dialogue with the Knesset members of Yahadut Torah regarding the core outline. They represented the Belz Hasidim and some other elements, and they were willing to do something quite significant. And the next person to be interviewed is the previous Minister of Finance, and he was in line with that, and the Minister of Education. And we wanted to do something that would have budgetary implications, but the goal of it was core subject matters in agreement. And then at a crucial moment during the election campaign, Netanyahu said to the ultra-Orthodox parties, finish this, you'll get whatever you want without, we won't force the subject matters. And that wasn't something that was ever on the table. So this was a very dangerous change, and it won't be easy to take it back in the future. So you know what the next speaker will say, and I'm giving you an opportunity to respond to what he's going to say. He'll say that you, and this is what he's going to say when he'll sit here, that you, if it were up to you, and if he won't stop it, then you, when you get the power, you'll agree to all these demands. And in practice, you would have agreed with that half-empty page that the chair of your party promised. So I have a certain record, the only one.
חינוך במדינת ישראל, שקיצץ תקציבים לשתי הרשתות.
So, both networks of the Haredi school system, Ma'ayan HaChinuch HaTorani, and the independent education, when the two parties, Shas and Yahadut Torah, when they were in the coalition, I can talk about this now. Google it after we finish. In 2010, you can find it. And when I saw that they weren't doing what they were supposed to do, teaching English, for example, and as a result of what I did, some of these schools started teaching English. And the Minister of Education, Dr. Ifat Shasha Bitton, who was from our party in the previous government, she led this process of the core subject matter topics, and it had partners in the ultra-Orthodox side. So we have a record. Let's set aside politics. I'm just talking about facts, and these are the facts. What about the publication? I heard some publications that behind the scenes a new alliance is being formed between you and former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, maybe to start a new party. These weren't publications or notifications. This wasn't news items. It was two news items by the same person in the same channel. It's Yaakov Bardugo. It's completely unfounded. It is not based on reality, just like more or less anything else that this individual breaks on the news. I can tell you that each factual element there is a lie. I have a very good relationship with Naftali Bennett, and I've had the opportunity to meet with him once since he retired from political life, and of course we didn't discuss that, and it's completely unfounded. This news item, there's another individual mentioned there, Ayelet Shaked. I didn't meet with her even once during the past 6 months since she finished her political role, so it's completely unfounded. We are the National Unity Party, and one can guess what were the reasons for that individual to publish that news item, what they serve, and what the purpose is. It doesn't come from the field of journalism. It doesn't come from the field of journalism. That's correct. I must agree with that. Okay, let me just ask you now, let's say you just did something very dramatic before the elections. You joined forces with Benny Gantz, but one must say it's called the National Unity Party. But there are some gaps, and you're trying to differences. You're trying to blur these differences. You and the member of your party, Ze'ev Elkin. You say in the coalition, Elkin was one of the ones who really fought against the judiciary. Not only that, he tried to promote certain steps that were stopped by Netanyahu and by you. He wanted a hearing for every judge in the Constitution Committee. So I think there's some blurring of positions. There is no blurring of positions. Elkin is committed. Matan Kahana, there are videos of him on Twitter very similar to Smotrich and Rotman's videos. Look, every person has a history, but people are also entitled to adapt his or her positions to reality, and then today's reality is very powerful. I have a very clear-cut line on the law. Anybody who came from New Hope was committed to it because it's one of the most important tenets in our party's platform. But I don't think that there's one topic on the judiciary or governmental issue that we voted differently on. I mean, there are always nuances, but between you and I, aren't there differences in the Likud today between certain individuals that I could mention their names today in the Likud? It's more difficult to find differences, and maybe if there are different voices, they're underground. You can find them in every party, and even if I would try to find them in my party, in any great movement, a big movement, there are nuances, but these are merely nuances. The National Unity Party doing that wasn't the right thing to do electorally. We understood what the challenges of Israeli society are. It's not by chance that we were the only ones who use the terminology of regime overall, even before the elections. And I said that in every journalistic interview, in every conference, in every meeting I had all over Israel. We understood very well the challenges, and we have a broad common denominator between us to tell you that there aren't nuances on any issue whatsoever. Of course there are, but it's truly more marginal as we look at the greater picture. One last picture. When you founded New Hope, now I'd like to just say one thing. Please look at all the people in the streets today over the past 5 months. It includes people from the right-wing liberals. We have people from the left wing, from the center, and today they feel it's not just the political move of the government we had, the change government. They feel that there's a broad common denominator between them. It's important to understand that the challenges we're going to face in the future and what Israel is facing today, it changes the views regarding the old camps. And of course, anyone can subscribe to a different view on different topics, but the current challenges of the Israeli society require a new way of thinking. And one last question, and please don't answer me, I don't deal with that. When you founded New Hope, the party New Hope, you had a very clear presumption to be the prime minister of the state of Israel. And, you know, we know what has happened ever since, and then you joined forces with Benny Gantz. The question is a very simple question. Have you given up on the dream to be Prime Minister of the State of Israel? I'll give you a very honest and full answer. Before the elections, the previous elections in 2021, I was a candidate as Prime Minister. In these elections, I assessed that Benny Gantz has better chances, and my assessment hasn't changed, and that was one of the reasons why I decided to join forces and why I decided to support his candidacy. I don't think that this group that's called the National Unity Party, I don't think we could have been in the places we're at today if we wouldn't have had this joining of forces of several elements, not just me and the people from New Hope, but also Gadi Eisenkot and others behind Benny's candidacy. So if you're asking me, have I given up on this aspiration for good, forever? No. If you're asking me whom I support as Prime Minister, just like I supported in the previous elections, I support Benny Gantz, member of Knesset, Gidon Sa'ar from the National Unity Party. Thank you very much.
And now, I'm honored to invite for one-on-one interview Member of Knesset Avigdor Lieberman, Chairperson of Israel Beitenu, Minister of Finance, and former Minister of Finance and Minister of Defense. The interview will be carried out by the journalist Shimon Schiffer, a political commentator in Yediot Achronot. Hello, everyone, and hello to Mr. Lieberman. Hello, everyone. Former Minister of Defense, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, member of Knesset for many a year. And because there aren't any journalists here, I'd like to say that I truly appreciate him very, very much. There's not a day that goes by in Israel which is a boring day. And Mr. Lieberman, you come here on a very interesting day as well. The Knesset plenary discusses the approval of the state budget, which will, of course, be passed. But you also come here after the Bank of Israel has raised for the 10th time the interest rate. Your response? Bank of Israel had no other choice. Instead of cutting back on expenditure, the government is only expanding its expenditure. The revenues go down and the expenditure goes up, and that creates inflationary pressure of the greatest weight. The current budget, 484 billion shekels, is 32 million shekels bigger than the previous budget of 2022, and of course the revenues go down. And you increase the expenditure, you simply fall by revenues, and there's no other way but to raise the interest rate in order to stop inflation one way or another. The budget is made up in such a way, it's as if you take the fuel and you pour it into the fire in order to intensify inflation, because the various articles that were added are articles that are truly merely an expenditure. These are negative incentives for going out to work. As soon as you multiply the budget of yeshivas and you raise by 50% the benefits of yeshiva students, you give out checks for billion shekels, and you create, discounts on public transport. Why work? Today we learned that against the backdrop of the ostensible crisis in Agudat Israel, who wanted not to support the budget, a solution was made, and they will get the money. Look, the solution, at least the way it seems in the media, is totally illegal. Unlike the budget law, the budget is anchored by law, they told Goldknopf that we will give you financing from the surplus of 2023 budget. According to the law of budget, any surplus cannot be used as a budgetary source, and all the surpluses should go back to the state coffers to finance the debts of the State of Israel. Hence, this entire arrangement is illegal. I asked the chairperson of our faction of that forum to send a letter to the Attorney General and also the legal advisor of the Knesset and the Ministry of Finance, and to receive clarifications. The way what seems to be the case in the media, this is a manifestly illegal arrangement that actually runs counter to the budget law. You have to admit one fact. When the Knesset approves the budget, Netanyahu will be able to rest on his laurels or wherever he wants to rest in, but he will have a government for longer than a year. At the same time, the talks concerning reaching compromise concerning the judicial reform continue in the president's mansion. You objected to participating in them. What do you think is happening in these talks, and what do you think needs to be done? Should these talks continue and try to find a compromise concerning the structure of the Israeli regime? First of all, there are no talks there. There's an attempt to just diminish the protest. I think that my friends in the opposition, Lapid and Gantz, there's no room for these talks because it gives legitimacy to an unlegitimate process. I saw Netanyahu in the last week being interviewed abroad, and everywhere he says, look, we have a democracy. The fact is that the opposition is sitting with me discussing the judicial reform. The very togetherness is giving a legitimacy. And the second point is one of the things that undermine the economy is uncertainty, and what we need is certainty. And the whole idea of deferring it by 3 months or 6 months is only to extend this uncertainty further. And the third thing, that he wanted to get to the day of budget relatively quietly, and this whole process of just diluting it in the president's mansion allowed him to get to the budget freely. And once that passes, he has another year and a half to maneuver, and the goal is very clear because there is no judicial reform. So there's only an attempt to extricate oneself from a private legal complication. Hence, all the legislation that we saw to this very day, the Dairy 1 law, the Dairy 2 law, the gift laws, everything is personal. And if we do need to understand what needs to be done, look, this is no time to be nice and polite. We must make very dramatic, difficult decisions. And as far as I'm concerned, this government is truly endangering the state of Israel as a Jewish Zionist state. What they want is a Haredi, Messianic state. And in order to prevent this from happening, the opposition has to be very clear, not to maneuver. As far as I'm concerned, there are 5 principles which are really ironclad. And even before them, you have to understand, on the 1st of September 2022, 42% of the students in first grade were either Haredi, Bedouin, or Arabs. In 2028, there will be more than 51%. According to various calculations, between 2050 to 2055, most of the population, more than 51% of the population of the State of Israel, will be not a Zionist population. And the fact that we as a Zionist state finance the creation of an anti-Zionist majority is something very serious. As far as I'm concerned, the time has come to make tough decisions. What do you mean? What do you mean tough decisions? There are 5 principles. Separation between church and state, equal burden, a full equality in the burden, no exemptions anymore, not even one. Jews, Muslims, Christians, Druze, Circassians, all of them at the age of 18, either military service or national service. The third principle is core studies in a full comprehensive curriculum, and any institute who's not willing to teach core studies should not receive one dime, not one shekel, one dime from the state. And in these matters, we have to be very clear. The establishment of the Constitution has to be made, and none of this goes together with sitting in the coalition with Shas and Yadut HaTorah. When my friends in the opposition are not willing to go for what I say, a commitment to a Zionist coalition, a Zionist consensus, when they try to be separate and sort of blinking toward Shas and Yadut HaTorah, winking at them, that it's impossible neither to reach a constitution, to separate between church and state, to reach equality in the burden. These things are so important, and I think that this is the very last minute. You have to come full force with full power and not to, blink, and to constantly, to just be nice to one another and let's dialogue. It's all very nice, but ultimately it leads us to a crash. But when you talk about strength and power, as of tonight, as soon as we have the state budget, what can the protests do? It's over. If we argue that we are playing according to the rules of the democratic game, and that obliges all of us, what power then are you talking about? Look, as I said earlier, this entire dialogue is redundant, and I told Gantz and Lapid, learn from the previous chairperson of the opposition, Benjamin Netanyahu. When he was in the opposition, he would not cooperate on any matter. He wouldn't even show up to the Prime Minister's office, not even for security updates, neither from Bennett or Lapid. He refused to support the laws that he himself initiated, like the citizenship law or the Judea and Samaria regulations. The fact that the opposition is collaborating with him, it simply plays into his hands. This is one point. Number two, when it comes to the economic measure, they are leading us to an economic tsunami, to a total collapse. And regretfully, the governor of the Bank of Israel would not suffice with this last raise. The prices will continue to raise because they're simply fueling the inflation. So instead of cutting back, they only increase the non-productive expenditure. Just look where they made those cutbacks. In this era, they cut back in the authority of innovation by 1 million shekels, or all the students, the dormitories, Holocaust survivors didn't get an addition of anything except for what is called automatic pilot, namely linkage to the index. They got no additions. So these things ultimately are leading us to a collision. They closed the import. You were asking how come olive oil from the beginning of the year raised by 34%. How come? It's very simple. When Oded was Minister of Agriculture and I was Minister of Finance, we gave quota of import of olive oil, and the price went down. They actually canceled all those quotas. The prices rise, and they continue to rise, and we will get to the month of July, and that would be an economic tsunami that would flood this entire regime, and I do hope that we'll be able to truly establish something stable, something clear, that without any shame would call a spade, and say what things are. We cannot continue. The Haredi public is held captive by cynical business people of Shas and Yadut HaTorah who exploit them in order to accumulate money and honor. And they simply want to perpetuate poverty and ignorance. This is why they're not willing to have them study core studies. They're not allowing them to acquire a profession. There's no connection between Judaism and what they preach for. All the great spiritual leaders of Israel were fighters, Joshua and David and the Maccabites, and women were fighters. Deborah the prophet was the first minister of defense in the history of the Jewish people. And Yehudit also decapitated the leader of the army of Nebuchadnezzar. And Yael too, she too was a fighter. And by the way, they all worked at the same time. Hillel was actually cutting wood. Maimonides was the doctor. Ashba was the producer of wine. I said, where did you find in our sources that you cannot work, that you cannot fight? It's only a figment of their imagination. Quite honestly, I'd like to bring you back not to another time or period, but rather the current reality. Demography, according to the Israeli regime, determines the structure of the coalition. How can you possibly see a different coalition? And perhaps that is the reason why your colleagues are sort of looking sideways to other politicians. Where will you bring them from? First of all, the first decision, as I said, has to be that everyone serves either in the military or national service. You have to cut back on children's benefits. There's no other way. We cannot continue with these. And we are encouraging all because we are merely encouraging the anti-Zionist demography and, of course, everything else. Separation between church and state. There cannot be a parallel judiciary. They say that they stop this revolution or coup. Nothing is done of the sort. They increase budgets to the rabbinical court. They expand the powers of the rabbinical court system. They can deal with finance law, not just with marital law. There's so many things here which have a very clear destination, and a halacha state, this is what they aim for. They don't hide this, and that would be the end of Zionism. Hence, there is a fierce struggle that goes beyond the near elections. I'd like to ask you two personal questions. Look, here in the audience, you probably have the support and the positive attitude, but it is a fact that in the recurrent elections campaigns, you did not succeed in translating this sympathy and your worldview into mandates. And ultimately, what is taken into account is mandates. Why did it happen to you? Look, politicians always have dilemma. Should they say the right things or the popular things? This is the dilemma. I agree that whatever I say is very not popular, but these are the right things. This is what I believe in, and I'm not willing to change my position. I believe that if you ask the people in the public, most of the people want dialogue and want meetings that the president's mention, and believes that maybe they will reach a compromise. Perhaps it pays off from the electoral point of view, but that would not make me change my opinions. I will say whatever is true in my view, even if it isn't popular, come what may. But I want to be, at least vis-a-vis myself, to be extremely honest. Every morning I shave in front of the mirror. And when I do that, I want to be at peace with myself. This is the most important thing to me. I think that this is the best point to end with, but I would like to ask you one more question. We are after another round vis-a-vis the Palestinians. What would you do different as a person who shapes policy, as a statesman, as a person who headed the defense system, with the Palestinians, who will not disappear, as Yitzhak Rabin used to say. He always said that every Israeli has a dream. When he wakes up in the morning, there won't be any Palestinians or Arabs around. But that's merely a dream. What would you do as a decision maker according to this approach? First of all, that merits an entire lecture, but I'll put it this way. Every deed starts with a thought, and we're not thinking enough. I try to lead a measure of thinking, what should we do with the Gaza Strip? What is the end game with Gaza? Gaza will not disappear, so we're dealing with some operation, a topical campaign. We're handling this point or another, but ultimately, once we grow up, what would we like to see Gaza as? Can we do what we want to do? Is it possible to turn Gaza into the Singapore of the Middle East? Everything that is being done now is exactly the opposite to what is logical. I resigned from my position as Minister of Defense mostly because of the controversy around the Gaza Strip. I tried to bring to a comprehensive discussion what is our position, what is the horizon, what is the direction, and I failed. And as far as I'm concerned, you know, whatever Netanyahu does, it only reinforces Hamas. And at the end of the day, Netanyahu is the collaborator of Hamas. He's the accomplice. He decided to inject money to give them immunity. And he's not responding to anything. Even when Hamas calls upon murdering Jews and congratulates the murderer of Jews and determining the rules of the game according to which he can carry out terror attacks in Jerusalem and Judea and Samaria and to keep the quiet there. Even in the recent operation, he sat in the same war room with the Islamic Jihad, and they gave them logistic assistance. But despite it all, they were left unharmed. Hence, when it comes to Palestinians and Judea and Samaria, we have to do a restart. We have to revisit the whole topic. What do we do? To just, you know, move from one day to another and just improvise, that's no strategy, that's no policy, and we have neither strategy nor policy. Whatever guides this government, whatever motivates this government is merely the personal attempt of Netanyahu to get away from this legal entanglement, and for this end, he subjugates the entire activity of the government, all the budgets, and the entire legislation. Mr. Lieberman, whenever you were asked, how are you, you used to say, it's heaven. Recently, you answer differently. Nothing good is threatening us. Do not be afraid. Thank you, sir. Thank you for agreeing to talk to us. I'm honored to open the closing plenary of this day. You were extremely patient here throughout this afternoon. Kudos to all of you. You applauded in the right point. And I'm honored to open the closing plenary. And I would like to invite the 10th President of the State of Israel, Mr. Ruvi Rivlin, to the stage for an interview with Liat Regev, a journalist and an anchor in Cannes and the second channel on radio. Hello, hello to the 10th President of the State of Israel, the former President Reuven Ruvi Rivlin. Good evening. Hello, thank you, Liat. In America, once president, always president, but not in Israel, thank God. Even though it's once prime minister, always prime minister, but not a president. Would you like to add on the topic? No, I see no need. We'll see later on. Mr. Rivlin, how are you nowadays? Well, thank you very much. I personally feel well. The situation of everyone here is extremely worrisome, and this is why this actually overshadows my personal feeling. Is it worrisome, or are you really anxious about the future of the State of Israel? During my term of office as the President of the state, I met many times one of the politicians and leaders, the most serious ones in the world, who was Chancellor Merkel. And she used to say, listen, President of the State of Israel, we are the second generation of the Holocaust, and we do feel this unequivocal commitment to the State of Israel. And this is why our relations will not change, even when we can be angry or see things from a different perspective to what we saw until now. But you have to know that the third and fourth generation of the Holocaust in Germany admires the State of Israel because of its principles, because of its capabilities, because of its priorities, despite all the difficulties and the political situation, the security situation, the military situation that the State of Israel is in. You are a startup nation, extremely successful. You are a role model to the entire world, and you are a society that, despite all the difficult problems that you are facing, you maintain stability and an ability to manage a state, even though many times you have very profound controversies that no other people would tolerate. Because of your principles, because of the way you stick to these principles, because of this divided people, but the one insisting on maintaining those principles, they admire you. Woe on you if you change. If you change, the third and fourth generations will no longer think about the historic past that our peoples share. So I have one prayer and one request. Talk to the Israeli leaders, many of whom are your students or people who were extremely close to you in your different positions in Israeli democracy. Please stay as you are. Do not change. Do not turn into something that would no longer be appreciated as a society that holds such principles that even in states of controversy you still maintain. I listened to Madam Merkel, and I passed the message to quite a number of leaders, among them those who became prime ministers, including the current prime minister, Netanyahu, all the prime ministers, including the current one. Can we not include the current prime minister in prime ministers? Moreover, he was a prime minister before as well. I think that it has been said to each and every one of the Israeli citizens, we have been living without a constitution for 75 years, and still we created a common law that is more than the British common law. We created a situation in which, despite the fact that we have no constitution, we can live in a democracy that is a liberal democracy, which means that we, under no circumstances, can undermine the rights of the individual, even if we are a majority that can do almost anything we want within the decisions of the Knesset. Who guards this liberalism when there's in the absence of a constitution? It is guarded by a system which I know, and I have known from the day this state has been established, because I don't tell anyone, was born 10 years before the establishment of the State of Israel, and the Supreme Court, headed by Olshan and also by Agranat and by Landau and Shamgar, Justice Shamgar, and ultimately under Aharon Barak, who truly thought that there was going to be a social revolution when the social coup was introduced. And he said that we today, after the law of human dignity and liberty, can decide whichever way, because we are the commentators of the Constitution. And you are the first ones who talked about this. I just want to say, to the credit of Professor Barak, that he was an outstanding theoretician, one of the greatest jurists, but he hardly ever revoked a law of the Knesset. I'd like to ask you, with your permission, Ruvi Rivlin, who used to be a president once. Yeah, there are those who say former president of the State of Israel has said, hey, friends, the state is not the former state. The president is the former president. Ruvi Rivlin, at the Herzliya conference 7 years ago, you gave the speech of the tribes, and you opened this entire move that perhaps we get to its peak now, and you use a very dramatic word. If we seek life as a state, life means that we are on the verge of an existential threat.
Look, any kind of threat or anxiety can exacerbate the anxiety, and any exacerbation in an anxiety can undermine the social situation, and every social situation or state that is undermined can lead to for some very difficult situations. Reichman was my teacher, so I'm simply, I simply used his expressions because you were president until 2 years ago. You were a president of all citizens of the State of Israel, and today a lot of people are talking about the division, the partition between the State of Israel and the State of Judea. How does somebody who was everyone's president view this? Do you fear that we might reach such a situation, that we might get there? Look, the speech of the tribes wasn't a speech in which I wanted and declared. It was, the purpose was to warn. In my speech, I said, we today see the statistical yearbook in Israel, and according to the projections in 2019, the majority of Israeli students, first-grade students, will not be Zionist. And when the State of Israel was established, there were two minorities, 5% Arabs, and there were about 4 or 5% ultra-Orthodox Jews, and all the rest went to the regular secular state schools. We indeed wanted to give these special communities, these special tribes, life within us, a status that could express their yearnings and their desire to educate their children, the Haredi Jews, the ultra-Orthodox Jews, in line with their tradition and their faith, and our cousins, the Arabs who are Israeli citizens, proper Israeli citizens, who were exempted from the need to serve in the military because of national reasons and not for religious reasons, and they were the people who asked to study in Arabic to keep their language and the Arabic language in line with the Declaration of Independence. The Declaration of Independence, was written partially at my father's home, Professor Rivlin. He was a professor of Arabic, and they sought his advice on how to translate it into Arabic, because sometimes in a translation you can completely disrupt the entire concept behind the words or sentences. But when you gave that tribe's speech 8 years ago, you were in a different position, and you said that these agreements from 1948 don't really exist today because we've changed. And with your permission, former President Ruvi Rivlin, because we don't have a lot of time, with your permission, I'd like to focus on the situation today. For example, you say in your tribe speech, can we bear a situation in which two sectors within the population do not serve in the military, do not watch the ceremony of the lighting of the torches? Are we willing for them not to serve in the military, but instead of that to do a civil service? But when you look at the basic law, studying the Torah, studying the Bible, anybody studying the Torah significantly over time will be considered as if providing important service for the state, and that his rights and duties will be derived from that. Is this law a uniting one or one that separates between the tribes? Anybody who passed this law never dreamt that it would be interpreted in this way. These are the words of the law, and today it's written in the law, but in the Herzliya conference back then, all I wanted to was to warn from the option, from the possibility that we will have tribes in Israel. Not that in Israel there will be tribes as we had in its establishment. The state school, the state secular school, 80% of all Israeli pupils studied there. We didn't have the religious state schools. We had the independent stream of the ultra-Orthodox Jews, and we had the Arab school system, but 80% of all other Israelis went to one school, one stream of schools. We allowed the tribes to live within us. We let them feel free being part of the State of Israel. So I warned that perhaps the moment would come, and regretfully, it seems like back then it was a warning and even a writing on the wall that is more than illuminating. It already is starting to create noises that are warning all of us. And according to it, the tribes are saying to the state of Israel, you are our country. It's not that we are your tribes. And these things are even more severe. Look, I remember the days when I was a pupil in the Hebrew gymnasia at the age of 12 years old, in the 7th and 8th grades. It was even after my bar mitzvah. And when we were certain that we have a country in which there's absolute unity with freedom of expression to each and every tribe. How far are we from there today, from this absolute unity? We agreed at the time. There was an agreement between the independent tribe, the ultra-Orthodox tribe, and they've always said to us, we agree to the existence of the state of Israel as a Jewish and democratic state, but why don't you explain to us what a Jewish state is? There were arguments on that even back then, but we agreed with them that a small minority of those, some of those who are outstanding students will go to a special school and will be exempt from military service and can focus on studying the Torah so that they can hold on to the tenets of Judaism. Have we gone too far with this today? Yes, today we say to this tribe, you are free to do whatever you want to. You will decide for the state what to do, and we are not going to hear what the state asks of us. So you're saying that this tribe, the ultra-Orthodox tribe, is telling the state of Israel what to do, and it's not that the state of Israel is telling them what to do. Today, all the tribes are actually saying, you cannot exist without me. You cannot maintain a system that will set laws or a system that will have the executive branch, the government, and you won't be able to carry out whatever you want in the way you interpret democracy without us being a part of it. So you belong to us, we don't belong to you. Ruvi Rivlin, do you believe that there could be some kind of an operative outcome from the conversations at the president's residence? You were there, you were involved in similar compromises, and you know all the elements involved. Do you think that a certain compromise can come out of it that will benefit the state of Israel and the entire people of Israel? Look, different people have different styles, and I've no doubt that if the president thinks that he could yield a worthy and adequate result, not only is it his right to do so, it is even his duty, because this is one of the roles that he needs to carry out by law. But I have to say, if you're asking me, I wouldn't, me personally, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm mistaken, that's definitely possible. I personally wouldn't do something that I couldn't reach a compromise without the parties realizing from the outset that it is impossible to be done in such a way that it was suggested. For example, there's something called democracy, and we knew what it was very well for 60 years. Definitely we understood, and the people understood just how strong they were. And despite the disagreements, we could reach decisions. There were some very fierce struggles that could have, God forbid, led to a civil war. But today, we find ourselves in a situation in which if, for example, we are talking about democracy, I don't think that there's any university. Professor Reichman is the president of this university, the university where we're sitting at. Can we compromise, for example, on something such as something completely theoretical as democracy, which is the essence of our lives, to say, you know what, we can do without it. Why don't we have half a democracy? You know, I'm from Jerusalem, so I'm very naive. I don't know how you can compromise on such a thing. So what does it actually mean? You're either a Jerusalemite or you're not. You can't be half a Jerusalemite. Yes, I agree with you that we cannot compromise. No, no, no. Forget about Ruvi Rivlin. Now talking about Jerusalem and democracy. So let me ask you about democracy. If you're saying that a compromise cannot be reached, I'm not saying that a compromise cannot be reached. I'm saying that I cannot. What does that mean for the State of Israel? What does that mean for the future of the State of Israel, for the future of the State of Israel to be maintained? Because we need to reach some decision. Do we need to regress, to withdraw from the judiciary reform, or should we continue with it? Look, a judiciary reform is a reform, but this isn't a reform. What is it? It's an absolute change of the principles of the law, of the judiciary. But these things are quite obvious. No need to applaud. But it's because Ruvi Rivlin said it. No, Professor Shachevitz said that before me, and Professor Levontin said that. Levontin would always say there is no relative and negative. So what are you saying, that this reform is not a reform, that it's a change, a significant change, for the simple reason that until now we had a Supreme Court, and we definitely had, each one individually or for many people on a public level, we maybe had complaints or disagreements or arguments with them, but the only place where there was someone who could maintain the liberalism and democracy without liberalism is not a democracy, because the rule of the majority is not the tyranny of the majority, and the only situation in which there is no constitution, there's one factor that could protect the rights of individuals as individuals who are citizens in a country. The only entity who can do that is the Supreme Court as an independent entity, and there definitely should be a reform in the Supreme Court. You know, in the court's law, it says that a criminal law should happen from one day to the next in order to end the saga. People want to know. People want to know if they can elect a mayor. Yes, but the Minister of Justice, it's not what he's trying to promote nowadays. You know that better than I do. I'm not involved in politics at the moment, so I don't know what's being done on these matters. Moreover, I can even tell you, even if I'm bluffing here, and I do know, I think that the president shouldn't intervene in these matters. A former president, not a current president. And let me ask you in a more specific way, if this reform continues, because right now they've frozen the discussions at the president's residence. If there is no compromise, what does it mean about the State of Israel? What will the State of Israel look like if this reform passes? Well, it's such a difficult question, and I just went, to high school and the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. I never studied with Professor Reichman, so it's difficult for me to answer this question, but I have no doubt that any citizen in the State of Israel can explain to himself or herself if the reform will pass. It's no longer the State of Israel that we founded in 1948. Let me tell you, in 1948, we understood that there won't be a constitution. When Ben-Gurion said to the chair of the Constitution Committee, there is no such thing anywhere in the world as a Constitution Committee. There is a Law and Justice Committee. We are a Constitution, Law and Justice Committee, and the chair of the committee was said after the establishment of the Knesset in 1949. Here I am establishing a committee. It's the Constitution Committee, and in a matter of 6 months you will present a constitution. No prime minister needs a constitution. A constitution makes it very difficult for the executive. It makes it very difficult for the ministers and the government, because in order to change the constitution, you need 2/3 of the Knesset members, and that's tough. That's difficult. And I know certain prime ministers that overnight, for example, we passed a law, all of us together, with a national consensus not to have more than 18 ministers. And with 18 ministers, by the way, if I were in a government with 18 ministers, I think some of the ministers would have been jobless, not to mention what's happening today. Oh, I'm not talking about that. I don't know what's happening right now. Like I told you, I don't know what's going on today. But we need to understand that prime ministers did not want a constitution because the constitution makes it more difficult for them to change laws, even basic laws. I remember a prime minister who was elected in 1999, I think, as prime minister. And he changed a law of the 18 ministers in a matter of 6 hours. It's pretty clear. So I'd like to ask you about the current prime minister. That's Prime Minister Netanyahu, and he is leading the state of Israel. In tapes that were exposed a week ago at Kan 11 News, you said to Benny Gantz that you don't believe that Netanyahu will give him the rotation when the day comes. And today he keeps using the word together. He keeps saying, I want the best interest of the entire people of Israel. Do you believe that he says that he wants what's best for all Israelis? Do you think that this is what motivates him? Look, ladies and gentlemen, I believe every person who speaks to me and says, you know, after in turmoil and from the depth of intention, with the depth of intention, when that person says, okay, I will uphold the rotation, if a person says something, I believe that they mean it, but I'm not sure that he even thinks that it's even possible, because who will lead the people if he won't? You know, that's a problem. So I am telling you that it was my impression at the time, for the simple reason that the then prime minister, or the person who was going to be prime minister, I had deliberated as a president. Do I have the option, the possibility to give him, to assign the role to him, because there was the Pinchasi precedent in which he didn't allow a minister to serve as minister. So I said, how can I assign someone to be prime minister because that person, God forbid, there might be a letter of indictment against him. And I said, okay, I'm willing to discuss these topics until the Supreme Court sent it back to me. I spoke with all the former attorney generals, and I consulted with all the great professors. One of them is sitting here on the first row, in order to see, is there some kind of a problem here, not just a problem with values, but also a legal problem. They said this isn't a legal problem because we enacted the direct election to prime minister's law. And then the question was, what happens if the people elect a person who shouldn't serve as prime minister ethically? And he said, so it's not the court up to the court to decide, but the people will decide once they know the full picture. And we canceled the direct election law. And Yossi Beilin and myself, who were responsible for taking this out from the codex, we forgot that we amended the prime minister's law, and we didn't change that section there. So I'd like to ask you, we're approaching the end. We'll take an extra 2 or 3 minutes with your permission. In your tribe speech, you spoke about the Arab sector as well, not just the ultra-Orthodox sector. And you say, if we seek to live, we need to make sure that we all have a common denominator, that we have some kind of sense of mutual responsibility for each other. Do you see a real and sincere attempt to connect the Arab sector in Israel to some kind of Israeliness? Look, anywhere I visit in the world, there are a few words in English I know. I don't speak English well. I pretend to speak good English. And I say to them, we're not doomed to live together, but I don't know how to say we are descent. Our destiny is to live together. So those who speak better English will excuse me, because I do believe in it. Look, we never had a war with Islam. My late father, Professor Yosef Yoz, who was from Jerusalem and who studied in Frankfurt and was sent by the Jewish Yeshuv, by the Jewish community in Israel, and by Ben Yehuda to study Arabic in Frankfurt, because he could speak daily Arabic, mundane Arabic, and he translated the Quran, and he translated 1001 stories, and I think he even added some of his own fantasies, because he was truly... These people were his friends. And I'd like to tell you, the Israeli Arabs and us, we must build trust. Because in order to live together in the very complicated situation of the Palestinians and us between the Jordan and the sea, where there will never be two sovereignties in the sense that the Palestinians want, do you see the makeup of the current government and the parties that join this government, a true desire, a true capability to connect the Israeli Arabs into one tribe the way you want them to look? Minorities on both sides are inciting and lead to a radicalization. My assessment is, look, first of all, I served in the military along with my Druze brothers. My brethren, the Druze, my brothers, the Druze, they wanted to volunteer more than the Jews. Today, the conscription rate of the Druze community is almost 90%, whilst among the Jews it's a bit less, much more less than that. So this is why I'm saying we can. So the Druze are special, and they are a separate tribe within this entire regional system. But I'm asking you about the composition of the government. Do you see the motivation? Do you see any Knesset members, any government members who call the Arabs to join forces with us? Look, the proof is that 15 Arab Knesset members were elected to the Knesset, and they declare that the state of Israel is a Jewish and democratic state, that there is maybe a certain contradiction there, and the burden of proof lies upon us, the majority, to prove that this is indeed possible, that you can have a country, a state, which is Jewish, and in that same Jewish country, and on the same breath, and at the same power, it will also be democratic for all its citizens. Do you believe that the current leadership of the State of Israel can lead us there? Yes, I definitely think that the leadership in Israel, the current leadership, if it understands the priorities, contracts that we sign are not enough. We need to indeed build trust between the different sides so that the life we decide to live politically, let's say in a federation in some form, without any doubt. I know what the commissioner is doing because I was president when he was commissioner. Commissioner, you remained commissioner. Regretfully, Ruvi Livlin, we need to finish. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the Herzliya conference for indeed contributing to the thinking processes in Israel and the ability of every individual to ponder. And I'd like to tell you that in the current situation, the situation we find ourselves in which people are beginning to examine, the ethnic demon, can we take it out of the bottle? Let me tell you, we have 9 grandchildren. 3 are Iraqi Jews, 1 is a Moroccan Jew, 2 Yemenites, and nobody believes that they are Rivlins, but everybody knows that they're Yemenites. And we also have 3 Ashkenazi grandchildren because no family is perfect. So come on, let's live together. We have such a wonderful people. We have a country, and it's such a powerful country, and the fact it's so powerful is because we love it so much and believe in it. So despite the difficulties, let's continue to believe in it, because don't tell any of the politicians, but it's all up to us. Thank you very much, Ruvi Rivlin.
Thank you, Liat Regev. What a wonderful set of questions. And Ruvi Rivlin, what a wonderful set of answers. And Ruvi Rivlin, thank you for the ongoing support extended to the Reichman University. And now I have the pleasure of introducing the Chief Commissioner, Yaakov Shabtai of the Israel Police, who is the 19th overall, the General Commissioner of the State of the Police, Israel Police. He has been a paratrooper, and it's very important. He was also one of the units who camouflaged as Arabs, and he needs it today. He was the commander of the School of Counterterrorism, the commander of the Iran police station, the commander of Judea and Samaria region, and also the commander of the border police, and now the commissioner of the Israel police. And why did I mention all that you did during all those years? Because I believe that only a person with all this experience could lay on his shoulders what you are bound to carry now, and thank God you exist. It's quite difficult after the former president, Mr. Rivlin, to speak to you. Distinguished audience, good evening. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the organizers of the conference, and I see great value in all the content matters that it discusses. In an era that is characterized by uncertainty, there's a great deal of importance for strategic planning, and I see a great proximity to the challenges of internal security. The state of Israel goes through many a storm, domestic and external, and these have a direct impact on the level of personal security of each and every one of its citizens. The police is the factor to which all those storms are channeled to, and it is responsible for providing solutions for it. Of all the law enforcement entities in the state of Israel, the police force is the most present entity in every field of life, in every one of the citizens of Israel's life. As the first responders that arrive at any scene, people call 100 when they are in distress, and it is incumbent upon us to protect the basic rights of every individual for personal safety as befits a police force in every democratic state. The fabric of relations between the Israeli citizens and the police is a central pillar that impacts the sense of personal safety of citizens in the state of Israel. The key to this relationship is the level of trust and legitimacy felt by the public toward the Israel police. And as a person in charge of law enforcement in the state, I can say that this legitimacy of the Israel police is given to it by the public. The experience teaches us that any encounter between a police officer and a citizen impacts the sense of personal security. The way by which the single officer handles a case that he is called to intervene and realize might actually lead to the success or the failure of that task. One police officer can arrive at the scene unless he treats it properly, like in Jerusalem, it can put the whole region on fire. If I am to sum up the very essence of the police work, I would say that we must guarantee the personal safety of every citizen and the personal safety of every citizen, be they men or women, and by that protect the social resilience of this society. We operate to realize this important goal through transparency, equality, fairness, and operation according to the law only. We operate at the same time to achieve two goals. The first goal is to allow citizens to live their life in a safe, protected environment, and the second goal is to eradicate terrorism and crime and to put every offender and every criminal behind bars. When the home front turns into a front and what happens to our country is a testimony to it, there's a growing process of transferring security responsibility almost exclusively to the Israel police. This is why every police officer in the Israel police is required to have high level of qualifications and a very sharp mental transition between the roles that are laid on their shoulders. We call it from 0 to 100, from a situation of routine where you do the regular policing work to some terror attack which automatically turns you into something totally different. Our police officers are turning into the human shield of the entire society against those who try to undermine the safe and crime-free fabric of life. This is a very hard work done 24/7, and very often people put their lives on the line. It has always been that way, and it is even more so now. Contending with the ongoing wave of protests actually placed complicated dilemmas before us. They're forced to maintain that proper balance between the natural right of the individual to protest and maintaining public order and a proper fabric of life is only one example of many a dilemma. We have always aspired to handle these protests without the use of force and allow the protesters to realize their right to get back home safe and sound. More often than not, we need to enforce the law and order, and these do not photograph well, and it impacts the feelings of all those who protest and their attitudes toward the police. I'd like to say this as clearly as possible. The Israel police is not a political body. It's never been political, and it will never be political. If there's anything that I'm proud of, is that we managed to keep Israel police outside of the political debate. It is the right of every police officer to have their opinions. We are human beings. We are citizens. And what I tell police officers is that you can discuss your opinions at home in the bosom of your family and friends. But when you leave the door with the uniform of the Israel police, with the emblem of the State of Israel, from this point on, you become a police officer, and we expect you to behave in an apolitical way, to set your opinions on the side and only operate according to the law. I'd like to ask you to enter the shoes of a police officer who stands in the middle between the protesters, and his right is to maintain the right of protest of every party and also maintain the freedom of movement and normal life of all other citizens. What goes through his mind? What does he tell his family when he gets back home from his shift? At the end of the day, we have to remember that it is the very same officer that earlier on helped in some domestic violence case, or the falling of rockets, or chasing a stolen vehicle, almost happening to us every night, or preventing with his own body the next terror attack. The recurrent violence incidents in the Arab sector do not allow me to sleep at night. And I can stand from this podium and once again describe all the efforts, the huge efforts, the many efforts that we did, beside all those achievements that we had in the prevention of bloodshed. But the reality in the last few months has been truly a tragic one. It is a tragic reality for the Israeli society in general, and in particular to the Arab society. And as the Chief Commissioner of Police, I am troubled by it. I believe that joint efforts of all the authorities in mobilizing the Arab society to collaborate is what guarantees the stop to this bloodshed. And I would like to add that recently, Israel Police has been asked to deal with many operations, whether it's the protest or prevention of terror. And what we can do is not unlimited. We're past Ramadan, we're past Miron in Lag BaOmer. In the last few days, we concentrated all the efforts of the special units of the Israel Police, the investigative ones and also the operational ones, 33 tactic units, and we all brought them back to be focused within the Arab sector. And it is our duty, it's always been, to lead and thwart and counter any attempt to harm life. I'd like to say that we ended 2022 with nearly 6 68 cases in which nearly a certain murder was carried out. I'm talking about using all the intel capabilities and the operational capabilities until you lay your hand that holds the gun with a bullet. So from the beginning of the year, we had 32 such cases, yet the results are truly tragic. It is incumbent upon ourselves to continue with it and to prevent any attempt to take the life of anyone. It's only by doing that will we get the trust of the public. In the state of Israel, there's only one police that aims at serving the entire population. We have to allow every citizen to have the optimal personal safety and to contribute to improving compliance with the law while striving in an uncompromising way to catch all those who decided to violate the normal fabric of life. It is very clear to everyone that police presence leads to governance. It increases the cooperation, the citizens' involvement, and fixates norms of compliance with the law. We need a very large police to allow for all that to happen, a strong police. The State of Israel needs a strong police that is equipped with all the technological measures that can be given to it by law. We witness a quantum leap in the capabilities of delinquents to operate in the online and cellular world. The technological developments among criminal organizations necessitates technological progress in the Israel police, and we should not stay behind. The damage caused following the articles published by Kalkalis that a committee headed by the Attorney General brought about the demobilization of critical police capabilities for over a year. Migration of crime to the cyber world forces the Israel police to work in this arena full force and to present to these offenders a proper deterrence with the help of sophisticated technology. There's no logic in giving the police an inferior technology to those that exist in the general market around the world. A state should give the law enforcement entities have the tools that would allow it to work in the required efficiency. The strength of the police is measured first and foremost by the human resource, and that's the human capital. As I suggested in the past, Israel police is too small for its many missions. The missions and tasks pile up, but the manpower in the police does not grow in a way that is in line with the growth in demography and tasks. A small police that lacks the manpower leads to erosion and wear and tear, and that undermines our resilience. I strive to increase the police force significantly. It is not my interest. We're talking about a national interest, and we as a life-seeking society should, based on this collective responsibility, to mobilize our best sons and daughters to serve in the police. This is where the issue of wages enters, and without having all police officers receiving a proper reward for their work, the police will never become an attractive organization for those top-quality sons and daughters of ours. It is our duty to continue to do whatever is within our power to mobilize and retain a quality workforce for the organization that impacts every aspect of life as individuals and as society alike. I'm very proud of my officers, and from this podium, I wish to say a personal thank you to the police officers, the fighters of the border police, the volunteers, the reserve soldiers, who, despite the many challenges, the distress in manpower and the intense operation in the different arenas, and the overload demonstrate a sense of mission daily. The police officers of the Israel police will continue to go to their shifts knowing that the Israeli citizens have no other police. The Israel police must continue and labor on increasing the public trust in it. The public trust in Israel police and its police officers is the most important and critical asset for the realization of our mission. The public trust trust is the most efficient measure to direct and guide behavior and compliance to the law. It is a prerequisite without which we cannot guarantee the collaboration with the public, neither in times of routine nor emergency. As the Commissioner of the Israel Police, I am sure of our capability of raising the index of trust thanks to my faith in the just cause, responsibility, and mutual caring for the entire Israeli society. Thank you all, and good luck for the conference. The Commissioner of Israel Police, in the name of this conference, we also thank you and the entire Israel Police and all the police officers who work 24/7.
And we don't take it for granted.
And we don't take it for granted. We take it very seriously. Thank you for all that you do. Okay. I could invite Professor Rafi Melnik to talk about the inflation, but he'll be doing it tomorrow at 9:30. So I could perhaps take a bit more time, because in a few minutes from now, Major General in reserve Yoav Gallant will be here, Minister of Defense. And I only wish to say to you that in our university, we give the right to officers who served in combat units in their entry process to this university, because we are a Zionist university and we're not afraid to say so. And when we talk about a Zionist university, we talk about a humanistic Zionist university based on Ben-Gurion, Jabotinsky, Menachem Begin, and Herzl, as was said, by the people, for the people, with the minority in mind. And we're not afraid to express ourselves as a Zionist university. I'd like to tell you that every student that studies here who serves 11 days in reserve duty a year receives 2 academic credit points for that service, because this university encourages our combatants to do their reserve duty, and unfortunately some of our students fell in battle, and even though we're a young university, regretfully on Memorial Day we already need to remember some of those who sacrificed their lives for our sake. I'd like to also remind ourselves that every year we hold an evening to which we invite all our reserve duty students. This is an evening that is devoted to fun. Hamburgers, hot dogs, and beer. We aim at giving them pleasure, and various, prizes are awarded. This is an evening that is held in this university, to which only those who serve in reserve duty are invited. So I'm very proud to be in a university under the command of my president here, Professor Rafi Melnik, who sits here in the front row, who himself is a graduate of 202. The founding president is a graduate of 8990. I am a graduate of the paratroopers. And we are simply proud to see that there are so many students who serve the country and they study here. I think it is important. Is there any question from the audience? Is there anyone who wishes to ask about our mission statement? Anything? Until the Minister of Defense makes his way here. No question? The medical school, should I talk about that? Okay. So we are establishing a medical school here, and fortunately, we succeeded in bringing in Arnon Afek, who is the Deputy Director General of the Sheba Hospital. He will be the new dean of this school. Arnon Afek is a former Director General of the Ministry of Health, and I admit that I served in reserve duty with him a few times in various exercises that we had with the American forces, and it was a great pleasure to be with him. He was the head of the medical unit, and when he spoke with the American physicians, he explained to them so well, and he actually served as an ambassador for our country. There are two hospitals, Sheba and also Rabin, which are hospitals that actually give us the backing, as well as the Clalit HMO and the Maccabi HMO. They are together with us in this mission. We're opening the School of Medicine in 2024-2025, and we're going to recruit students already in November 2023. We're going to receive the approval of all the institutions that should give us those approvals. We're working on it. But like anything else that took place here in this university that Professor Reichman has led, there would always be someone who would demand that we go through the entire red tape process. When we wanted to get the approval of the undergraduates here in the 1990s, until the very last minute, they postponed it and delayed it. And Professor Reichman always loves to explain that unless they approved it at that time, perhaps he would not even be in this university. There would be 300 people who would sue him because they were supposed to get their degree here. And really, in the last inning, it was received. And then there was graduate studies, and then the PhD studies, and then there was the effort to receive the status of a university. And as a university, we do have researchers and scholars at the highest international level, brain science and various other fields. We also brought in here a pre-med year where we teach all the pre-med subjects so that candidates for the medical school who already have their undergraduate degree can go through this year and be admitted to medical studies. And at the moment, we're working on building the school. The dean is laboring on this, and there's already a location where all the laboratories will be and all the simulations and whatever they need at this stage. Our intention is to recruit 80 people in the first year and carry on from there. So, in a nutshell, that's our medical school. Any more questions? Please challenge me. Ask me, how is it possible to contribute to the university? Ask me, for example, if you contribute to the university in Israel, can this be exempt from income tax? And the answer is yes, it is possible. So all those who are interested in helping needy students, welcome. Tfaddal, as we say in English, you are invited. We also have the American Friends of the University and German Friends of the University. And yesterday we worked on the French Friends. I found a French CPA through whose office we will build the French Friends and also Friends in the UK. So that's as far as that is concerned. By the way, there's also, oh, there he goes. He's finally here. So photographers, please don't stumble. We still don't have a medical school. We can't treat you. Okay. So now I'm very delighted to introduce Minister of Defense, Major General in Reserve Yaakov Gallant. He is the 22nd Minister of Defense of the State of Israel. Yoav Gallant. Yoav Gallant, not Yaakov Gallant. Yeah. It's Yoav Gallant. I'm not going to change your name because you are the Minister of Defense and we need you so much. We can't possibly explain. So he was the commander of Gaza Brigade, head of the ground forces, the military secretary of Arik Sharon of blessed memory, the commander of the Southern Command, served as the Minister of Construction and Housing, Minister of Absorption, Minister of Education, and Minister of Defense. I truly love listening to you on television and radio. You always talk about the history, the Zionist history of this place, the biblical history of this place, and you're a man of value. You're the right man at the right time and the right place, and we want to support you. Hello and good evening. The founding president and chairperson of the board of directors of Reichman University, my friend, the Professor Uriel Reichman, president of the university, Professor Rafi Melnik, head of Amman, Major General Khaliva, head of the Institute for Policy and Strategy, my friend, Major General Amos Gilad, distinguished guests. I'm delighted to be here tonight. Since its inception, the State of Israel has been contending with complex security threats. Over the years, these threats exacerbate and change and take different forms each time. In recent times, we have been witnessing a very prominent trend of the uniting of fronts. Behind these threats in Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Judea and Samaria, with which we contend today, exists one connecting line and a very tight connection that unites them all. This connection is Iran. Iran is the most significant threat to regional stability as well as international stability, global stability. Iran is waging against the State of Israel a war of attrition with the help of its proxies along the borders, and at the same time, it exploits the time that it buys in order to operate, to establish its economic power, and mostly in order to develop nuclear weapons. In the last 5 months, since I entered my position, and this is the main topic that I'm preoccupied with daily and for many an hour, and this is also the main issue that the security establishment is focusing its efforts. Iran has been waging in the last few years a geographic overtake, an ideological overtake on the regional countries. Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Yemen, and also the Gaza Strip. These Iranian intentions go a lot beyond that. Under the aegis of changes in the Middle East, Iran is moving westward and is trying to create a terrestrial bridge over the Persian Gulf all the way to the Mediterranean. It is doing it through its proxies and aspires to impose its Shiite murderous ideology and the regime of darkness of the Iranians. At first, it built this bridge in Lebanon and created a direct front against Israel away from its borders. 1,500 kilometers separate between Iran and Beirut. This distance is twice the distance from Moscow to Kiev. In Syria, the Iranians are trying to build a Shiite Iranian militia east of the Hermon. They want to build what they created on its west. Hezbollah, too, in the Golan Heights, and using the Syrian land as a springboard for a weapon that would break the balance toward Lebanon. Since I assumed my position position, the number of attacks of Israel has doubled against the Iranians in Syria. As part of this campaign, we operate in a very systematic way to undermine the Iranian intel capabilities in Syria, and these attacks cause significant damage to those attempts to establish of the Revolutionary Guards only a few kilometers away from Israeli borders. I would like to clarify here tonight in an unequivocal way, the rejoining of Syria to the Arab League would be insignificant for the state of Israel as long as Syria will continue to serve as fertile ground for the Shiite terrorism and allow Iran and its proxies to operate from its borders. As long as that is the state of affairs, it will meet the power of our defense establishment, and this is also the place to add that the target is the Iranian operation and not the Syrian state. Iran operates above ground and underground in its many attempts to undermine stability in the region. I would like to present here for the first time another expression of the Iranian aggression in the form of establishing floating terror bases. These images are before you. We identify the accelerated activity of the Revolutionary Guards in converting commercial ships to military vessels. These ships reach orders of magnitudes of dozens of millions of tons. These are large commercial vessels, and these ships are large commercial vessels, and sometimes they can carry dozens of thousands of tons, and they are geared toward maintaining means of warfare, missiles, commando capabilities, sailing capabilities, and I will soon explain where this develops to. We identify an accelerated activity of the Revolutionary Guard to convert those commercial vessels, which are civilian, to military vessels. They arm those vessels with many weapons, UAVs, drones, offensive and intel advanced systems, in the aim of serving as front bases of terror in those areas that are very distant from the Iranian borders. All that you see here in these images are floating terror bases. This is a direct continuation of the naval terrorism that Iran does in the Persian Gulf and the Arab Sea. It operates to extend its operations into the Indian Ocean, then to the Red Sea and also the Mediterranean. We're talking about a very well-consolidated and well-planned policy that is there to threaten the sailing routes, civilian and military, and create an ongoing threat in the naval space. This is a pirate, illegal operation that is of high concern. Iran is operating like a group of militia, not as a state. Those floating terror bases are already in operation. Only recently, one of these ships has been seen, and it sailed all the way to the Aden Gulf, away from Iran. When faced with this new naval terror, Israel stands with full power and a high level of preparedness. This power relies on technological capabilities, naval capabilities, and other options that I will not go into here. International cooperation, the creation of coalitions against this terror that is disseminated from Iran, besides providing a reliable military response in every arena against any threat, will lead us to contend in an optimal way with the Iranian terror, be it on sea, in air, or land. Even in the Palestinian arena, Iran is extending its arms. It extends a lot of resources and efforts in operating terror in Judea and Samaria, in the Gaza Strip, and also in mobilization attempts of Israeli Arabs. Iran is the financer, the trainer, and the disseminator of terror in the nearest territories to us, from our borders in the north all the way down to focal of friction in Judea and Samaria and Gaza. I will only go into the numerical data. The annual investment of Iran in terror in the near proximity of the State of Israel, Syria, Lebanon, and the Gaza Strip, Judea and Samaria, it amounts to over $1 billion a year. The Quds Force of the Revolutionary Guard spreads terror around us. It floods the territory with available cash, whose sole purpose is to assist all those who want to carry out a terror attack, even in the lone terrorist framework. This last operation was done in response to the efforts of the Islamic Jihad to undermine Israel with the guidance and the financing of the Iranians. In this shield and arrow operation, in a very high precision operation, we did away with the top echelons of Islamic Jihad in the Gaza Strip. In the very significant first blow, within a few seconds, all the 3 senior officials of Jihad were eliminated in 3 different places in Gaza. Islamic Jihad in the Gaza Strip in its entirety were in a state of shock. This phenomenon grew stronger, and more senior officers were eliminated throughout the days of the operation. The security establishment, through the IDF and the ISS, exhibited new capabilities of sophistication and inter-organizational cooperation that led to these impressive results. The results were achieved through the high-quality intel, the high execution capabilities, the quality of commanding, and the ability to make decisions in the IDF and the ISS. We conveyed an unequivocal message of actually taking a high toll from all those who seek to harm the citizens of the State of Israel. We made it very clear that those who prevent children in Israel to sleep will never rest assured in their own homes in the Gaza Strip. We will reach there and we will settle the score. Already now, it is possible to see the way things look. Our enemies are deterred, our friends are surprised, both by the capabilities, the audacity, and the resolve. The Jerusalem Day passed very quietly, inter alia, because of the results of the shield and arrow operation. It is very clear for any enemy that what the State of Israel did in Gaza against Islamic Jihad, it is capable of multiplying against senior officers in Gaza or in any other arena.
And yet, I'd like to say from this stage to the Palestinians, and I'd like to tell you, the State of Israel has no interest in a military campaign, in any kind of friction or clash with the Palestinian civilian population. We want economic success and a high standard of living for Palestinians. And this has 2 values, both for the Palestinian population and for regional security in this region. Peace and quiet in the Palestinian arena is a clear-cut Israeli interest, and I dare say it's an Israeli security interest, of course, as long as it applies to all sides. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, one and all, I cannot see all of you from the stage. I have described to you so far the efforts of Iranian aggression in the region. Despite the grave seriousness of these actions, this is the second Iranian effort, and it is exercised in order to enable their main effort, which is obtaining nuclear weapons capability. Today, it is at its most advanced stage ever with respect to the development of its nuclear program. In order to demonstrate that critical place where the Iranian nuclear program is currently at, one can describe the Iranian effort to obtain nuclear weapons as a train that's speeding full force towards a tunnel that is in a mountain. The Iranian train is quite close to the opening of that tunnel. Once it enters that tunnel, one will not be able to touch it any longer. And once it comes out of the tunnel, and it doesn't matter how long it takes, it will come out as a train that is armed with weapon-grade nuclear capabilities, with nuclear arms. And that means the world will face a serious strategic threat, in Israel as well as other countries in the Middle East will be facing a potential for an existential threat. This image, this metaphor, very accurately conveys just how critical the junction we're currently at is with respect to Iranian nuclear capabilities. And this is the place to say, uranium enrichment up to 90% will be a severe mistake that Iran will make. The Iranian regime in Tehran must know that this step will bring with it heavy prices and significant ramifications for the Middle East. And the Israeli security establishment on all its branches faces this Iranian effort with a very special and concentrated effort that its purpose is to prevent Iran from achieving its goal. Once again, I reiterate, as far as it concerns the intention of Iran to have nuclear arms, all options are on the table. All options. And to conclude, I'd like to thank you for this important stage, and I do hope that the discussions led here in this important conference will contribute to the understanding of the challenges we all share. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and have a good evening. I'm delighted to introduce the head of the Intel branch in the IDF, Major General Aharon Herzliya, and he will be interviewed by Major General in Reserves Amos Gilad. Major General Herzliya, by the way, was a battalion commander in Battalion 202, brigade commander of 235, and was a commander of the officers' cadet training base. He served as the head of the operations unit in the general division of the IDF. And he is the head of the Intel division or branch as of October 2021. And I'm sure this will be a fascinating conversation. Any conversation somebody has with Amos Gilad is a fascinating conversation. I'm sorry, 1 minute, they forgot my mic.
Erev Tov.
Good evening. The fascinating talk will be by the chief of the Intel Directorate. The chief of the Intel Directorate is a commander of a corps with unprecedented capabilities. If I compare it to my days, he's a very talented and gifted commander. I've known him for many years, and he is also the national assessor. The national assessor means that he shares, to the best of his judgment, and the entire system behind him, the Intel assessment, not the situation assessment, the Intel assessment of the enemy as a basis for decision-making, situation assessment, and conclusions and decisions. And this has been become the custom over the years, and Major General Herzliya has been doing this exceptionally well. He can present his assessments with courage and very clearly, and he does usually present everything very clearly. Good evening, Major General Aharon Herzliya, commander of the Intel Directorate of the IDF. Well, I've learned from all my teachers many, many years, and also a present of being challenged by you and being taught by you, Amos. It's true that it's not my views. It's thanks to an excellent directorate with some outstanding individuals. I only serve as their mouth. They are the ones who do all the hard work in the different units, in the various activities, in the multiple activities. Well, you are being too modest. No, I'm not so modest, but I have to say that without you, without your leadership. But you know what? I feel that we are in a new situation. Perhaps if you could elaborate from your perspective as commander of the Intel Directorate, if we're thinking about the Iranian threat, which is the only one that's a combination between radical ideology and what they're developing, the only threat that could one day be called an existential threat. Good evening. Thank you once again for this opportunity. Since the day I was drafted to the the IDF. Quite a few years ago, you know, the sentence I kept hearing year after year, that we are living in complicated times. And indeed, that is the reality here in Israel. We live in a complicated region. But I think the challenges Israel faces today are different than in any other period, especially if we see what's happening in the world, what is referred to as global trends. And, you know, I saw that one of the titles of this conference is in a reality of uncertainty. I think there is a lot of certainty because we do see things very clearly, but we are saying that the global trends and their impact on the region and their impact on the state of Israel and the pace of events is unprecedented. And, you know, when I look at the 2023 National Intel Assessment, you know, looking over the first 5 months, not only was most of it realized, we are already required to make a new Intel assessment because in each and every subject that was brought up, certain things occurred at exceptional paces. And I think that the thing that leads this is the U.S., the United States of America, which is such an important ally to the state of Israel. It is still the global cop. It is the omnipotent superpower, and its policy is what shapes the entire world. So when you see the American competition with China, when you see the significance of a war on European territory, that it seems that it's not any time near its end, and you see other global trends such as an economic crisis, a climate crisis, energy crisis, the issues of supply chains, ideological struggles. And when all that converges into such a short period of time as we've witnessed in the past few months or in the past year, when you examine American policy, as you look where things are heading, then I think we should open up our perspective, have a broader view, not to look only at Iran or only at our region. We need to understand the global phenomena, understand their influence on us, and it's a tremendous influence. And I think that the entire world, and definitely our region, this is why everybody's looking for some additional supports as everybody faces such a complex reality. And once the countries around us are in search of additional supports and certain processes are occurring, last year we said everybody's speaking with everyone, and now I can add and say now everybody's signing with everyone, and Iran is included. But not only Iran, look at the competition in the Gulf region on Sunni hegemony. Saudi Arabia accelerated in recent months and has gone back to center stage with the competition that they have from the Qatar and other countries. Look at the Chinese involvement in the agreement between Saudi Arabia and the Iranians, the dialogue between the Egyptians and the Syrians and the Arab League. If we had more time, I could have described such a complex series of events that have a direct impact on the reality we live in. And when I add that to the Iranian development, and it's important to say from this stage, Iran entered 2023 in a negative entry angle. The riots, the supply of weapons, means of warfare to Russia in order to kill in Ukraine, and this supply still continues and is even increasing, and tremendous criticism. And let's say the truth, true criticism wasn't about the nuclear issue that was mentioned here, but was about the two issues I just mentioned. And then 3 or 4 months afterwards, it is celebrating the new Persian year, 1402, and the trend is being reversed, and it's a result of entire global processes and the understanding of all the players. Then one cannot rely only on one support, as good as that support might be. And this is why agreements are being signed, alliances are being formed, and the state of Israel must thoroughly examine its location in this region as it faces these developments, because here and now Israel is an asset. It is a regional superpower. It has technological capabilities, it has intel capabilities, it has military capabilities, it has a strong economy. It is a country with a power that must continue to use the fact that it's an asset throughout the region, and that requires a strong partnership with the United States of America and understanding of the larger fabric that's being formed here, where it should be the right place for us to position ourselves. Well, one could, the impression is that there's tremendous changes here. Perhaps it even merits a strategic early warning. and Iran has, an alliance with Russia and the relations with China and everything you said, and now it's becoming closer to Saudi Arabia. And all of a sudden, Bashar Assad, the murderer, is being greeted in Saudi Arabia, but it's still making progress, Iran, on the nuclear ballistic threat, and also with respect to the Ukraine. What about this comprehensive strategic threat? The Minister of Defense described very well the Iranian issue, and maybe I'll say it in very clear terms. It is a real threat on Iran, but it's important to also say what has changed in recent years. The conflict between Iran and Israel became a direct one for various reasons, and this is not the place to describe all of the reasons, but today this clash, this conflict is between Israel and Iran, and it involves various areas. It's not just nuclear capabilities, it's not just means of warfare, it's not just the proxies, it's not just the northern threat by Hezbollah. And Iran is at a point in time in its nuclear program that we have been following and monitoring closely, and in the field of enrichment that was mentioned here, but no less than that, in the field of weapons, where it's making a lot of progress. I want to be very clear. It is our assessment, and that's the assessment of the entire community. There was no decision reached in Iran to go for nuclear weapons, not with respect to enrichment, not with respect to weapons, but there is preparation for the day that the Iranian leader or his substitute will make that decision, and we're keeping our eyes open in order to mark at any given moment the level of preparedness of Iran for this thing. And alongside that, and I guess and we should mention this, we live at a time, you talked about strategic early warning. There is no one shared tactical or war room of all our enemies that are planning D-Day. They are deterred by war with us, but we live in a reality in which interests converge. When Iran directs terrorism in Judea and Samaria, it does so, and the Palestinians are not doing so as proxies of Iran, but Palestinian terrorism finds some financial support in guidance and means of warfare in this Iranian help. And this is why we see the Hamas in multiple arenas, that since Guardian of the Walls, it is in search of some peace and quiet for Gaza, but it does wish to exercise its force from Lebanon and Syria. It's looking for opportunities in Jordan, which is very important for regional stability, and its relationship with Israel is very important. Strategic relationship. I don't even have enough words to describe the importance of our ties with Jordan. And this convergence, that's the big story. The interests converge, and we can see, I can see, and I think that many of our partners see this image, and the fact that Hassan Nasrallah, after 17 years have passed since the mistake he made in 2006, we see the beginning of a realization that they could stretch the equations facing Israel. That terrorist at the Megiddo Junction is not a one-off thing, unfortunately, and I think he's close to making a mistake that could lead this entire region into a grand war. He's close to making that mistake both in Lebanon and in Syria. And when I add that to the growing confidence of President Assad, you did describe his recent visit to Saudi Arabia, his embraces with MBS in a way he doesn't listen to President Zelensky in his speech, and shows disrespect the fact that he allows an Iranian drone to be launched from Syrian territory as a reaction to some activities described here. All this creates a great potential for escalation in the region, and we need to be prepared for that, assuming that or if our enemies don't understand correctly the message that we send them, they mustn't mistaken us. We are willing to do everything necessary in order to bring peace and quiet. Now, there are these risks, but I can also identify opportunities. But this convergence, it's not, let's sit and decide when we'll start a war on Israel, but there could be a convergence of interest between the radical axis and the complexity of the Palestinian issue, which is far from finding a solution, and this further heightens the complexity of the events in this region in the past months, or perhaps even in the past 18 months. Okay, you are one of the architects. Even before you were the commander of the Intel Directorate, you were involved in the strategic rapprochement with the Arab countries. This is a force multiplier that most Israelis don't understand, because people don't understand these things that they can't really see. And as you know, as much as you can divulge, where are we at in these relations? conditions? That's one question. Another question, how does the enemy perceive us? What image of us do they have? There are various processes that are occurring. I'm not going to get into all of them, but is there an increase or a drop in our deterrence image? Because all in all, we had a very powerful one. Look, the Abraham Accords, the peace accords Israel signed have a tremendous, utmost strategic importance in any parameter related to Israel's national security and the connection within the intel community with the different countries, whether it's the military ties or the national ties. These are a tremendous asset for Israel's security. I'd rather not specify more than that for obvious reasons, but we're doing everything we can in order to ensure these ties, and the stability of the regime in these countries is extremely important. And we are at a time that some professionals might say this is the end of the Arab Spring and the return of the stable regimes. Alongside that, we all know what the financial, economic situation is, what the domestic situation is, and we are keeping our eyes open in order to make that stability possible, to ensure it. And after having said that, looking at the countries and our ties with them, we're constantly examining how the state of Israel is perceived by the other side. And of course, we see that events that happen inside Israel impact the way which we are perceived in. And this stick has two ends. Also, both understanding that we're determined to exercise force wherever necessary. And I think the 5 days of combat in Gaza recently, this example definitely demonstrates that. But there are other places where they can perceive us in a mistaken way and try to challenge some parts of our security concept. And the example of Hassan Nasrallah and the terrorists at Megiddo and other activities similar to what President Assad did are all an example for that. And they should make no mistake, our enemies using force from in the northern sector, both from Lebanon or from Syria, against Israel could lead to an escalation and to a significant clash between the state of Israel and Hezbollah and Lebanon. In the Palestinian arena, it seems to me that there are also a lot of important processes occurring in Gaza. It seems like the Hamas is emphasizing the differentiation policy. We had an amazing combat with the PIG, and decapitation. The results of that is always very impressive, as it is called in the Middle East. But when we look at Judea and Samaria, the PA is weakening. The Hamas is perhaps becoming stronger. So how do you kind of see the Palestinian issue, and what is its position or location? You talked about the Iranian, but in the general Arab system, because to a great extent this will shape our future. Look, the Hamas created a debt, a liability in Operation Guardian of the Walls, which occurred 2 years ago, and it came out with a lot of debt, but it also came out with the realization that combating Israel, that rocket fire in the south, it doesn't really serve their vision. Hamas also tried to harness the Israeli-Palestinian battle to religious signs. This is why they really tried to set Temple Mount on fire, so to speak. Let's drag inside the Arabs or the Palestinians of East Jerusalem and Israeli Arabs. Let's, create turmoil in Judea and Samaria. And this, let's see at what happened this last Passover Thursday afternoon. It was 30 rockets launched from Lebanon, launched by Hamas without permission or approval from Hezbollah, and this could set the entire region on fire. And as I mentioned this, Hamas is also trying to exercise power from Syria. And after that Thursday, 3 days passed, and then on Saturday night, rockets were launched from the southern Golan Heights. Once again, this was Hamas activity, and when you connect that in guiding terrorism into Judea and Samaria, this is why I'm talking about a multi-arena Hamas. Let's look at a multi-arena war, and I'll soon start talking about Judea and Samaria. And, in the recent campaign, we did these targeted killings, as we did in the Gaza Strip. The leaders of the PIJ were in Beirut, next to Nasrallah's table. Salah Aruri, who's a well-known Hamas, is well-known to you, a Hamas activist, the head of the West Bank branch, who's constantly targeting terrorism in order to kill any Israeli possible. And There were also some Iranians who also tried to instruct the Palestinians, and then the Egyptians are supposed to conduct negotiations in order to lead some peace and quiet in Gaza. They were sitting there, lounging in Beirut, while Gaza is suffering and being beaten. And throughout that, the voice of the PA wasn't being heard. It's very clear how weak they are. Everybody can see that. And Hamas is looking and eyeing at the day after Abu Mazen. And it's true that some people think that he will live forever, but our intel assessment is that he won't. So reality in Judea and Samaria is the reality we must prepare for, because we tend to forget that we've been experiencing these recurrent terror waves in the past 18 months, and only in the past 5 months, regretfully, about 20 Israelis were murdered in terrorist attacks, and the IDF activities from Jenin, Nablus, and the activity today in early morning at the Balata camp, a generation that didn't know the IDF in Operation Defensive Shield, because over 20 years have passed since Defensive Shield, and today young Palestinians are not familiar with our use of force inside the territories, and we are marking the Palestinian issue in Judea Samaria as an issue that we must address as we face terrorism and Hamas, and as we face the convergence of all the things I already mentioned. As our national assessor, perhaps if you could share with us as much as you can some main lines for this upcoming year, what we can expect. Of course, I don't need to tell you what the restrictions are. Well, I would like, just to make things more accurate, I think that this brief conversation expressed this. We marked a triangle, and the first apex is the global trends. And once again, I'd like to repeat the relationship with the U.S. and the ability to coordinate with the U.S., the shared values, the shared conception, and the policy in the region. This has an utmost strategic value, because the global trends are going to continue and be heightened. If only I could describe what a lot of people here know, how much the entire world is arming itself as a result of the insight and the lessons learned from the war in the Ukraine, a reality in which the different players see their need to set themselves up with some new supports. The second apex, we've discussed this enough, Iran and its directions, and this increased Iranian self-confidence as a result of their ability to reach understandings with various countries in the region. It's already been published that there is some dialogue between Egypt and Iran. Of course, if they see the Saudi Arabians signing with Iran, they're also recalculating their route. And of course, that doesn't contradict their ties with us. It's everybody can sign with everybody, because everybody wants to guarantee their future. And the third apex is the Palestinian one. And as I examine all these three apexes and the potential that the common interest will converge, the interests that converge, just like I described earlier, the probability for an escalation that could, deteriorate into war, the chances for that are not low. The probability is not that low, and calculated and well-measured exercise of power as a result of Israel's national security interest is the way to deal, while strengthening all alliances as well, because that could convince the other side to continue and stick with their policy so far. And according to that policy, they should stay away from any campaign against Israel. And if I would have held a poll of public trust in the IDF, but amongst our enemies, we would have received the highest scores. They know how to value the Israeli intel, the Israeli power and force. And we need to put things in proportion in this campaign in Gaza. That's not the main goal. And we need to prepare to a completely different kind of war. Nobody should be deluded to think that what we saw in Gaza about 2 weeks ago and in August of last year, facing the same organization, nobody should think that this is what the next campaign will look like. But they know very well that the IDF might is not something that they should test. In order to leave them with that thought, at that point, we need to continue and maintain regional alliances, to express military might, to use opportunities, and there are opportunities for additional alliances, so that the Israeli might will not not only be military might, but one whole national power. And of course, I could speak with you all night long, but I see Nadav and others signaling that we need to finish. I wanted to ask you on a personal level, as a national assessor, it's a very unique position, a very unique role. We live in a complex region, and how do you feel your status, your position as a national assessor in such a complex region? And, you know, professional assessments like the one you just shared with us are so crucial. Look, I think that the cooperation within the Israeli intel community, the Mossad, the Intel Directorate, and the ISA, as well as other branches of the security establishment, is very good, at least in the time that I'm involved in the general staff. It's been over a decade now, and it's a force multiplier. One cannot even describe. You know very well the situation in the past, what things look like in Operation Protective Edge, and how things look like today. And I'm filled with appreciation to my colleagues, the director of the Mossad and the ISA. In the world of intel, it's a huge force multiplier. And number two, I've had the privilege to command excellent people, because the State of Israel has outstanding teenagers. When the president visited A200, 9900, and the research division in order to see the capabilities that were utilized in the recent campaign, staff sergeants, captains, majors, all presented to him what they did just in the last 2 or 3 weeks for Israel's security. And when you look at them from the side, you know that there's real hope for the people of Israel and for the future of the State of Israel. This is our true national power, and we need to continue and foster these people. If we do that, we can face any challenge, the intel challenge as well. Okay, I'd like to take this opportunity to salute you for your confident and sane and professional leadership. I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart, and I'd like to thank you for taking the time to speak here. And I believe that this conversation was a bit too short, but you have so much to do. I'm sure you have a busy schedule until well into the night. I'd like to thank you for your long-standing support and guidance for me over many, many years. It's important to me on a personal level, but all the people who have worked under you, and there are many of them. And I'd also like to thank this institution, the Reichman University, because the collaboration between the Intel Directorate and the academia, both with officers who study here, but also for giving us so many opportunities to hear security, operational intel thinking of academics. It is critical for the development of our thinking processes. And just let me say one more thing. This year, it's the 50th anniversary of the 73 war. And, you know, in historic terms, it happened yesterday, and we should all bear in mind the main lesson from that war and how important it is to listen to other people's opinions, to be open to different thoughts, and ultimately to do whatever we can to make sure that the 73 Yom Kippur War and the surprise we experienced there will never be repeated, because it's extremely important for the future of the State of Israel. The head of the Intel Directorate, Major General Aaron Haliva, thank you very much. 2 Major Generals who are true champions. Let's applaud these 2 Major Generals.
And I was requested to tell you that there's food outside. So, well, let's go for it. All our friends are invited to go to the dining hall, as it were.